Good morning, everyone. Is there anyone joining us for the first time today in the room? All right, you're all in the minority. My name is Africa Melane. I'll be, I suppose, sharing the responsibility of today with the incredible Nozipho Tshabalala. Yesterday was all about yesterday was all about academic research. And it was amazing, not only in the plenaries, but also in the breakaway sessions, to see the amount of research that's going into the space and that amount of research, the impact it's having on policy, and ultimately the impact it's having in addressing the issue of inequality. And we certainly have there's a lot of deep reflection that is happening in the space, chief of which is all the research and resources being spent in developing that research. What are we getting out of it, right? There were certainly massive questions around, are we asking the right questions in the research that we are doing in the plenary that I moderated at the end of the day yesterday. It was around energy transitions, and there were some important questions that certainly government needs to ask itself, consultants in the space need to ask themselves, but also academic researchers need to ask themselves. Some of the breakaways also dealt with issues around skills and jobs, which is an important topic in South Africa. Are we matching the skills for the right jobs, which was really, really fascinating to reflect on. There was a big question around the informal sector and what hurdles are being put in place in not realizing the maximum potential from the informal sector, because it could be a game changer really in addressing some of certainly socioeconomic challenges that we are reflecting on. We had the sort of social relief of distress grant that was introduced in response to COVID-19. What impact did that have? How has that improved in alleviating inequality and certainly poverty? And that fascinating research coming out of that as well. And we'll continue today. And today's focus is going to be around policy. There are a number of very key panel discussions that we are having. Deputy Minister, if I can have you coming to sit right here. That's your prized chair there, and I'll introduce you shortly. Lovely to have you here and your team. Today, as I said, is going to be about policy. So how is the research being conducted impacting on the formulation of policy, and how is that policy ultimately impacting in addressing inequality? As with yesterday, we certainly welcome your engagement. We love the engagement yesterday. You all have important questions and reflections on this matter. It will be welcome throughout. For the official opening and welcome to Day 2, which is Policy Day, we're going to hear from the Director General of AFD, Remy Rioux. We'll hear from the Director in the DG INPA, Director G, Human Development, Migration, Governance and Peace at the EU Commission, that's Erica. We'll also hear from her boss, effectively. She sent us a video recording, Jutta Urpilainen, the European Commissioner for International Partnerships at the European Commission, and of course our hosts for this wonderful conversation, the University of Cape Town, the Acting Vice-Chancellor, Professor Daya Reddy. But we'll start, though, with the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, that's Deputy Minister Ituiseng Kenneth Morolong. And what was shared as an impression yesterday, Deputy Minister, was how it is a privilege, really, to have academic researchers working with government officials, but particularly housed in the presidency, because to have the presidency owning some of the narrative and the conversation around this space is really, really impressive. So I'm looking forward to hearing your opening remarks. Please welcome the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Deputy Minister Ituiseng Kenneth Morolong.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, They say the sense of time must no longer be that of the moment or the next harvest, but rather that of the rest of the world. It was Frantz Fanon who asserted this as he imagined the new humanism in the concluding paragraphs of his book, The Wretched of the Earth. Program Director, we are fully alive to the fact that Frantz Fanon said this addressing a completely different subject from what we are addressing today. However, what he said provided humanity with a useful theoretical framework to conceive of new humanism in addressing challenges of a time. Ladies and gentlemen, let me pause here and take the opportunity to welcome all of you to this important conference convened by the Presidency, the EU, and the Africa Center of Excellence for Inequality Research. I take singular honor on behalf of government to welcome you to this country and the beautiful city of Cape Town. We are truly humbled by your invitation to open the second day of this conference, which is reserved for policy debates and high-level panel discussions. We hope that our humble contributions will illuminate discussions on the policy options we may or may not choose. This conference is a testament of our collective commitment to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. The issues of inequality, the evolving nature of work, and the urgent imperative to protect our environment have never been more urgent. Indeed, the sense of time to act must no longer be that of the moment or the next harvest, but rather that of the rest of the world. As we gather here today from many parts of the world, we must evaluate our actions of the past and acknowledge our sense of time for action should be rather that of the rest of the world and no longer be of the moment. It is important to acknowledge that our world is facing unprecedented complexities, and our actions of the moment affect the rest of the world and the future generations whose inheritance we could be destroying. Global economic disparities continue to grow, casting shadows on the promise of shared prosperity. The nature of work is rapidly transforming, with emerging technologies and shifting labor markets, redefining the way we live and work. And the environment, the very foundation of our existence, is under increasing threat from climate change and environmental degradation. We would like to focus our remarks on climate change, particularly on its impact in general and specifically on the poor. Importantly, to expose some of the dilemmas that South Africa is currently facing on the path to policy reform and on the various strategies to mitigate against climate change. Several recent events in South Africa have highlighted the significant impact of climate change in the region. For example, we have experienced multiple severe droughts in recent years, particularly in the Western Cape province. The city of Cape Town came close to running out of water in 2018, a phenomenon that came to be known as Day Zero. This drought has been linked to climate change, which is expected to increase the frequency and severity of such events. South Africa has also experienced a rise in extreme weather events, such as heavy rains, storms, and flooding. In April 2021, heavy rains and flooding in parts of KwaZulu-Natal caused significant damage to homes and infrastructure and resulted in dozens of deaths. We are still reeling from the trauma and economic shocks brought about this devastation on our socio-economic infrastructure. We have seen an increase in the frequency and intensity of heat waves. In 2016, the country experienced one of the most hottest years on record, with temperatures reaching up to 30 degrees Celsius in some areas. Climate change is also impacting agriculture in South Africa, affecting food security. Changes in rainfall patterns and temperature increases are likely to impact crop yields and the availability of water for irrigation. South Africa's coastal areas are at risk due to rising sea levels caused by the melting of polar ice caps and glaciers. This can lead to coastal erosion, saline intrusion into freshwater resources, and flooding in low-lying areas. Climate change disproportionately affects the poor in South Africa, as is the case in many other regions of the world. Many of the poor in South Africa depend on agriculture for their livelihoods. Climate change, though, changes in rainfall patterns and increase in temperature has in many instances resulted in reduced agricultural productivity. Does not only impact food security, but also the income of those dependent on farming. Low-income communities often have less access to reliable water sources. Climate-induced droughts have exacerbated this situation, making it difficult for these communities to access sufficient water to drinking, cooking, and hygiene. Many low-income jobs in South Africa are in sectors that are vulnerable to climate change, such as agriculture and fisheries. Climate impacts can disrupt these industries, leading to job losses and further economic hardships. Climate change affects the cost of basic goods, particularly food and water. This has often led to increased prices, which disproportionately affect the poor, who spend a large proportion of their income on these essentials. Program Director, you have gathered here in this conference not only to theorize and exhibit the capabilities of your mental faculties, you have gathered here to explore the strategic dilemmas which face particularly emerging economies. You have indeed gathered here to offer policy options that can guide us towards a more equitable and sustainable and just future. I'm certain that amongst other questions you would pose and respond to is how can emerging economies like South Africa, Colombia, Indonesia, and Mexico transition to green sources of energy in a just and equitable manner? What are the requisite policy options available for such a transition? What funding mechanism can be employed in such economies that will ensure that we leave no one behind? How can South Africa balance its development needs with the need to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change? For example, South Africa is heavily reliant on coal for its energy needs. We have rich coal reserves and a well-established coal industry. The use of coal is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. Transitioning away from coal to cleaner renewable sources of energy is necessary for climate mitigation. Yet it poses challenges in terms of job losses in the coal sector, energy security, and the need for significant investment in the new infrastructure. Given these, what are the policy and funding options for South Africa? What sources of green energy can provide sufficient energy for the base load? Is there a case for cleaner coal and carbon capture technologies? Program Director, agriculture is a critical sector for food security and rural livelihoods in South Africa and other emerging economies. Most of our agricultural production is based on irrigation from groundwater sources, which may deplete aquifers, which we should ask and respond to the question, how can these emerging economies respond to the challenge of balancing water needs for food production, industrial production, and hygiene in a water-scarce country like ours? South Africa, like many developing countries, require financial support from the international community to implement its climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. However, accessing finance can be a daunting challenge. In this regard, we must ask, is there a case for an equitable and just financing for climate mitigation policies by emerging markets? What about an international finance accord for no interest-bearing finance instruments for emerging economies? The impacts of climate change in South Africa are felt most acutely by the poor and vulnerable communities who have contributed the least to the problem. Addressing these inequalities while also taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is a significant challenge. How do we elaborate policies that insulate the poor and the vulnerable from the adverse effects greening our economies? Addressing these dilemmas requires a multifaceted approach that involves policy innovation, investment in new technologies, international cooperation, and active engagement with affected communities. It also requires strong political will and leadership to navigate the complex trade-offs involved. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed a Presidential Climate Commission to help us navigate these complex trade-offs through the mobilization of all social partners to define just transition pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, we're expanding the use of renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydropower in order to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the energy sector. South Africa's new renewable energy independent power producer procurement program has been successful in attracting investment and increasing renewable energy capacity. Furthermore, we are improving energy efficiency across all sectors of the economy, including industry, transportation, and residential buildings. These will assist to significantly reduce energy consumptions and emissions. Implementing carbon pricing mechanisms such as carbon tax or emissions trading scheme can create financial incentives for businesses and individuals to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Protecting existing forests, restoring degraded land, and promoting sustainable agriculture will enhance carbon sinks and reduce emissions and reduce our collective carbon footprint at an individual level. This is essential to driving behavioral change. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is participating in international efforts to address climate change, such as the Paris Agreement, and accessing international funding for climate projects to enhance South Africa's mitigation efforts. Program Director, I would like to conclude by appreciating the work done by the EU AFD Inequality Research Facility and the Africa Center of Excellence for Inequality Research for the research work you've done on this subject. Let us work together to shape a future that is more equitable, just, and sustainable for all. We must foster a new humanism that demands that our sense of time must no longer be that of the moment or the next harvest, but rather that of the rest of the world, to be inherited by future generations to the end of time. The demands of the moment must be counterbalanced by the demands of the future. The demands of individual countries must be counterbalanced by the demands of humanity as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I couldn't agree more. The impact of climate change is felt acutely by those who are poor. You made reference to the floods of April 2021 in Durban. I did an interview on my radio program. I can't remember the organization that did the research. But businesses that are formalized and big have insurance, and therefore we're able to revive and start operating soon thereafter. It is the small, medium, often informal sector businesses that took a much longer time to be restarted, if at all. Something like 30% of those businesses were not able to start again, and that's people's livelihoods, and that was as a result of a weather phenomenon. And speaking of counting down to day zero in Cape Town, where we're only going to consume 50 liters of water per day per household, and I had people calling in and saying, but how can you do that? And I went, have you spoken to your colleague? Because so many South Africans, that's what they do. They live on less than 50 liters of water per day. So we do need to ask ourselves, those who are privileged and those who are middle class and upper, why are we consuming at the excessive levels that we are when we know, in fact, that we are living in a country that is, not as abundant with water as we'd like to think at all. Thank you for the challenge that you have given to this day 2 of Policy Day, in exploring those strategic dilemmas, because you're right, it's not just a collective sort of congregation of minds exercising their intellectual prowess. They actually do have to come up with solutions that you as politicians need to consider. Another round of applause, please, for the Deputy Minister in the Presidency. And now to hear from our host, the Acting Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Town. Please welcome Professor Daya Reddy.
Thank you very much, Africa, and good morning, everybody. Very warm welcome to the University of Cape Town and to Cape Town, and for many of you to South Africa as well. I'm well aware of the partnership that makes this conference and the broader project possible, makes it a reality, and makes it a success as well. So let me take the opportunity also to welcome here from the Presidency of South Africa, Deputy Minister Kenny Morolong, Rudy Dix, and the Presidency team. From the European Commission, I'd like to welcome Jutta Urpilainen, Erika Gerretsen, and your European Union delegation colleagues. From AFD, Agence Française de Développement, Rioux, Thomas Melonio, Hélène Jouquet, Audrey Yerkov, and Under David. And let me not forget the fourth partner, which is ASA, our African Center for Excellence, I should say, for inequality research here at the University of Cape Town. So, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, this conference takes place in a location in which inequality and its relationship to development, the world of work, and the ravages of climate change are in stark relief. We see how inequalities in particular accumulate over time, and how these, in addition, are exacerbated by developments such as the galloping momentum of chronic diseases in Africa, that on top of our battles with infectious diseases such as tuberculosis and HIV, crises such as not only climate change, but of course the attribution of extreme weather events to climate change, and existential crises such as the COVID pandemic. And with regard to all of these, it is those who are poorest and with the least resources who are the hardest hit by this accumulation of events and crises. South Africa is, in fact, the most unequal country in the world, at least as measured by the Gini coefficient. So the importance of your work and its relevance to our future cannot be overemphasized. I'd like just to say a little bit about the University of Cape Town. We are a medium-sized university of around 30,000 students, around 5,500 faculty and staff. We have a strategic vision known as Vision 2030 that stands on three pillars, namely excellence, transformation, and sustainability. These align extremely well with the theme of the conference, at least at this local level of the university, where in relation, for example, to transformation, we strive to build a cohesive and an inclusive university community, ensuring a sense of belonging, opening up opportunities as well, in a context and with strategies that are aimed at environmental and financial sustainability. And we want to do this well. We want to do this excellently, if you like, adhering to high standards of scholarship that is ethically and responsibly conducted as well, I should say. UCT is, well, the University of Cape Town, but it is a university in South Africa. It's a university in Africa and for Africa as well. We regard ourselves as a research-intensive university, a description that is supported, I think, by our research strengths that go right across the disciplines, across our faculties, from the humanities, social sciences, to the natural and the health sciences and engineering, together with a postgraduate student population that is just under 1/3 of the total, which also, I think, reflects the research-intensive nature of the university. And we have considerable research strengths in precisely the areas that comprise the theme of this conference. So it really is a privilege for the university to host this conference. which tackles three of the most pressing challenges, of course, inequality, work, and climate sustainability, challenges that certainly face our country and our continent and, in fact, our contemporary world, and to seek to do so in an integrated way, because I'm sure that you've had multiple presentations, discussions as well, and will continue to do so, that will emphasize the interrelatedness of these three particular themes and challenges. UCT is fully committed to bringing our research to bear through the kinds of partnerships that make this conference and this program possible. We know that this is in fact how our research will be able to have an impact for good, and how we can give substance to the vision of our university, which is in fact to unleash potential for a fair and a just society. Of course, we have research strengths in each of these areas, these themes, and it's very pleasing to see that these areas and the researchers and research groups are so well represented in the program of the conference. ASA, of course, one of the partners, but also our African Climate and Development Initiative, just to mention another one, our African Center for Cities, and other such centers, which, by the way, are multidisciplinary in their membership and in their activities as well. So in fact, that said, to be able to tackle these issues successfully will require the pooling of the top research and researchers globally, and to do so in a collaborative way that is effective. And here I'm thinking about collaboration that involves, let's call it scholarship, so it goes beyond research. Scholarship with policy makers, with broader society, and with business as well. The program across the 4 days, I see, evinces this kind of commitment from the broader research communities, at least within South Africa and the continent and beyond. So it's important and pleasing to note the same commitment from the development and policy communities, who are an essential component in this multi or even transdisciplinary approach to tackling these major and significant challenges. The cooperation must also straddle, as it does, disciplinary boundaries right across every discipline almost that one can conceive of, from the social sciences, natural sciences, engineering, most definitely, and health sciences, and sectors, as I've indicated. So in conclusion then, on behalf of the University of Cape Town, let me thank all of you for your commitment. It is really our university's privilege to be able to host and contribute to such a convening, and it's my pleasure to welcome you again to, the Policy Day that is anchored in this conference. So with that, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Reddy, and thank you for really being such gracious hosts for the summit. And Professor Reddy made reference to 4 days. Tuesday was a day of what was called side events, where there were a number of discussions around some pertinent issues. Yesterday, as I said, was about the academic research and the presentations of those papers. Today is about policy, and tomorrow, some of the delegates will actually go and see the impact of the work that they're doing. So that those are the 4 days, just in case somebody is slightly confused as to what you mean 4 days. Before we hear from Erica Gerretsen from the European Commission, let's get a word from the European Commissioner of International Partnerships, Jutta Urpilainen, who could not join us but sent us this video message.
Dear friends, I would like to thank the EU AFD Research Facility for organizing this conference and for the joint work done on such a timely topic. Our world is marked by profound inequalities that weaken social cohesion and trust in the institutions. But inequalities are not inevitable. The EU is actively committed to reducing them on all fronts. Where you are born should not define who you become. Through Global Gateway investment strategy, we contribute to all sustainable development goals. This includes goal number 10, which is about reducing inequality within and between countries. Through Global Gateway, we invest in the broader enabling environment, health, education, research, skills, and resilience. In addition, we'll help partner countries improve social protection, which makes societies less vulnerable to external shocks. Of course, progress must be monitored, and we must be able to prove the impact. I am proud to have launched the Inequality Marker last June. Benefiting from the work of the facility, the Inequality Marker is an innovative tool. It helps us to understand, track, and benchmark the impact of our interventions on inequality across the sectors. Dear friends, we have the strategy, the policies, the partnerships, and the tools to measure. It is our responsibility to enhance the impact of our international cooperation for reducing inequalities. I wish you all a successful conference.
And of course, on Tuesday, we got to drill down to some detail pertaining to that inequality marker. Erica, now that you both have spoken, it's time now for you to come up. The Director in DG INPA, Directorate for Human Development, Migration, Governance and Peace at the European Commission.
So good morning to all again. I hope you're not getting tired of me after yesterday's debates and very interesting discussions already. But now indeed that my boss has spoken, it's a privilege to drill down a little bit on what she has just been saying about the Global Gateway, about the inequality marker, and about the way we work towards the SDG 10. In a Team Europe format. And I think that what I really want to emphasize here is that as EU, we are the EU institutions, but we are also a group of member states and member states agencies. And that's why it's a real privilege and honor to do this work together with France and AFD in this context. I would like also to thank the government of South Africa and the Presidency and the University of Cape Town and the Africa Center of Excellence for Inequality Research for hosting us here in Cape Town. And I think indeed it is symbolically extremely important for us to be here in this beautiful city where, as we know, the issue of inequalities is very important and is driving many of the policies that are led by this country. And I think we need to acknowledge the strong commitment of the authorities on this topic. Because inequality in all its dimensions stand as a roadblock as we move towards the SDGs. And let us remind that in the current geopolitical context, there is one commonly worldwide agreed agenda, which is the one on the Sustainable Development Goals. And we need to maintain the strong multilateral engagement around this SDG agenda alive, especially in the current very complex geopolitical context we are in. And within this, the SDG 10 is one of those SDGs where we see that many of the other goals are actually moving into the same direction. So that I see this SDG 10 as a central goal, and I think it's really important to remind that hampering economic growth, undermining social cohesion, threatening democratic values all have an impact on SDG 10, and therefore we need to maintain a strong commitment to the whole agenda. And indeed, as my commissioner just said, increasing inequalities is not it's not something that we can avoid. We can avoid having increased inequalities. That's what I meant, and that's also what we were discussing yesterday. And it is very much a question of political will. And I think Minister was also referring to this. And it's really for us key. And again, with my commissioner as being extremely personally committed to this agenda on fighting inequalities, I think we have from the EU side a very strong leadership. But our commitment as EU to fighting inequalities is not only for our partnership working outside the EU, it is also very much an internal EU agenda that as we are moving into this into the transition, what we call the twin transition, the green and the digital transition, working on a fair transition is also at the core of what the EU is doing. And we have created specific dedicated tools for that, such as the Just Transition mechanism, which is supporting communities in moving towards and through this transition in a way that would mitigate the impact on the populations and on the workers. So also, as my commissioner was mentioning, fighting inequalities requires at least three elements: one of strategy, one of policies, and one of tools. And again, yesterday, when speaking about the role of research in this, we saw that research has a role to play in all those three dimensions. In terms of policy and strategy, the EU has launched a couple of years ago now the Global Gateway Strategy. And maybe I should pause a little bit to explain what the Global Gateway Strategy is about. The Global Gateway Strategy is a values-based offer to increase the capacity of investing in infrastructure and in value chains in our partner countries all around the world. So that's a policy that is valid for all our partnerships outside of the EU. And through the Global Gateway Strategy, again, working very strongly in a Team Europe format with our member states, with the development finance institutions of Europe, we are striving to mobilize up to 300 billion euros in the mutually beneficial partnerships in 5 sectors. So just let me remind those 5 sectors. It's climate, it's energy, it's digital, it's health, and it's education and research as a 5th pillar, but also overarching pillar, because we also know that none of all these challenges and all these major changes, transformations will not happen if we do not have the skills that are necessary for this, and hence the extremely important role of universities to play in this context. So in the Global Gateway Strategy, we have just had actually 2-3 weeks ago, I think it was in Brussels, the Global Gateway Forum, which has brought together heads of states from all around the world and was convened by our President Ursula von der Leyen. And at the occasion of which we had this sort of segment at heads of state level, but we also had a very intense and important conversation with civil society organizations, local authorities organizations, as well as trade unions. And the Commissioner launched a specific CSO platform for the Global Gateway, because it is important that the CSOs also get their voices heard as we are implementing this strategy. And what the CSOs are telling us is, while implementing the Global Gateway Strategy, please pay attention to inequalities. And please make sure that initiatives that are launched through the Global Gateway Strategy are actually contributing to reducing inequalities. We have presented 87 Global Gateway flagship initiatives during this conference in Brussels a couple of weeks ago. And of course, South Africa is one of the countries where we are deploying this. And I was very happy yesterday to be able to visit Afrigen, which is one of the Global Gateway, one of the first flagships under the Global Gateway Strategy, which is about manufacturing of vaccine in Africa, for Africa and beyond. and which is this MAV Plus strategy fully aligned with the PAVM strategy on vaccine manufacturing in Africa, for which I would like to acknowledge the strong leadership of the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, together with the African Union. So here, through our support, together with the WHO, together with the European Investment Bank, we are supporting the development of this vaccine manufacturing in Africa, but also transfer of technology and capacitating African researchers to actually develop vaccines here in Africa with African technology. The second example of the Global Gateway strategy is around the Just Transition agenda. And here again, as we know and as we've heard, there's a strong commitment from the South African authorities to work on this Just Transition agenda. We have had the opportunity to talk about it yesterday and again this morning. And we are very proud to contributing as EU, again, together with member states. And this is an initiative also where the Team Europe dimension is very important. We are very happy to be able to contributing to the JETP program, and especially like on the energy transition for sure, but also, and not as an afterthought, on the just dimension of this JETP. Because investing in this just transition is key for tackling the key and multi-dimensional roots of inequalities. Addressing inequalities requires investing in education, health, social protection, skills, and also creating greater access to decent jobs, especially those that are green. The data speaks for itself. Together, renewables and energy efficiency can create about 36 million jobs around the world by 2030 and provide energy access to around 800 million more people. And we know that energy access remains an extremely acute problem around the world, and most importantly in Africa. So that was about the strategy. Now, in terms of policies, we opt for an integrated approach. And I think it's as complex as it might seem, it's really important to continue reflecting. And here, again, researchers have a major role to play in continuing feeding this integrated approach. And I would like to say we are using a kind of a three, because I was speaking about vaccines, so now let me talk about the three shots vaccine. We are promoting a fair global economy. We are investing in people and in the planet, and we are fostering inclusive and participatory democracy. Let's remind that democracy, participation in the society are an essential driver to fighting inequalities, because it gives the voice to the people, and it capacitates the people, and it empowers the people and the community to find solutions for themselves and to implement those solutions for themselves. So we actively engage in those three areas. Talking about a fair economy, I think it's important to remind of the importance of fiscal policies. And in this, the European Commission is very much engaged on an agenda which we call the Collect More and Spend Better agenda, which is to say that yes, there is a need to increase domestic revenue mobilizations to finance domestic policies, but there is also a need to increase the efficiency of public spending. Because we are always hearing and listening, we need more money. But there is also a lot of efficiency gains that can be made by managing this money properly. And I think that in this working on public finance management systems, fighting corruption, obviously, will increase the efficiency of the public spending that is put at a disposal of this agenda of the just transition. Second, we invest in people, and this is also an agenda where, of course, working with women's organizations, with youth organizations, is at the core of our policies. On gender specifically, we have, as EU, the Gender Action Plan, for which we are about to issue the midterm evaluation report. We have a very specific and very ambitious target on gender equality. 85% of all our actions have to have a gender dimension. They have to be marked either what we call G1 or G2. And we are very well on track to implementing this target. We have also, and under the leadership of our commissioner, increased our support to education. In the previous financial phase, we were supporting education with 7% of our financial envelope. Our commissioner has asked that we move up to 10, and she even has the ambition of 13% to that our funding should be dedicated to education and skills. That includes also TVET, which is important for the success of all the other initiatives. And lastly, while investing in people, we have also adopted a youth action plan. And this is a very new feature, actually, of this commission and of our commissioner. The youth action plan, which has 3 pillars: connect, empower, and engage, because we believe that having the youth being fully embedded, fully included in the dialogue and in the design of the policies is absolutely essential for them to be successful. It's also essential for the success of our democratic values and for ensuring the sustainability of this democratic system. And finally, final point is that we want to act on these inequalities by, and this is where I will finish, the I marker. So that's really the cherry on the cake, if I can put it this way. That's, we have indeed introduced and launched, the Commissioner has launched the I marker. The I marker is a little bit sort of working along the same line as the gender marker. So we are marking each and every action that we are supporting against this I marker, through which we are asking 2 major questions to each project. We're asking, does the intervention target the bottom poorest 40%? First question. Second question, how does it benefit those groups that are the most socioeconomically disadvantaged, such as the youth, women, and people living with disability? So we are marking each and every action on this, and this new policy is, I think, a very promising one, and again, working with Team Europe on this will be essential. To conclude, I would like to give a quote by a French singer who is Maxime Le Forestier, who sang "Être né quelque part, c'est toujours un hasard." To be born somewhere is always a chance. And indeed, this cannot fully determine the future of individuals. And we need to have a society where each individual, wherever he or she is born, can thrive, can succeed, and can accomplish their dreams. Thank you very much for your attention.
To be born somewhere is always a chance. That's so beautiful. Better in French, but beautiful in English as well. Erica, thank you very much indeed. And we do have to say thank you to Professor Reddy. He has another commitment that he has to rush up to. But our final word for the welcome and the concluding of the opening speeches, the other important partner in this endeavor, please welcome the Director General of AFD, Remy Rioux.
Thank you, Africa Deputy Minister, Professor. Thanks for hosting. Deputy Director General, dear Erika, colleagues. Special thanks to the Presidency team, of course. I've seen Vice Minister. I was in Colombia recently. Vice Minister Guevara is with us, and all colleagues here in the room and online. I'm extremely happy and honored to be with you today. I apologize, I missed the first day. Very long trip from Paris through Dakar, Nairobi. Talk about inequalities, frontiers, mobility. But I made it, and I'm proud, and I'm happy with it, because I absolutely wanted to be with you, as I was with many of you already in 2018, when we made the conference presentation of the results of initial phase of this research program. That I'm following very personally. So the idea is really to be here first to to fully support your work, to listen, of course, to experiences, and to share with you maybe 3 very simple thoughts, messages I got from this work. If we want, as Erica said, and others, to deploy the message, the promise of SDGs, and in particular that of SDG 10, which is in many ways still orphan, still lagging behind. That was the point clearly made in New York a few weeks ago when we had the stock take of SDG implementation. We need more research, way more research. We need more partnerships, dialogue, and we need more quality investments in the end to come to what AFD is mostly doing. We need more research because we live in uncharted, perilous, unsettling times, territories, geopolitics, geoeconomics, geosociety, this polycrisis we are all seeing, developing, and really we don't know. We don't know. We do not understand really what's happening, and we need to find urgent solutions and action. And I really want to thank the European Commission, Erica, aware, enlightened, supporting research in times of urgency. I mean, it's so important to keep time, to keep resources. For that, despite humanitarian crisis, despite the urgency, or because of humanitarian crisis, because of urgency. So more than 100 papers already published, 32 countries, from Bolivia to South Africa to, I remember all that was already done by this community, and now this second phase more focused on 4 emerging countries whose trajectories, of course, for themselves and for the inspiration of the whole world are absolutely crucial. Mexico, Colombia, South Africa, and Indonesia. And beyond this detailed, precise work, I really want to thank the European Commission for the community that was assembled through this work for years now, and hopefully for more, because it's so important to have researchers and policymakers gathering, keeping the flame, and providing science and results to guide public policies. As part, of course, of an ongoing global discussion about SDGs, about this 2015 revolution that started only 7 years ago in Addis, in New York, in Paris. This challenging, mysterious SDG agenda, which was clearly, strongly reaffirmed during the UN General Assembly in September, and that's very good news, meaning it will stay as our grammar until 2030, and my guess is it will stay until 2050, merging with the carbon neutrality agenda that was born within the COP setting as really our framework guiding all of us. A mystery, of course, because it's very difficult to implement SDGs. We're not there yet, and we have to find ways, and research can help us tremendously on that, to demonstrate progress. Maybe only by twinning SDGs. So I understand this is what the National Planning Commission is doing here in South Africa, exploring the linkages between energy, water, and agriculture, especially. This is what we were pushed to do during COVID with the One Health priority, I mean biodiversity and health. And this is what we are doing here during this conference between SDG 10, SDGs 13, 14 and 15 on the environment, and SDG 8 about decent work and growth. So maybe if the whole agenda is difficult to master and measure, and if it is our end game, let's start by doing precise work on not SDGs in silos, but maybe twins, or 3 of them or 4 of them, to demonstrate we are making progress. We are extremely proud at AFD to contribute, hopefully, to this work. So Thomas Melonio was mentioned, Anda David, of course, key for this conference, thanks to you, Hélène, Slim, Antoine, others, really thanks for the hard work and the collective work, I would say, since early 2000, when we started, I would say, a research team department at AFD, which is so important for our own operations, to have internally this dialogue. Thanks for the innovation. We will sign this afternoon this partnership around the GEMS modeling, macro modeling framework tool, factoring in climate change and the environment beyond the usual modeling we have in ministries, and this is something we are deploying, discussing in Colombia, and that we will also do here in South Africa as a global dialogue. Thanks to sorry, Mark, I missed the visit yesterday, but thanks to DBSA and to this D-Labs experience that we are very interested in. And I invite all of us to pay attention to this model happening in South Africa, and we want to support more research, more partnership. Again, thanks to governments and the presidency here and the PCC and in Colombia, all willing governments that are opening places for dialogue between research and policy making. This is not that usual. We're trying it in France, but I'm not sure we're there yet. And it's so important to have also universities to host as safe harbors for this kind of heated sometime, but so precious discussions, places to measure that the problem of inequalities cuts across all societies and all continents, and that solutions are happening everywhere. So we have our red bonnets, well, not berets, bonnets in France, turning into you remember yellow jackets. Serious, of course, serious, very serious thing that we are trying to answer. And on this, of course, again, the Ministry for Equality in Colombia, the care policy in Mexico, the just transition here in South Africa are sources of inspiration. We urgently have to share, and we have to invest in, again, for the benefit of the countries, but also for common benefit. We need a place to bridge. That was clearly said by you, Minister, the world of development and the world of climate change. It's still too much in silos when the two issues are inextricably linked, of course, and we cannot understand what's happening for our development models or for climate change if we do not find a better way to mix the two dimensions. It's about inventing development at the edge of consequences and taking inequalities into account way more profoundly and precisely than what we are doing. And then we need a place to partner, and I think this community is extremely important in this regard, to resist, I would say, what I'm feeling as the narrowing down of the SDG agenda. Of course, we have this, with COVID, this resurgence of extreme poverty that is so worrying, and that we have to find solutions. But that would be too sad and detrimental if we go back, I would say, to the old narrative of ODA, and if we reduce the issue of inequalities between countries, but as we know it, mostly within countries now, to the only old agenda of development assistance, I would say, and poverty only agenda. Again, with due respect to what was done in the past and what has still to be done for the poorest. Let's say the most vulnerable. And if we say vulnerable, we already include climate change, adaptation, loss and damage to the poverty alleviation agenda, which is a start. AFD wants to be 100% aligned, meaning our journey is we gain strength, momentum, resources through climate. That was really the momentum that was created in France because of COP21 and the Paris Agreement. But of course, investing in climate, well, the social side, the economic side, the inequalities came back strongly. And that's why we're so proud to discuss and partner with the government of South Africa on the just dimension of the transition. If we can help on this, and we know this is something that is not yet fully detailed, prepared in the just energy movement happening in many countries now in the world, and what we can think about, what we can implement here in South Africa will be so important for all of us. So count on us, and I hope we will, this afternoon we will have a small signing with the trade unions, if I'm right, these tips body. So we want to do as much as we can in this direction. And last, sorry, I'm a bit long. Last, to address the SDG agenda, and especially SDG 10, we need more investments. We need more investments, and I want here to plea for and inform you about the role of public development banks. These institutions that were, well, for too long overlooked or considered as anomalies, I would say, between the governments and their budget and well, the markets and the financial sector. Good news, they're still there. You have a few of them here in South Africa. I met with, there are 6 in Colombia, again, to echo between regions. There are 530 public development banks in the world, so it's a very vast and capillary network of public financial institutions. When you add the financial firepower of all of this community, it amounts to $2.5 trillion a year. So it's about 15% of total investments each year, public and private, that are public. So Minister, it's quite easy to ask your public banks to align with Paris and to align with SDGs. And we would have a sum that is already somehow consistent with the figures in the air about financing SDGs. I mean, these 3 trillion we need each year. And do not overlook the capacity then of public banks to finance market infrastructure, to mobilize the private sector, well, to demultiply the financial power and contribute to reorient the financial sector as a whole, as we put it, Article 2(1)(c) of the Paris Agreement back in 2015. A special thank here to Audrey Rochkov, just here. She's our regional director here for Southern Africa, but previously she was the mother of Finance in Common, I would say. So building this initiative movement, called FIX, let's fix it. Again, to gather them all and their stakeholders to try to create this momentum that is much needed. It was 3 years ago, the 12th of November. So we will celebrate by Sunday the 3rd anniversary, which is also your anniversary, Audrey, so happy birthday. And of course, it's only a start. It's only a start. We will turn, so we made 4 summits in Paris, in Rome, in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and then in Cartagena last August. Diego was there with us, and Mark as well. And we will turn to Asia, maybe China, next year in 2024 to continue, grow the initiative. And I really want to highlight one specific coalition within Finance in Common, which is called the Coalition for Social Investment, which is led by the Development Bank of the Council of Europe, called SEB, with ILO, and which, in my view, would be the perfect place for your work, our work, to be discussed with public banks, including what Erika said about the Gini, the PALMA, the shared prosperity, the IHDI. Well, you know better than I. How could this institution help better measure the impact on inequalities of their work? So a very technical work with financial institutions and researchers to do better. So I close here, but do not forget these institutions of first resort, as Mark said recently, last resort, first mile, last mile, between public and private, between short-term and long-term, now more and more between global and local. That can be, I think, a credible and important part of the discussion. Last, and to conclude, just want to say we have 2 years before us that are so important. President Macron, with other leaders, felt the importance of this sequence, and that's why he put last June a summit on the new financing pact. President Ramaphosa was there, President Petro was there, to seize this momentum and try to build this agenda of sustainable finance and financing for SDGs. Next year will be more about elections in Europe, in South Africa, in the US, as we know it. So I hope 2024 will be a year of silent, hard work, so that we can harvest positive multilateral results by 2025. And I really want to stress the importance of 2025, because, well, this country, after BRICS, because of JET, you will have the talisman of international governance, the G20 presidency in 2025, with certainly a close cooperation with Brazil after G20 and COP30. And 2025 will be the anniversary again of 2015, meaning Addis, New York, Paris, plus 10. I'm sure the conclusions of this conference will feed in this work. Thank you.
I hated doing that, Rémy, because finance is my favorite topic. But if we are going to get through the packed program that we have for today, we did have to. But thank you very much for your partnership with this endeavor. A round of applause, please, for all our opening addresses from the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, We had a word from the European Commission, of course, just now at the AFD. Thank you for your call for a collective commitment to addressing some of these pressing issues. Round of applause again, please. All right. The next panel is actually the inequality of emissions between and within countries and financing mechanisms. Unfortunately, Busiso Mazomba is not feeling well and could not join us. I was certainly looking forward to that conversation around the urgency around some of these other issues. But the person who is going to take us through that panel discussion, she's the CEO of the Conversation Strategist. Please welcome Nozipho Tshabalala.
Thank you so much, Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's such a, I just heard somebody in the front say, yo, I don't know if it's my voice or what it is that scared him, but it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I come from a sunny Johannesburg, so I'm really hoping that I'm bringing some of the sunshine with me to Cape Town this morning. As Africa has indicated, this first, or let me rather say first panel discussion for today is really going to be focusing on a dual conversation. We want to talk about the inequality of emissions between countries, but we also want to focus our attention on the inequality of emissions within countries. And more importantly, what does this mean for the financing mechanisms that we should be looking at? I think we can all broadly agree that there is a shared understanding that responsibility to cut emissions, to fund the financing needs to come from the highest income countries, but also from the most privileged within those societies, especially in low and middle income countries. So, our key question this morning is what mechanisms and what policies are going to guarantee this transfer of resources? Joining me up in the front now, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Finance from the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit in Colombia, His Excellency Diego Guevara. Let's give His Excellency a round of applause. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Thomas Melonio. Of course, he is Executive Director at AFD. As he comes up, allow me just to also mention that from 2012 to 2017, he was Deputy Advisor and then Advisor to the President of the Republic of France. Thomas, welcome. A big round of applause. Let me also extend a special welcome to the Head of Division for Executive Leadership at the OECD, and that, of course, is Mr. Rahul Malhotra. Let's give Rahul a round of applause. And we're going to round it up with Dr. Muhammed, who is from the DBSA, or the Development Bank of Southern Africa. He's a specialist in climate and the finance unit. Let's give him a round of applause. Before I take my seat, allow me to highlight that we did try to have a gender-balanced panel. And unfortunately, Catherine had a personal emergency, so I'm going to hold the fort for us, ladies. And allow me to also say that we'd love to take your questions and your comments. So we're not going to subject you to watching a conversation. We want to have a conversation with you. So I'm going to lead with some moderated questions, and then I'm going to open up the conversation, and I welcome both questions and I welcome comments as well. So let me take my seat, and let's see what we can do. Can I ask you to grab a microphone? Thank you. It's absolutely. So you want me to break it up? Okay, we can do that. We can break it up. We'll bring some color onto the stage as well. Thank you very much. Let me start with Your Excellency. I think it's quite fitting that we find ourselves in South Africa. There are many similarities between South Africa and Colombia and other middle-income countries. And in particular for Colombia, we know that your economy is quite dependent on revenues from fossil fuels. That's a reality that we might be familiar with. The question to you, Your Excellency, is how is your government reconciling its commitment to a low-carbon future whilst at the same time holding the responsibility of economic and social stability?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all organizers, AFD, the University of Cape Town, and the government of South Africa for this event, for inviting me from so far from Colombia. But as you said before, yeah, basically there are a lot of similarities. It's my first time in this country, but I start to find many similarities in terms of inequality and productive structure. And at the same time, maybe the main challenge for energy transition of Colombia is that the main source of fiscal revenue is coming from oil and coal exports. So basically, when we talk in our country about energy transition, we also need to talk about export transition and a fiscal transition. I think that this is the first important point that I want to remark. Maybe, as I told yesterday, for the case of Colombia, in terms of our local generation of CO2 gases and in terms of emission is not high. Most of our energetic matrix coming from hydraulic energy, not the cases here, it's coming from coal. But for our case, the main problem, and it's something that we were working with AFD, with Antoine, with the Thomas team also, and is which are the macroeconomic vulnerabilities from the low, for the transition to low carbon economy. I think that this is the main point for our countries, probably even for South Africa, if you are net exporters of coal, because most of the fiscal revenues and also from external currency is coming from these sectors. So how we are thinking there in order to transition? I think that probably when we start to think about to transform, or when we are thinking about export transition, we start to think, okay, which new goods and service we can sell to the world instead of just oil and gas. And it's not just one product. Some probably now my president told some years before, okay, now we are going to move to avocado, or we are going to move to tourism. But basically it's not just one good. For the case of our country, we need to think in many goods, even in the minerals for transition, that it's open another debate about sustainability, but they are going to be important for all the electricity and all the different revolution that is coming. So basically we need to create a new export matrix, and at the same time, in the fiscal front, we need to be a bit more flexible. Actually, we play now under a fiscal rule or these ideas of balanced budget, the same that probably you have in the European Union with the Maastricht Treaty. For sure, you have some specific fiscal rules here. But if we are not able to take out from the fiscal scenario the green investment, it's going to be really hard to achieve the macroeconomic stability scenario and at the same time to allocate resources for green investment. So I think that also the fiscal front, it's important. And at the same time, most of the taxes for the case of my country are coming from the oil and gas exports. So basically we need to rethink these resources. Actually, we have a specific budget for royalties. In Colombia, each 2 years, we define a specific budget of what we're going to do with the royalties coming from oil and gas. But as the global north is not going to demand any more oil and gas in the upcoming 10 years, okay, how we are going to transform all these projects that we're financing now with royalties? And it comes then the idea to how we start to replace basically these royalties. Actually, now in the last tax reform that we did the last year, at the first progressive tax reform, we start to put an additional tax over royalties, trying to think in a way of green tax that it's going to be really, really important. So I think that just to close this first idea of how we're trying to face this, when we talk about energy transition in the global south, it's also important to think in export transition, fiscal transition to achieve a strong sustainability path. I think that it's the main message for this question.
Deputy Minister, I think it's an excellent opening. You've highlighted a couple of things. One of those is that we need to look at export and fiscal transitions as well. And I would imagine this becomes a very important conversation in South Africa's context as well. You speak about macroeconomic vulnerabilities that need to come to the surface, but also tax reform. And this is certainly going to be a part of the conversation as we think about how do we reduce these inequalities within countries as well. But still maybe staying firmly as we think about these inequalities between countries. Toma, let me come to you. And I want to ask you a twofold question. The first part of it is, what would be the main principles that we need to keep in mind if we are going to design for effective compensation mechanisms for loss and damages? But as you respond to that, what are some of the anticipated challenges that we know would need to be considered as we think about, these different mechanisms to reduce these inequalities between countries?
Thank you so much, Nozipho. So first, I'd like very much yesterday's night panel, which was quite heated. So I'd like to maybe launch a few debates there. In your introduction, Nozipho, you reminded us that because we have a climate justice problem on top of the climate problem, then we need, let's say, easily for the rich to pay. And we come from the world of official development assistance, but it's the same for climate finance. My
apologies, Toma. I can see so many people straining their necks. So if we can move back, Deputy Minister, if I can ask you to move back. I'm trying to save the gentleman there who's almost falling out of his seat.
So
Please go for it.
So we basically, international public finance has been organized on the principle of developed countries on the one hand and developing countries on the other hand. So I have a graph in a recent paper. I'm not sure you can see it, but this is the world in 1970. So when you looked at revenues in the world, you had really a set of countries with low revenues and a group of countries with high revenues. So in terms of mental map, it was quite easy. There were poor countries, rich countries, and everything that was sort of a global policy was sort of easily financed. You just went to see Rahul at the OECD. The OECD was the group of rich countries, and all international finance was based on international transfers between these two groups. But now it's a different world. If you manage to see this curve, now we have a global middle class with, in particular, emerging countries and upper middle income countries who have taken a much bigger space in the world, which is a good thing per se, because it means poverty has been reduced. But you cannot really describe the world as a group of two countries. So we are very used to speak in terms of global north, global south, but if you look at the distribution of revenues in the world right now, it's not like that. They are not two groups of countries. It's sort of a continuous world with rich countries, somewhat rich countries, somewhat relatively poor countries, and hence it's a bit more difficult to structure climate finance now. You look at previous climate finance commitments, they are based mostly on list of countries from the early 90s. So and they quite differ from not only today's emissions, but also historic emissions. So on the way to 2025, so that is when we'll have new commitments on climate finance. Probably it's going to start at COP28, but I think it was Crispin who said yesterday, COP28 is going to be hell, maybe, maybe so. And that's in particular because maybe we are not entirely reasoning on the right categories. And the second point, mostly on taking, so that's on the responsibility part, on who gets to benefit from loss and damage or fight against vulnerability. Certainly some countries, I'm thinking in particular small island states, for example, were relatively poorly treated in the previous framework, so this is something that we should take into account. But also at the national level, sometimes vulnerabilities can be macro. I'm not going to expand because Diego has said it all. But even in countries like South Africa, and it's the same in France, there might be some vulnerable municipalities and others that are not.
Right.
Typically, one issue we have in France is reduction of the rainfall pattern in the southern part of France. It's not the case in the northern part of France. And we were involved together with SARB and SANBI here in South Africa in a work to try to analyze where vulnerabilities might be in the country. And it's not everywhere in South Africa. It's going to be more intense in some provinces, probably in some sectors, mining, agriculture will be more. We're dependent on water, for example, and the shortage of surface or underground water will be a particular challenge for certain sectors and certain populations and certain provinces. So hence this debate and the eruption of climate in our world forces us to do more work to design exactly where is wealth now, who's emitting CO2, but also where are the new vulnerabilities. And it's not only like poor and rich. Of course, it's still part of the discussion because you cannot tax those who don't have money. So of course, it's still there. But I'm expecting that climate finance or the fight against vulnerability is going to be a bit more complex, and hence the discussion and the relationship between international negotiation and also national internal inequality tension. So this is really what we're talking about. I stopped there.
So I'm going to jump to Rahul because you've given us the impression, Thomas, that we can't just go knocking on Rahul's door because the world is not as simple anymore. You talk about a world where the clean definition of those with high revenue versus those with low revenue doesn't exist anymore. We've got new classes within countries. You talk about vulnerabilities that are probably going to be uneven and different, and both macro and micro at the same time. But you say that the invitation is a realization that we've got to do more complex work than we've done before. So Rahul, with that backdrop and that context that Thomas has painted for us in terms of what the world looks like right now, what is the OECD's assessment of how we're actually going to finance these ecological transitions, especially in low and middle income countries? And I'd love for you to, Rahul, also comment on whether aid is still enough or whether there are other options of financing mechanisms that we need to be more intentionally paying attention to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And like Thomas, I sort of arrived yesterday afternoon and walked into the final session, which I found to be sort of honest, thought-provoking and entertaining in equal measure. But it really also made me just rip up everything that people at home wanted me to say and to start again. So allow me to reflect a little bit on your question in relation to the discussion yesterday and what Thomas has just said. I think, first of all, I completely agree with Thomas that we've got to break down this sort of dichotomy of north and south and rich and poor. However, having said that, and I work at the OECD, I think that the concept of common but differentiated responsibility is still pertinent, and responsibility being the operative word. So I do think we should not shy away from that and continue to keep that principle at the heart of our sort of cooperation and engagement. Part of that is obviously the 100 billion. We need to step into and step up on that commitment and not just renew the commitment, but also to increase it going forward. I would also say on the responsibility part that something we don't talk enough about is what we say in the vernacular in the OECD, policy coherence. So, and this is not just about looking at policy coherence for meeting the SDGs domestically in OECD countries, but OECD countries have committed to look at, to analyze, and to act upon the spillovers of domestic policy in OECD countries in relation to lower and middle income countries. And in the context of emissions, that's a conversation we really need to be having, and we need to step up and step into that as well. But on the question about is aid enough, I think there's two points there. One is there enough aid? And the response is clearly no, because the world is burning. We heard yesterday, everything is a mess. The complexity, the needs are urgent. But the bigger, more important question is, will it ever be enough? And the response is also equally no, and nor should it be enough. So I go back to Mark Swilling's point yesterday about the lack of a sort of systems view on financing. I think that's absolutely spot on. And where we need to think about as external actors, whether public or private or both, I think we need to be thinking of ourselves within that ecosystem. And there are some countries in which ODA will be more important, some countries in which it will be less. But the point is, any external support needs to be viewed in that context of an overall ecosystem. And it also needs to align and not distort and impose. Then the final point is about, again, as part of that systems view, ODA, as scarce as it is, it's still concessional and it's important to many, many countries, and it needs to work better and harder in relation to a few things. One is, Erica mentioned domestic resource mobilization. So we know the multiplier effects of raising domestic revenues. You would not believe that only, I think it's 0.25% of the 200 billion ODA today is going on domestic resource mobilization. So that's not enough. We need to do more on supporting tax systems in lower middle income countries, and also in the progressive sort of utilization of taxes in those countries. I think on the, also on private finance, clearly we need more. We spoke about the public development banks. I think that's a really important point. I think we also just, if you look at the private finance mobilized by ODA today, only a third of it is targeting climate. So we don't just need more private finance, we need much better targeted private finance, and most of that, frankly, is going to middle income countries. Not enough is going to least developed countries. So we need to think about our instruments being much more fit for purpose and more targeted in how we mobilize and utilize private finance. We need to talk about scale. We need to talk about our business model as external actors, much more innovation, much more focus on emerging and appropriate technologies, and much less fragmentation and projectization in everything we do. And we need to think scale. That is the call, the clarion call of today. And then finally, at a sort of global level, I think we mentioned yesterday MDB reform. We need to look at the global architecture. We need an honest conversation about how you govern and finance global public goods beyond ODA. And this is not just about OECD members. There's a global responsibility of all countries to be part of that conversation. And the voice of lower and middle income countries needs to be elevated and central in that reform conversation. And then very finally, is to sort of bring things back to basic a little bit, and to keep the baby firmly in the bathwater when we talk about the effectiveness of external support in any context. It's the same for climate and just transitions as it is for development, as we used to describe it. And the point is, we have principles around mutual accountability, around ownership, around transparency, around being results driven, around partnership. We've got to really walk the talk on those commitments, because we know what it is to be effective. And in the context of just transitions and climate support, we need to align behind the NDCs and the national adaptation plans. We need to find the platforms at country level, each country being different, around where we can coordinate, and whether that's integrated national financing frameworks or any other sort of country-led platform. We need to coordinate and fragment much less. And ideally, in everything we do, we are locally led, and we are the ownership is there.
So Rahul, I think you've packed a lot into that response, and I think really feeding into this conversation. I maybe just want to pull a couple of threads as I bring them to you, Muhammed. We need finance instruments that are fit for purpose. We need public development banks to step up into the light. We need a systemic approach to financing, so systems financing. All of these things, I'm quite certain, speak to the approach of the DBSA. And so maybe the question to you is, as the country tackles both inequality and climate change, how does the DBSA position itself to be a part of the solution, and how does it enable South Africa to meet that dual mandate?
Thank you so much. Firstly, apologies for not being Catherine. So, But I think, firstly, obviously from a policy perspective, we would obviously encourage policies to incorporate just transition elements. I think that's obviously, the first prize. And as a DFI, we want to obviously embed just elements in the way we invest in infrastructure. And obviously, I think Rahul mentioned systems approach, whether it's an integrated approach to infrastructure investments, but obviously ensuring that we support infrastructure investments in a sustainable manner. Obviously, that also ensures it's done in terms of promoting social responsibility at the same time. But I think one element, and I think it might have been discussed yesterday, I didn't obviously participate in day one, how do we bring nature finance into the picture as well? And that's part of this whole holistic approach to sustainable infrastructure. Yes, you've got hard infrastructure, but how does ecological infrastructure complement your hard infrastructure? And we know the communities are dependent on nature, and it's important to see how we bring biodiversity, into our investment decision-making process. And I think that's been something, as DBSA, we've been particularly focused on over the last couple of years. So we also want to ensure that policy drives promotion of natural capital in countries and does not deplete that very important resource to ensure, obviously, communities are not adversely impacted. I think, linked to this whole systems approach, obviously, and I think Rahul mentioned policy coherence, in terms of, at multiple country level. But I think within countries, you want to ensure that, these just transition elements, cuts across multiple sectors, different departments. So we need a coordinated approach amongst different ministries when it comes to, finding a balance between development imperatives and climate imperatives. And I think Rémy, in the last opening speech, talked about this debate around development versus climate. And to be honest, I'll be quite honest here, when we often engage with UNFCCC finance mechanisms, when we want to access climate finance, often the question is it a development issue you're trying to address, or is it a climate issue? And as Rémy pointed out, it's very difficult to de-link the two. And to a point where it actually becomes, a robust, I want to use debate, but it becomes an argument, with these global finance mechanisms to say, look, as a DFI, we need to obviously co-fund some of these projects, and our mandate is development, but we want to support development, being cognizant of the impacts of climate change, in our case, on infrastructure. So I think, the mindset has changed, amongst these global funders. And as DBSA, we've tried to respond to that and obviously push for a change in the way finance is provided to developing countries when it comes to how we incorporate development and obviously climate imperatives. I think lastly, funding climate, obviously can have the opposite effect, on communities. So you obviously want to ensure you reduce the risk of maladaptation in some cases when you're looking at climate resilience interventions. So I think, we try our best to design programs across large infrastructure projects where we want to anchor just elements in these large infrastructure initiatives. And when we bring in climate resources or climate finance, do it in a way where we are able to also ensure, social benefits. And that's obviously considered co-benefits from a climate funding perspective, because the main objective is obviously the climate impacts. But we do obviously emphasize, the strong co-benefits in that regard. And then, of course, when you access climate, gender mainstreaming is quite key. Having very robust environmental social management plan is actually a important requirement. And, you often find that sometimes it becomes a tick box, where, developers say, okay, we have a gender action plan in place, that's it. I think it's important to scrutinize these plans and make sure it's implementable. So I think those are the type of initiatives we are looking at through, obviously, the mobilization of climate finance in some of our programs.
Muhammed, one of the things I love about this conversation is that I'm told yesterday was a focus on the academics, and today is the focus on what's happening on the ground in practice. So I'm gonna push you a little bit, because you speak about looking at financing instruments and programs that are designed for climate change, but at the same time anchored in just elements. You talk about the plans that need to be interrogated. My follow-up question to you is, can you share with us some concrete examples of this coming out of the DBSA that are really taking root and have the opportunity to be scaled in the South African context? And I don't want to miss the opportunity to also push more on the point of the lack of coordination between departments, because we've been talking about this in South Africa across administrations. What needs to change fundamentally for us to begin to see that coordination, which then becomes the basis for coherence?
Absolutely, and I think our former board chair, Mark, will obviously can share some nice examples perhaps in the session a bit later this afternoon, especially around the topic on the just transition. But I think before I mention maybe one or two examples, I think the important thing to note, especially when it comes to, as I mentioned before, the mobilization of climate finance and mainstreaming climate in our normal course of business. When we invest in infrastructure, you shouldn't just be reliant on concessional finance from these global sources. You need to embed climate risk in how you evaluate projects, and I think that's a journey that we are currently looking at. But in terms of projects that or programs that we've currently, developed over the last couple of years. I joined back in 2015, just when we started our accreditation with the Green Climate Fund. Our approach there was very much looking at a programmatic approach to developing large infrastructure programs covering renewable energy sector, clean transport, on the adaptation side, the water sector. So we have a water reuse program where you're looking at water scarce areas of South Africa, where obviously communities are especially vulnerable to droughts. And how do we respond as a DFI, to develop, specific climate resilience interventions in order to address that issue? So there, as I mentioned before, it does require, a lot of thought around what are firstly, the impacts you envisage, and how can that support be provided in a manner where you ensure it's done in equitable approach. Have you had adequate engagements with local communities where these projects are being based? Another example is, of course, in the renewable energy sector.
Right.
I think there was mention of the RE program, but more recently we've developed a embedded generation investment program where we've mobilized climate finance, and part of the funding from that climate mechanism is to support local community trusts in terms of promoting ownership of these projects where these large wind power or solar projects are being based. So I think that's another key example. I think on the nature side, I think a couple of years ago, through the Infrastructure Investment Program of South Africa, which is funded by the EU, IPSA, DBSA was involved in a initiative in KZN looking at the protection of catchments and empowering youth in those communities to be what we term enviro champions. So educating the community around awareness around the importance of biodiversity to water security, awareness around pollution, etc. And I think that program has been quite successful in the sense that eThekwini was able to use that model and replicate it and scale it up in that particular province, but also countrywide. We are looking at how can we look at a programmatic approach to managing catchments. So I think that's just one example of how we've tried to ensure we can replicate these models across the board.
Yeah, and I think it's more than one example. It's three fantastic examples. And the reason I was pushing is for us to really begin to think about how we're going to leverage the policy instruments available to scale where we are seeing some progress. And so I want to come back to Your Excellency, because in the first response, you gave us sort of the macro picture in terms of what's happening in Colombia. I want to shift gears with you and go within Colombia now and really look at what are we doing within the country. One of the things that we know about inequality is that it really polarizes societies, and it makes action around shared challenges so much harder than it really needs to be. How are you taking on the dual challenge of reducing emissions and inequalities in Colombia, given what I've just highlighted about the polarizing effect of inequality and how it drains action and takes away energy?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, actually, from Latin America, Colombia is one of the countries with the highest inequality, with probably the higher after Haiti, with a Gini after taxes of 0.52. So basically, it's a huge challenge. And now the challenge is harder because now we also need to think the energy transition. I think that this is the point. And actually, just before to go to Colombia, I like in this point the idea of Sebastián Valdecantos from Aalborg University. He talks about the green trilemma. And in the green trilemma, you have the social challenges that are connected with inequality, but at the same time, you have the environmental challenges and the external challenge with the oil and gas export that we have before. So usually, sometimes you say, okay, I want to keep working against inequality. How am I going to take resources from that? Okay, for now, we have taken some resources from oil and gas exports, and actually, it helps to reduce the poverty. It has give a lot of a lot of impulse for the cash transfer programs in the country the last 20 years, mostly in Latin America. After the commodity boom, we use all this money for cash transfer. So it helps to reduce poverty, not so much inequality, unfortunately. So just to tackle the point, the first thing that we did when we arrived to the government, we did a tax reform, trying to tax the high income sectors of the society. I think that was and it was not easy because it requires a debate in the parliament. Sometimes when you are coming from academia or from think tanks like many of us here, and then when you need to go to the parliament to start to negotiate a tax reform that is going to affect the interests of the power classes of the country, there is a first problem. Basically, we did a huge fight to try to tax rich people after a certain level of income. Was not easy, but we did something. Basically, now after the tax reform, we are expecting the Gini for the first time in the country will be below 0.5. It's going to be 0.48. We are expecting that at the end of the government. Actually, it's fun when I go to the parliament and all the senators say, "What I did, man, you forced me to. Now I have to pay a lot of money." I say, "Yes, you have to pay a lot of money. It's just 3 of your Louis Vuitton bags or something like this. It's not a big deal." And it's what actually in the Colombian parliament is what I have seen a lot of inequality in the politician elites, in certain social classes, and it's important to tackle these points. But at the same time, of course, we need resources for reduce the gas emission. Maybe we're going to discuss that in the next question. But from the government, also from the finance minister, what we are trying to do is to allocate the budget for specific sectors that we know that are important to reduce inequality. The first time income for in Colombia in the last 20 years, most of the budget was directed to the defense and military and army because of the conflict and narco traffic and drugs. But right now in this government is the first time that some specific resources for education and for environmental are higher than defense. So we are highly committed in terms of budget allocation. We allocate money for the Amazon jungle protection. That is a public common good that we're going to talk about that later. So we're trying to tackle both points, but it's not easy. Sometimes I thought, and I just close with this idea of the green trilemma. When you want to tackle social problems as inequality, but most of the resources are coming for exportation from oil and gas, then you have this kind of dilemma, actually a trilemma when you have all the macroeconomic vulnerability. So try to find this equilibrium is the challenge for any government like us.
I think it's so well articulated. It is a dilemma that requires a both-and approach from what I'm hearing, but also it sounds like fiscal policy is one of the instruments at our disposal. But I want to maybe jump to you, Thomas, because I do want us to speak about those who do earn or own 3 Louis Vuitton bags, as His Excellency has pointed out. Because the reality is that we have the reality of a debt burden, right? Which is a big reality for many of those countries that are faced with the urgency to transition to low carbon economies. We've heard the option of reforming our tax regimes and tax systems more than once now this morning. My question to you is, what is the significance of being able to redistribute wealth through the reform of tax systems in bringing about an outcome that both addresses inequality within countries, but also addresses the question of reducing emissions within countries? How do we deal with the 3 Louis Vuitton bag owners from here?
So it depends whether we talk about global Louis Vuitton bags or national ones. But let's start. Let's start with the global bags. If you
Thomas, I must say that my biggest achievement is to get a panel of men talking about bags.
And thanks for advertising, French brands, by the way. But so I'm doing the export guy there. Now, maybe just to rebound on what Rahul said earlier on common and differentiated responsibility. I think it's still true, and we'll have to go beyond the 100 billion. Which were the objectives between 2020 and 2025. So probably they might be reached on average over this period, but they were not reached in 2020. Now they must have been reached probably last year. We don't have the figure yet, but I think it's coming in. But it's not like the transition worldwide is going to be paid for with 100 billion. That's one point I want to make it clear. EFD is providing 6 billion of climate finance out of the global 100, probably 100. So we're doing a fair share, or we think it's fair, but maybe it's not. But at least it's a big share of the 100 billion relative to the size of France. But probably it will have to be more. And in particular, it's relative to what Diego said. In the current interest rate situation, some currencies are pretty expensive. And one way we can provide what is often described as hard currencies is by doing more leverage through development banks. Could be AFD, could be DBSA, could be others. But typically, because developing countries, at least some of them have a very strong external constraint, they need for more access to international capital markets at moderate rates, not at very high interest rates. So some of the ways we're working on this, Rioux alluded to the summit in June, is typically by extending the benefits of the creation of special drawing rights, which normally are allocated only based on IMF quotas. It's a complex system, but the result of that is when there's a 650 billion US dollars equivalent of SDR creation, only 33 go to Africa. And many of that go to the US, China, Europe, that actually don't need the IMF to create currency because we can do it by ourselves. So one way to actually expand access to hard currencies at low rates is by rechanneling SDRs, not only through the IMF, but also through the financial system. So that could include the IMF, of course, but also the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank just recently have set up a scheme to actually recycle SDR and be able to finance transition at lower rates. So that's one way. Another way is, of course, to expand the activities of DFIs, whether they're international or national, because on top of tax, usually you finance investment. You can finance investment through taxes, but there's no particular reason why typically here in South Africa you should finance a new solar plant through taxes. It's going to bring in revenue, so you can leverage on typically the balance sheet of a bank. So it's going to cost the government a bit of capital, but much less than if it were to finance by pure taxes. So when we think about investment finance, of course, there's a need to invest to increase taxes to be able to finance public service, but also to expand the balance sheet of development banks. Maybe also, Nozipho, you made a reference to debt. In the current situation, we're trying at it's not me, but colleagues at Treasury, to diversify or to modernize the way the Paris Club is working. In the 90s or early 2000s, it was basically the Paris Club historic members that had to deal with a debt situation. Now we have important actors, in particular China, which is the most important bilateral funder, which is taking a bigger role at the Paris Club. So most recently, for example, China is co-chairing the creditors group, on Ethiopia and Zambia as well, and Ghana, because they are important creditors in this country. And if we need to restructure debt in certain countries because they have over-relied on international currencies, for example, then we need to include China. And my personal position is that we need to make space for new actors, because if we don't, debt is going to snowball because of interest rates. And similar to what we observed in the 90s, it can be a lost decade for certain countries. I'm not sure exactly in a situation that's as bad as in the early 90s or mid-90s. It's better now, but still there are many countries in high level of debt, which is becoming a bigger problem with interest rates. Because well, interest rates are low, you can be indebted and it's not that much of a problem. But when interest rates get high and higher than growth, then debt is going to snowball, and that's going to be a bigger issue. So this is why we're trying to improve and expand the way the Paris Club is working. It's a challenge, but which colleagues at Treasury are proudly taking over their shoulders. And we have seen, typically in the case of Zambia, that an agreement has been found between historic members of the Paris Club, but also China, and including the multilaterals, not that they get a haircut, but providing more a grant element further on. So it's a complex environment with more actors, including private actors, which will be de facto concerned by private debt, by debt treatment due to comparability of treatment. So they will have to also to get their haircut in the process. But of course, it's part of the debate that now some countries are in a level of debt that's too high, and the governance of debt restructuring is being reformed, but it's a slow process, and we have to recognize that.
So I'm going to come to Rahul for one last question, then I'm going to open up the conversation so I can get your questions in, to get your comments in. But I think, Thomas, just to create the link, is what I'm hearing is it's DMR plus. And we're going back to this idea of system financing. So it's DMR plus rechanneling SDRs. It's about leveraging development banks. It is about making space for new actors in the context of restructuring debt. And so maybe, Rahul, as I come to you, let me preface this question by saying, for a long time, the focus on climate policy has really been about the difference between developed and developing countries, so that nice dichotomy that we started off with, and in particular, their historical and current responsibility for emissions. In your view, why is it important that we really consider with intentionality inequality of emissions within countries? But I suppose the more important part of the question is, what implication does that have on how climate policy takes shape in the national context, the fact that we're looking at both between and within?
Oh, good question. Let me come at it from briefly at a sort of policy level, then a global level, then a national level. I think that's the best way around. So first of all, I think yesterday afternoon, again in the wonderful discussion yesterday afternoon, we heard a sort of a sense of relief and / excitement that just transition had entered the mainstream of the sort of discourse. And I think I see that in relation to sort of narrowly to development cooperation, all our members at the OECD, the same applies, that just transition has entered the lexicon in relation to OECD member support to lower middle income countries. However, I think there's a risk of rhetoric, of a lot of that staying at the level of rhetoric. And one element of that is that conceptually, and that's why this conference is really important, and I'm not an academic and we need academic support on this, but there is a conceptual confusion going on here around transition. And we talk about green transitions, just transitions, demographic transitions, social transitions, digital transitions. I do, in the untrained mind of mine, I still think we're talking sometimes at cross purposes. Are we talking about one transition, a multi-pronged transition, or multiple transitions? And I think that conceptual confusion exists across our members in terms of how and where they can support. And just a plug, we have a side event tomorrow that focuses on this question, so do come. But linked to that is also, and I think this is really, there is a rhetorical risk here as well. We all say good climate policy is good development policy, good development policy is good climate policy. Yes, but the title of this conference is Strategic Dilemmas. And there are, let's be honest, there are trade-offs, there are strategic dilemmas, and we need to think through them, and we need external actors to think through them. But, you know, I think just, for example, the sort of cushioning element for the poorest and most vulnerable groups, we need to think about, and we need to, from a development cooperation perspective, we need to be much more deliberate about identifying the sectors and the types of support that speak to the nexus between climate and inequality, and we don't have enough evidence and research around that yet to inform policy. At the global level, again, I'll come back to the need for a fit-for-purpose architecture. And by the way, I meant to say also, there are a lot of vertical funds out there that are holding on to a lot of money that is just not being released quickly enough, efficiently enough, or to the right places. So we need to sort that out. The multilateral system needs to really fix that problem. And the OECD is, you know, needs to play its part and is developing mechanisms that are not just for its members, but more inclusive. But the basic point being, there's a sort of frameworks and standards that are being developed around just transitions. They need to be at the right tables, and the right people need to be at those tables. They need to be much more inclusive, and the voices of lower middle income countries, like I said before, needs to be there. But we have hard and soft law institutions and tools and mechanisms that we need to deploy more purposefully in relation to just transition. And then finally, at the national level, I go back to the baby and the bathwater: context, 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 no one size fits all. But I would also just encourage everyone not just to talk and think about finance. There is a quality element here. For example, in ODA, a third of climate finance is around technical assistance and capacity building. There is a huge function there in terms of knowledge transfer and building capacities. There is research, there is policy support around regulatory frameworks, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I think we need to be more purposeful in relation to unpacking the just transition and thinking about what type of support adds most value and where the comparative advantage of different actors in this ecosystem really are. Three things in particular just around the poorest and most vulnerable. So adaptation. The members of the OECD have committed to step up financing on adaptation. It's not going fast enough, it needs to. Is not just about mitigation and putting large-scaled resources into mitigation mechanisms, but actually adaptation, going local. We need a lot more support there and targeting those with least voice and agency and are most vulnerable. We've heard this morning about smallholder farmers, about SMEs, about particular disadvantages of women, indigenous people we don't talk about. I think we need to think about adaptation for the poorest and most vulnerable. Second point is biodiversity. I completely agree. So our members, again, at the level of rhetoric, there is a lot of discussion about nature, everything being nature positive. We need to unpack that. That needs to be mainstreamed. That needs to be, and then needs to be dedicated bespoke support on nature positive external support and development cooperation, but really getting the policy and programming choices right in relation to nature positive. And then finally, social protection. So we see peaks in support to social protection as a sort of counter-cyclical measure during times of crises. We saw it in 2008, 2009. We saw it in COVID. But the point is, social protection is not necessarily, should not be seen as a counter-cyclical measure. You need to build social protection systems to buttress and to cushion some of the issues that we're talking about here. So that we need to see a lot more support from the ODA bucket, I would say, and grants in particular to really support social protection systems. And let me just end then by saying, again, from a sort of external perspective and view, and in terms of really supporting national actors in their just transition, a few sort of basic elements need to be in place. Multi-stakeholder sort of partnerships, I think recognizing the strengths and limitations of different actors, but also thinking about the social contract in any one country, and external actors should not be disrupting that social contract, but seeking to support and elevate it. I go back to the point about aligning and not distorting. I go back to the point about walking the talk on commitments already made. And then finally, I would sort of just in the theme of this conference, I'd really urge the continued use of evidence, research, evaluation, etc., to inform policy making. Not enough of it does, and that's why this forum is incredibly important. Thank you.
Rahul, thank you very much. I think it's a beautiful transition and a bridge to our audience. One of the things that I want us to make sure that we don't miss is the red flag that you've put up for us, conceptual confusion. Is this one transition? Is it more than one transition? Is it a multi-pronged transition? Because that does have a bearing on how we then deal and engage with it. But so much that you've said there. So I'm keen to hear your comments. I hope I have a roving mic for the auditorium. No, we don't. But I think someone will run around. Thank you very much. I already see a hand there. I see a hand there. I'm making my way this side of the room. Any hands for questions and comments? So let's start off with the two questions we have. As you ask your question, you can come and steal one of the microphones here, please, sir. Thank you so much. Might I please ask you to quickly just introduce yourself so we know where the question is coming from, and then pose your question. I will try and take a round of questions, and then let's see how we do with time. So, Madam, you've got the microphone, so let's start off with you, and then Sir will come to you next. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Persha Renkamp. I'm a researcher at the University of Cape Town. I appreciate all the presentations and all the wonderful work that you're doing. However, I really think it's time to choose sides, and I would like to hear your views on how to do that. I don't think we can continue financing renewables and say it's all fine while we're financing gas and oil in Africa. We see nothing. The extractive industries have not produced the livelihood benefits anywhere in Africa as we've seen it. And a lot of the international financial institutions are sadly still in that same compound of doing both. So the question is, how can you stop this dual agenda? Because we need to head to one direction. The same goes for the national governments. So if we talk international finance, and I appreciate the president is still here. I'm sad our vice chancellor has left. But we try to do the good things, and I really appreciate you all here, and I think you are the goodies because you're here. But we can't say we need more climate finance and then just pour out all our public funds while squeezing and taxing the middle classes into corruption and just be okay with that. So the law is there. Thankfully, the law needs to be in place, and you are in the position to actually put rules into climate finance. And we know a lot of the research. We know what international transparency does, how to stop corruption and condition it to good governance. The evidence is there. We've worked on this. So how can we make sure that once you put out your carrots, they'll be eaten by the good bunnies and not just stick them into, with all my respect to the climate consultants in the world, but we see that a lot of the development agencies now catch all the climate finance. It goes into consultants, it doesn't go to the people who need it. And a lot of the climate finance is structured in a way that it goes to consultants. It doesn't go to the government capacity, it doesn't go to the students who will be the bright people of tomorrow. So it's really up to you guys, and I'm really grateful that I can finally say this, to please put the money where it goes into where it's been intended. It's public money. We all have a responsibility to manage it in a way that it's to the purpose, and where it's co-funded with the private sector, I think there are a lot of mechanisms that we know for corporate social responsibility, how to make private investments go where they bear the benefits so that we can actually reduce inequalities and poverty as we need it. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Can you just repeat your name? I missed it.
Britta Renkamp.
Thank you so much. If we can get the microphone to the gentleman on that end of the room, please, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Mark Swilling from Stellenbosch University. Just 2 points, I think. The one is if Colombia could talk to us a little bit more about your debt for climate swap strategy, and whether you're still pursuing that strategy and why you think it has potential. I certainly think that they do have potential, but there's lots of dangers in the way they are being implemented, which are not really debt for climate swaps, they're just refinancing of debt, using climate as or nature as an excuse. So I'd just like to get your view on that. And the second is, I think that it's really important that SDRs have been mentioned, but it's not just a redirection. I mean, it's completely unjust that the SDRs are in favor of the developed countries, but there could be a commitment to annual releasing of special drawing rights with a focus on developing countries. There are 113 countries that pay more on debt than they do on health and welfare and education. So we are already in a debt crisis. I don't agree with the statement that we're moving into one. We are already in a massive debt crisis. It's just going to get a lot worse. And you can't expect African countries to finance a climate transition of debt levels of between 5 and 15%, cost of capital at between 5 and 15%, when in the developed world it's between 1 and 2%. In other words, you're asking African countries to go into increasing debt for the sake of climate mitigation that benefits everybody. That has to be fundamentally unjust.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Do I have another question? I've got another 2 hands here. I'm going to notate as best I can so that we can share some of these questions. So, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you very much to the panel. My name is Zach, and I think it's a nice segue from the question to the right. To preface this, I realize we're in a time of political turmoil, but if what is politically possible is the extent of our ambition, we are doomed. And so I want to say, repeating my question yesterday, that the wealthiest 1% are responsible for 2 times as many emissions as the bottom half of humanity. Current climate mitigation policies across the world correlate only weakly with sectors driving the world's biggest fortunes, and this will have little impact on the behavior of the super rich who can continue polluting. And finally, Oxfam have calculated that a 5% wealth tax on the top 1% could raise $2 trillion. That's the equivalent of the entire GDP of sub-Saharan Africa. Why are we not focusing more on the super rich in our climate fight? Thank you.
Zach, thank you very much. I think I saw another hand. If you can pass the microphone just behind you.
Thanks so much. I'm Katrina Lehman-Gruber from Wits University. This is to Mr. Guevara. Very interested to hear the experiences in Colombia and your thoughts on kind of the necessary fiscal framework to address climate change. I think in South Africa, we're kind of steaming ahead with an incredibly disastrous austerity framework that, in my opinion, is incompatible with either kind of just outcomes or the kind of outcomes necessary to address climate change. I think this links kind of with the conversation around debt. So I would just be interested to hear kind of some lessons that you think South Africa can learn, both on kind of necessary government fiscal frameworks, but also the tax reforms you proposed. I think wealth taxes in this country have been proposed before, kind of in other contexts, but given what Zach just said, also as a form of climate reparations. And so, yeah, some of the difficulties you saw in that, but how you managed to kind of get that through eventually. I think we could learn a lot from that. Thank you.
Katrina, thank you. So I'm going to wrap it unless there's a dying hand here. Nothing on the side of the room. I do appreciate it. I think we've got a really strong set of questions, and I'd love for us to try and find our way around those questions. And maybe I'm going to start off with you, Your Excellency, simply because I think there's quite a number of questions for you. Maybe to start off with Katrina's question. What lessons do you think South Africa could learn from Colombia with regards to fiscal policy and tax reforms when it comes to doing both the work of advancing climate change and reducing inequalities?
Okay, thank you very much, Katrina, for the question. Yeah, basically, our macroeconomic framework is under austerity, as probably like here in the standard macroeconomics framework. I think that this is the first limitation when we try to implement something. And now I can connect with the Mark question also this, because at some point, and even with all the question here, because under the austerity and under the current macrofinancial rules, it's not easy to act. This, for example, just when what was her name? Britain, Africa. Yes. Yeah. When you say, okay, you choose a side, and when we arrive to the government, the environmental minister and the energy minister, actually our environmental minister study here with Mark, but actually we start to propose actually in the campaign, in the policy, we say, okay, we are going to stop to explore oil and gas. We're going to continue with exploitation that it's already there, but we're going to stop explore oil and gas. And immediately when they said that in the government, we had an interest rate rise for our bonds, and at the same time, an important depreciation. So basically, okay, we want to choose side, but at the same time, you have the pressure of the financial actors. So this is not easy in the real politics when you say, I want to choose side, and we are coherent, we believe in that. But at the end of the day, as all our fiscal revenues depend from this, that this is not easy. And this is connected with austerity, because at the end of the day, all our creditors, they are really interested to follow a standard macroeconomic policy to keep paying the debt as there is no energy transition. So I think that this is the most important challenge for us under a financialized world. When we try to address all this point, is not easy, and this is the reason why we need to talk, as somebody here in the panel said, we need to put over the table the new financial architecture. We cannot talk about climate justice without have a new approach to debt management. It's impossible. If we don't tackle both topics at the same time, basically we are not doing nothing. And I think that this is important to talk then about concessional finance, because Mark's actually, and I try to respond also at the same time to the question of Mark, our president proposed in many international spaces credit swaps for nature, or climate action for debt. And immediately when I start to go to different meetings in Washington, in Geneva, immediately all the international financial actor appears. Hey, Diego, I'm from Rothschild, I'm for JP Morgan. I want to design a nice financial derivative for your purposes of your president. And it's not what I'm looking for. Basically, Ecuador did a really bad deal with Galapagos that Credit Suisse structured this product. And at the end of the day, financialization is everywhere, but they're still looking for revenue and not for the real outcome. So we start to be really careful when actually we advise to the president to tell him, be careful when you set the debt credit swap for nature, because all the international financial actors are looking for a new business there. So we are trying to move to the discourse of concessional finance. I think that it's more feasible to move in that way, and the realism or the financialized world. I think that this is my point here.
I think you did an excellent job of covering both, all three questions, actually the question on lessons for South Africa, but also making the case for the complexity of just choosing a side and saying that you actually have to do both things at the same time. And then, of course, the underlying business imperatives that often follow on these ideas for these climate swaps. Muhammed, let me bring you back into the conversation. The second part of our first question was, and I'm going to paraphrase this because I absolutely love the language, how do you make sure that the carrots go to the good bunnies? I thought it was a really good way of putting the question. So as we access climate finance, how do we make sure that it's not eroded by poor governance and corruption and basically channeled to consultants?
Absolutely. I think that's a key issue. And we actually had an experience fairly recently where we approached, one of the large global funders around a program for municipalities, targeting municipalities. where we want to blend concessional finance from from these global sources with local finance and also commercial finance. And the target was intermediate cities, your smaller municipalities, and the response was there's governance issues. Sort out your governance issues before you apply for climate finance. That was kind of the blanket response, from one of the advisors. So I think it is obviously an issue that we often face when we as a DFI try to mobilize, finance, and if you have these other issues coming to the fore, it becomes really challenging to argue for climate finance, to be honest. So I think if you simply ignore the request, a lot of the countries will not be able to qualify for climate finance. So I think it has to be done, objectively. And from our perspective, when we apply for climate finance, of course, whether you're applying for feasibility studies, yes, you're going to get consultants involved. But there has to be proper engagement with civil society as well, and I think there's been a big push, not only from within our context as a DFI, but also from the funders, to ensure there's proper stakeholder engagements, having proper stakeholder engagement plans in place. So adequate monitoring as well in terms of how the finance was utilized. So just to ensure there's proper accountability and transparency in terms of the use of those funds. But of course, climate finance can be used for a variety of activities, as I mentioned before, concept design, technical support, that's where consultants come in, and of course, for funding the actual infrastructure on the ground. So I think from our perspective, to get climate finance, having strong monitoring and practices will be quite key. And obviously, adequate stakeholder engagement would be extremely important as well.
I'll steal that from you. Thank you very much, Muhammed. I'm going to jump to Toma and then maybe wrap it up with Rahul. Toma, I'm sure you have a view on a couple of the questions, but one of the questions I'd really like you to touch on was the second part of Mark's question, which he ended off with a statement: we can't expect African countries to finance the transitions for the world. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the SDRs in that context, and any other question that has really provoked you that you'd like to speak to.
So maybe one point regarding Mark's question on the global financial system. It's true that the IMF has been conceived mostly as a lender of last resort and not necessarily so as a global central bank. If you think about the various functions of a global institution. By the creation of SDR, still, well, it's a basket of currency, so you have the US dollars, Chinese renminbi, UK pound, Japanese yen, euros. But it's sort of a way to create currency, because then these reserves are put into the balance sheet of the various central banks. So it's sort of the beginning of a function of the IMF as a central bank, based on other central banks, but still it's sort of beginning of a central banking. But I'm not sure in that case you could expect such a global central bank to do annual SDR allocation, because money creation, at least in my view, has a counter-cyclical role. So money creation would have to be done in that case, mostly during times of crisis. So this is when there's the best chance that the real central banks behind the de facto central bank as the IMF could probably open the way for more extensive money creation, which then ends up as reserves in central banks. So I would agree that we need more regular, probably more expensive creation of SDRs. And the other thing is that there's a confusion between this money creation. The rechanneling can so far only be done through the IMF. But if you, again, as a comparison with a traditional central bank, normally you create credit through banks. Could be DFIs. In that case, there are a number of international banks accredited as prescribed holders, so able to manage SDR. But this possibility has never really been used. But I would really like to see the African Development Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank actually benefiting from rechanneling of SDR, so that we see somewhat the premises of a global central bank through the IMF, even though it's a particular scheme, and then continental banks, for that matter, able to rechannel SDR. So in that case, we wouldn't be in the case where the IMF is just a lender of last resort, but also somewhat of a global central bank in connection, at least to start with continental actors. Maybe one way I'd like to jump, because you also, Mark, you said that we are already in a debt situation. I mean, we have to wonder why we are there. It's also because I hear the criticism against austerity, but you have to make sure at some point that public investment has a return. Social can be financial or social return, but that's higher than the cost of capital. Otherwise, you end up in a debt crisis, which is, by the way, why we need public banks or other banks able to actually know where to allocate funds and to make sure that we have strong social returns on public investment. If the return is too poor because of corruptions, because of poor choices, then we end up in a poor situation. So, of course, and the argument for expanding the possibility to increase deficit or public expenses, of course, is stronger when you can actually demonstrate the return on your investment. Otherwise, of course, in a university, it's always easy to say, let's spend more money. But when you go to a finance ministry, then you have to make sure that you're able over time, and it's not necessarily to manage deficit in the short term, but to have a long-term financial sustainability. And in that case, you have to be able to demonstrate exactly the value in terms of social return, financial return of what we're financing.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Rahul, you get to close us off this morning. If you could, reflect on any of the questions that have really provoked you, but more importantly, I want to come to Zach's question, which also ended off with, why is it so hard for us just to focus on taxing the super rich to sort out all of these problems that we're talking about? Your thoughts?
Great, thanks for giving that one to me. Maybe I should speak in a personal capacity on that one and not for the OECD. But actually, can I just touch on the carrots and good bunnies first? So I think I agree. I think my day job is basically shining a light, holding members to account for the resources they provide in the name of development cooperation and transparency. So all the data, all the statistics, that we need more accountability and transparency across this sort of ecosystem, not just the OECD members, but far beyond. We need stronger checks and balances in everything we do, in our programming, etc. And I think it also speaks to my point about the business model, that we are currently in the OECD DAC sort of riding the wave of a movement around locally led development. And that basically means putting the resources closer to the sort of locus of where they are supposed to be benefiting people. And that's a huge shift, because a lot of the development support has become far too supply driven, far too driven out of capitals from OECD members, and we need to push that back, but based on a very robust political economy analysis of each context in which it's programmed. And then on so yeah, in a personal capacity, I think the super, I mean, we know why, right? For the vested interest, we know why the super rich is not featuring. Well, I don't think I need to tell such intelligent people, but I don't think the corridors of power, wherever they be, are necessarily going to fix that. But I do, and again, this is just a call to action, that when you think about campaigns of the past and social movements and coalitions, some have proven, including on debt, and let's not forget, some have proven to be extremely effective. And I do think we need a coalition, a movement of actors to come together, really in a sort of, in a smart way, and advocate and lobby. And I really see that the sort of huge gulf in wealth across individuals and countries, we're not going to fix necessarily just with the status quo that we have now. And we need something bottom up, we need some coalitions, we need some movements, and we need an intergenerational view on this. I think that's very powerful, as it is proving to be on climate as well. I'm sorry, that's a ridiculous answer, but that's as good as I've got.
So I think, as you can see, Africa is standing up. So our time is up. Africa, I'm going to steal literally 90 seconds, if you will. I never miss the opportunity to put my panelists on the spot one last time before I let them go. So tomorrow, we're putting up a billboard outside the airport in Cape Town. It starts with 2 words. The words are equality demands. You get to finish what the billboard says. It's a billboard, Rahul. It's not an executive summary. It's not a speech. It's not a thesis. It's a billboard. So no more than 10 words. Very quickly, equality demands. And I'm going to start off with Tomago. She's looking away and thinks I'm not going to call on him. So I'll start off with you. Equality demands, Toma?
I think inequality between countries demands global reforms of institutions.
It demands global reforms of institutions. Let's give him a big round of applause. Diego, equality demands?
I think that needs a common block between the countries for a different finance in the world.
A common block between countries for different financing. Lots of clapping in that corner. Thank you very much. Muhammed, equality demands?
I think I'll be a bit biased here as obviously as a national development bank, but I think the principle of obviously differentiated responsibility for a common goal would be quite key in terms of how you can support national.
Finally, Rahul, you get to take us home. Let's give him a round of applause. Go for it, Rahul.
So not to duplicate others, but 2. One is collective action and the other is progressive movements.
That's perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big thank you to my panel.
And a big thank you to Nozipho Tshabalala. Thank you very much for your excellent... All right, it is now midday, so I think we should get the panel and actually proceed with the discussion. Otherwise, we're going to be running very, very late for time. This panel is on inequalities and climate change, the interdependent imperative of the age. And joining me on the panel are Dudu Sibiya, who is the Provincial Climate Change and Just Transition Coordinator at the Mpumalanga Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs. And yes, you can cheer for her. Sadly, we don't have Raina Williams, who is with the South African Institute of International Affairs. She notified us this morning that she would not be able to attend. And I tell you why I raised that point. In the 2 days, certainly that I've attended, and there were 4 days in total of this conference, we haven't heard enough from the youth voice. Because ultimately, and we know this, Africa is heavily biased towards young population. They will be the unintended recipients of whatever consequences of what we're discussing here. And it was important for us to have that conversation in this conference. But unfortunately, the 2 people, in fact, who are meant to be here today that we invited, both coincidentally not able to make it. So we are mindful that that voice is important, and we are mindful that that voice has not been heard. But joining Dudu is Labna Bayani. Labna is the Director of Partnerships for Africa at the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and she's joining us from Kenya. Lovely to have you here. And he was a provocateur yesterday afternoon, and I hope he will be again the Executive Director of the Presidential Climate Commission. Please welcome Dr. Crispian Alva. And the nice thing is that we each get a microphone this time around. So do feel free to interject at whichever point you want when somebody else says something decent. Dudu, I will start with you. Provincial government, sorry, I'm about to open with a controversial statement. But provincial government is that tier of government that I really don't understand the purpose of beyond health and education, because those are the 2 departments actually where the MEC has more of an impact on my life and my family's life than the national minister. And I think you'll agree to that. But it is a sphere of government, and you have a responsibility and a mandate to deliver certainly on the promises of the Constitution. In your experience and working with communities in Mpumalanga, what would you say are the most visible manifestations of the linkages between inequality and climate change in your province?
Thank you so much, Africa. And I'm so happy that the other colleague is not here, because it gives me an ample time to tell you about Mpumalanga first. That it is a very beautiful province.
That is true. That is very true.
Yeah. We are at a rising sun. And then it's what we are called, because we are on the east, we are closer to Kruger National Park, Mozambique, and Swaziland. So we are bordered by these two. But the most important part about Mpumalanga is that we are the hotspot of just transition at the moment. And then if you check, basically, we have 11 power stations, and one of the power station is being already decommissioned, the Komati power stations, which you could see the most of the inequality, poverty and unemployment rate that has been raised to the level that we are still trying to figure it out how to get over that hurdle. And at the same time, 87% of electricity approximately is being generated from Mpumalanga. And if you check again, 85% of the coal mines are coming from Mpumalanga. Currently, we used to have 30% of the international export, but we realized that, wow, since the Ukraine issue happened, we have increased it to more than 60% of export of our coal. So I normally say it's being looted. So somewhere, somehow, if you check on the other side, 50% of South Africa's greenhouse gas emission is coming from Mpumalanga. So you could tell that that's why everybody's eyes are on Mpumalanga. And then after that, you could tell that we should come up with a very vibrant policy for social transformation, and at the same time looking at what we can do best in that side. And then if you check on the terms of a contribution that we make in terms of equality, we have realized that like Mpumalanga is the top part. That's why in the media they say is the poorest sort of like equality in South Africa and in the world, because most of the profiling of the contribution of that is coming from Mpumalanga, especially the PM10 and the SO2 and the NOxes. But at the same time, if you check around the Nkangala district, where it's mostly impacted, that has got 8 power stations, that by around 2030, most of those power stations will be decommissioned. You could tell that we are only left with 49% of our biodiversity or ecosystem. All the other areas is mostly impacted. 60% we don't have it anymore. So meaning that whatever initiative that comes with it, it has to align with that. So this is, and we are highly dependent and highly reliant on mining and energy sector, which makes a lot of unemployment percentage. Currently we are running at 41%. So these are the sort of like a background of Mpumalanga, what we are doing currently, what it is at current moment. On the question that you have asked, basically, we currently, because more than anything, when we are transitioning or when we are talking about climate change, we have noted that in climate change, in terms of our climate change vulnerability assessment, the projection of our climate is go in Mpumalanga, around Mpumalanga, it's hotter and drier. So we'll have less rain and more sort of like a increase in temperature. And then at the same time, the extreme disasters. Most of the tropical cyclones that are hitting these other African countries are just like passing by in Mpumalanga on the side of Nkomazi. So you could tell that we are so prone to most of the extreme weather event. So when we have flood, and then after that, we've noticed now that again, there's a lot of immigration because of due to those tropical cyclones. People are from Mozambique are moving to South Africa, and Mpumalanga is the first stop where they stopping in, meaning that when they come in, there's a lot of land invasion, there's, uncontrolled, because like most of their policies are not talking to the situation on the ground. And at the same time, when you ask the municipalities, but why can't you control that? They say, it's not us, national has to close the borders. You see, each and every person is blaming someone on that one. So, but on that one, with the community side currently, maybe let me start with the initiatives that has already been happening. And with our vulnerability assessment, as we're looking at sectors first, and then after that to say, which are the sectors that are key vulnerable? We notice that agriculture, forestry, water, human settlement, health, and livelihood, they're the most impacted one. So on that note, and then on agriculture, yes, we are currently developing a strategy, but more than anything at a community level, we already have initiative of a climate smart agriculture that we are looking at to say it's a little boxes that you can sort of like get a lot of productivity and then after that to secure the food security. But at the same time, if you check on that one, we have a lot of water related. We are doing a lot of web nexus at a local level on the catchment on that areas. So, but we notice that at Mpumalanga, we cannot do all those things by ourselves. We really need a lot of collaboration and we need a lot of sort of like partnership. And we have partnered with a lot of development partners and other institutions. So if you check now, we have partnered with AFD. They are assisting us with a great deal on the Youth Explorer. It's a very good explorer. Please go to it and then just check, because now we can be able to know in Mpumalanga how many youth are not working, at what age, and what impact, so that we can come with the tangible sort of like interventions on that. And as part of it, we are looking forward for the Community Explorer that it has already been introduced. So if you check again, we have Indalo Inclusive that has been supported by the embassies that are coming with the entrepreneurship on the community level, where they are building the local entrepreneur and the local ownership of some kind of the project. So if you look at that kind of a level, there's a lot of going on. Now we are partnered again with the Conservation SA. They are looking at nature-based solution. Because if you check around the Ehlanzeni district, it's where we have a lot of our nature. Basically, we have 79%. So we have to preserve what we have. If we have destroyed Nkangala, and then at least like in the other district that we have, we still have to maintain that kind of a level. And we are working closely with the PCC, especially they started breaking down, especially on the community level, where they're coming in to tell the community that we are moving to the just transition. These are the issues. But what I've noted again is just that community, they still have to understand why are we transitioning. So somewhere, somehow, we are moving to the just energy transition, but we still have to look at the coal value chain. Why are we there? And at the same time, looking at to say, yes, if we are there, we are transiting from climate change impact. So these are the issues that we are being assisted by the other partners to ensure that we are carrying that kind of.
Let me drill down actually on that complexity, because you highlighted the heavy reliance and dependence of the Mpumalanga economy on coal mining, and of course South Africa's, when there is electricity available, the bulk of it is coming from Mpumalanga. We fully appreciate that. There is, not only in this conference, but in many other similar meetings, and one has to accept in the popular discourse in South Africa, a conversation that we need to transition, right? It's good for the climate, it's good for the future generations of our children. How do you then go into a community and say, yes, you have 42% unemployment, yes, you are relying on mining coal, but we now have to acknowledge that it's bad for the environment and therefore we can no longer burn it in order to generate electricity? Because you know why? You'll have clean air to breathe as opposed to the health concerns that you are dealing with. A whole host of reasons that benefits to the just transition. How do you, as a government, how do people as politicians, NGO space, whatever the case may be, engage with communities on such complex issues?
I think with the Komati Power Station decommissioning. It just given us that opportunity. It's just that we felt like every person should stop in South Africa and look at Komati, and then to see what kind of intervention can we come up with. The most impacted sort of like ward, it's Ward 4 in Steve Tshwete, where Komati Power Station is. And if you think about it, I think a few years ago, there was a closure of 2 mines that were sort of like their beneficiaries on that. And then after that, now is the closure, is the decommission of the power station. So they've been blown twice. And more than that, the climate change impact are still hitting them on a negative way. So you see, you're blown on this cheek and there's another person blowing on the other cheek. So you could tell that the community were supposed to be, you know, so non-responsive to government and all these other issues. So what we've decided to do, we said like, let us start maybe with the Ward 4. We went to Ward 4 and then after that, sort of like gathering all their information and their concerns. So we realized that there were 4 elements that they highlighted. Firstly, it was like the transition risks, and then social services, socially delivery issues, environmental health, and the economy. So through that whole process, we have compiled such a kind of a report, and then, but initially when we went there, they were not happy at all. So like they were throwing words in government and all these other issues, but I think somewhere, somehow we have to recognize that we have all messed up on this issue. Very bad. So after that, when we consider that, now what we have developed, we have started in establish a sort of like a task, a steering committee for that ward. And then now the ward is taking action and coming up with intervention that will work for them. So this is the issue that we're supposed to start at the ground level before we're moving out and coming up with policies that might not be implementable. Because we have to understand what are the issues every day of the community. Do they have water? Do they have flushing system? Do they have roads? Do they have health facilities? So we realize that even their kids, they don't even like have a high school in that area. They have to go to Middelburg 50 kilometers to 80 kilometers away. So they have to wake up at 4 o'clock. And if you check basically, there's a lot of dropouts. You know, so these are the issues that are related to service delivery, and there's no water, and there's no what. So once we gather all that information now, and then after that, but initially we started to say, you know, why are we transitioning? And they indicated to us, we don't know. It's just that we want to close our power station and leave us jobless. But once we start explaining, because more than anything, climate change, you have to individualize it first. To say, if, let's take for instance, I wake up now, what is going to happen to me? If there's a flood, you start there and then you go up to say in your community, what are the kind of hazards that you're experiencing? You go slowly but surely, knowing that they do understand. And now we are in a period where they say, we understand it now. So we are transitioning because of climate change and we want to make a contribution, but help us to come up with tangible sort of project that is going to assist us to move from black economy to green economy.
Crispin, let me bring you then in, because these are real issues. This happens to be one ward in Mpumalanga that is most affected by, of course, the transition. And of course, everybody looks to the Komati project, right, and see it as a success point. But if I am a resident in Ward 4, I am unemployed, I'm hungry, you're shutting down the mine, and I'm still affected by climate change because of, you know, the tropical storms that happen in that area, I'm going, what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, Komati is in many ways the ground zero for the just transition. And I think the work that Sis Dudu and her team have been doing have been incredibly important in sort of building up this bottom-up multi-stakeholder governance arrangements. As the Commission, we've taken quite a bit of interest in the Komati Power Station, partly because this is the first of this, you know, generation of decommissionings that's going to be coming through the system. And we wanted to look at how does it measure up in terms of the just transition framework that was published. Was it procedurally just, the way that we went about decommissioning? And has it been substantively just? We're putting a report out actually next week. It'll be public. So to give you a
Can you give us a teaser?
I'm giving you a sneak
report?
preview.
Yeah.
Of our findings. Basically, we got the sequence completely wrong. So there was a decision taken to decommission in 2017. Then Eskom started a detailed technical process of like planning the decommissioning and trying to think about repurposing. And, you know, to their credit, they have set out to repurpose the power station and do some diversification beyond the boundaries of the power station, but very limited. Their focus has really been within the fence, inside the power station, whereas decommissioning has profound impacts on the wider regional economy. You know, it affects the coal mines that supply coal. It's got very widespread regional effects. And then only having completed their technical planning, then they started in a very sort of half-hearted way with the real consultation, you know, trying to reach out to the community and workers. It's completely the wrong sequence. You start consulting first. Then you must put your diversification and repurposing and repowering projects in place. By the time you eventually come to pull the power station off, all of that work has to have already started, and people need to be seeing it and need to be able to move into jobs and have the reskilling and training programs running. So, you know, we're not knocking what Eskom's done. I think they've done some really innovative things, but we think it was the wrong sequence, and it was not nearly ambitious enough in terms of, you know, only looking at the power station and what happens there. What you need is a region-wide local economic development approach. Mpumalanga is not by any means a no-hope province. I mean, it functions now as the energy hub of South Africa. We think there are many reasons to think of Mpumalanga in the future also as an energy hub. So, you know, we talk a lot about how the grid in South Africa can't absorb any more renewable energy. Well, the one part of the country where there is spare grid capacity and where there will be even more grid capacity as we take coal plants off is Mpumalanga. So you can put wind and solar, and you know, quite a few companies are spotting this opportunity. It's the one place where we can upscale wind and solar. You've got the gas pipeline from Mozambique, you've got the Sasol operations at Secunda. Sasol's already starting to make green hydrogen there. There's a real opportunity to put green hydrogen into operation. I know not everyone believes in carbon capture and storage, but we are proceeding as the country with a pilot CCS project. The test site is in Mpumalanga. So, you know, we think Mpumalanga can reposition itself as the future energy hub of this country. And you're starting to see a number of really entrepreneurial outfits. I mean, there are batteries and new energy vehicles being made in Mpumalanga. Hospitality is booming in Mpumalanga. It's the one sector that's growing where new jobs are being created. There's been a good forestry industry for many years, and that needs to continue. There are huge opportunities around agriculture, and particularly as we start to bring land back and rehabilitate it, we can scale up agriculture in the province. So I would say it's a province of opportunity, and everyone is now concentrating their attention on the province. And you know, we need to maximize this moment in the sun, get the available resources, and drive these kinds of projects to make it a reality.
And are we getting there? I appreciate government moves at a glacial pace sometimes, even though there's an urgency to some of these issues, right? Not only from a climate change point of view, but from addressing socioeconomic challenges point of view as well. From where you're sitting, from your vantage point, government, I suppose private sector investment stakeholders in the space, are we moving at a pace that will see some of those realized sooner rather than later?
So yes and no. I mean, there is an enormous amount happening in Mpumalanga at the moment. My concern is that a lot of it is uncoordinated and we're stumbling over each other. We're all running consultation processes. Communities on the ground are getting extremely confused because every person and their dog is pitching up and wanting to talk about this or that or run some kind of project. And I think we are working sometimes at cross purposes. You started this conversation by saying what's the role of the province and should it really exist? We think on the just transition, the province has a fundamentally important role to play. And, you know, it needs to be led from the Premier. She's been making all the right noises about the direction of travel in the province. We need to build the coordination capacity so that the province can play the integrating role that it needs to play over time. And then cascade that down. I mean, as Dudu's saying, it's got to work at a community level and at a local government and a district and a provincial-wide level. So we've, you know, with some urgency, got to put the coordination pieces into place so that this machinery works.
All right. Labna, we've kept it hyper-localized in Mpumalanga because, as you can understand, the context of the significance of the region, right? And I suppose on a slightly bird's-eye view, global context, these challenges are not unique to Mpumalanga in South Africa, are they?
No, I don't think so. And if you will just give me, seek your permission to indulge me for a minute. This morning, the director of IFD spoke about geopolitics and polycrisis, and we're all living through a period of difficult transitions globally. And I wanted to read a few lines of one of my, Esther Perel. She's a famous psychologist, and a poem she's written recently. So, be careful to separate people from the policies of their government. Be careful not to add hatred on top of hatred. We are all being crushed underneath its compounding weight. Be careful not to lose empathy for those with whom you disagree. Be careful not to dehumanize others. Doing so dehumanizes you. Do not lose touch with the parts of you needed most: your compassion, your humanity, your care. So I think really this, you know, what, oh, I need to keep holding this. It's like so many things to hold. And I've got this light right there. What Crispin said, you know, about these participatory approaches, you know, ensuring that what you said, the sequencing was potentially wrong. And sometimes we can't get it all right. And sometimes the other sequencing that is working with Mpumalanga, and I was in Komati just a couple of weeks ago. So I've got this firsthand, I can visualize the power station. And often there isn't time to do the sequencing, like Crispin said. So I feel like I've gone straight into, I just wanted to go back a step and just introduce myself and, you know, why I'm here today, apart from reading new poems, being like poet. So I work for the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. We were incubated at the Rockefeller Foundation and set up with investments from the Rockefeller Foundation, from IKEA and Bezos Earth Fund. And I recently joined them as their director of partnerships, and I'm a health economist by training, so really multidimensional myself, you know, working in health and coming to understand this energy sector. And I think this morning we spoke a lot, and you've just spoken about, you know, too many people perhaps getting around the table. This morning we were talking about and listening to how we need to partner more. Very proud, we've actually signed a memorandum of cooperation with IFD, with the team very recently in Paris, and this is really this partnership to try and come together, because the problems we have in Mpumalanga are completely global. And I also wanted to I have my colleague Chipo here with me, sitting over there in the blue with a band. And so even though I look at our work across Africa, Chipo works on all our work here in South Africa, and she's the interface. And she will field all the very difficult questions you may have. So as GIAP are talking a little bit more about inequality and globally, GIAP's mission is to support the transition to green energy in developing countries. So not just removing barriers, but accelerating the supply of green energy. So ensuring that we have green energy, but also productive use of energy, which, so we're looking a little bit at that in Komati. So it's not just ensuring decommissioning, but ensuring those around it are understanding and taking advantage of it. And I think yesterday, I can't remember who spoke, it may have been Julia, someone from Wits University who's been doing some research in Northern Cape, and she said, renewable energy is not all warm and fuzzy. And I loved it, because we're selling it like it's warm and fuzzy, right? It's going to do everything. And I think what the question today, we're looking at the manifestations of these linkages, the linkages between and the multidimensional inequalities. This is not only relevant to climate change. It's all aspects of human existence, really, as I would say. And those who are historically and structurally excluded continue to be so. And if you look, I'm sure in Mpumalanga as well, it's probably the majority are women. I mean, 80% of the people who are impacted by climate change drastically are the women and girls. I'm taking to your point of young people, Africa. You were talking about yourself when you said we didn't have young people, not the rest of us. So, and I think when we do speak about this multidimensional inequality, because this is what we're facing, right? You spoke about, Dudu spoke about health and other things. So for those of you who are aware of this multi-dimensional inequality framework, I think it's grounded in Amartya Sen's capability approach. Amartya Sen, I mean, for those of us who've done a little bit of economics, Amartya Sen is to economics what perhaps William Shakespeare is to English literature. We all learn about him. We learn about his work. And I'm only going to speak about a couple of, because that approach has 7 different dimensions. We don't have time to go into all 7. People will fall asleep and start leaving the auditorium. So just going to hit on a couple of pieces which I think are really important, especially to us today, to yesterday, and to our work at GIAP. So I think looking at the physical and legal security, very important. Women, we talked yesterday a lot about land repossession. And then within this physical and legal security, yesterday some of the academics were actually unpacking the just. We're doing the transitions, but are they just? And just from whose point of view? So I think that is definitely something we must look at further. They spoke very eloquently about restorative justice, repairing the harm that has been caused by systems which have resulted in more structural inequality, but also look at how these systems continue to perpetuate this inequality. So if we're looking at that system of too much participation, or not enough participation, or participating only with those who are working in Komati, and we're not talking to everyone's families because there isn't space or time. So, and then that links to the women's rights to land. And then that goes hand in hand with another dimension around financial security and dignified work. What are we doing about that? And when I'm speaking about this, I'm actually looking at the divide between men and women, loving the Louis Vuitton conversation earlier today. So it's about, financial security and independence. What are women able to do? So when we're decommissioning and looking at repurposing, are we taking all those things into account? And if not, are there ways and approaches within the time frame, right? Because we don't have 20 years for this. Very, very short time. So for GIAP, what we're going to be doing is we've got a couple of goals where we hope that it will try and try and be more equitable, not just equal, but more equitable, right? Because that's going ahead. So women will represent 50% of owners, leaders, and employees in supported energy companies. And women will represent 50% of entrepreneurs and productive users of energy within green energy interventions. So that's definitely two goals. And one goal I feel like I personally work on at GIAP, but from my health background, is really the life and health piece as well. And yesterday I was talking to a colleague from IPAS who's here today. And we were just talking about, no matter what sphere we work in, we're constantly working on justice, whether it's reproductive health and rights to abortion care, whether it's climate change. Can I speak one more minute? Because are you going to stand at the podium?
I suppose to expand a little bit on the role of philanthropic organizations in supporting the work, essentially. I mean, in a very different context, a question was raised about consultants yesterday in the afternoon session, and how they at times can determine what the research is and therefore potentially the outcome, because obviously they're influenced by whatever economic interest they might have. Some could claim that philanthropies can also go the same route, right? Where you are sitting in the global north and you are telling Africa what it is that they need to do because you've got the pot of gold that everybody's hungry for. So what role do you think philanthropy should play in this space?
So the role of philanthropy is critical. And yesterday, Tracy, I don't think she's here, and if she's here, I can't see her because of the light. She spoke about how we should look at JETPs from the viewpoint of an average South African, not decisions made in Brussels. And not to say people living in Brussels are fabulous and they're wonderful, and we love to hear their decisions as well. But she was just saying, if you don't have food in your belly, well, you can't think, right? You're asking too much of an individual. So the role of philanthropy is critical. This morning we heard about needing more investment, needing this multilateral engagement, social cohesion. We spoke about democratic values. So, and I'm going to have to read some of these things, Africa, because they're sure. Numbers. So, according to there was a recent report released in June 2023 by the International Energy Agency and the IFC. Annual clean energy investments in emerging and developing economies, excluding China, will need to rise 7-fold from $260 billion last year to up to $1.9 trillion by the early 2030s to meet this rising energy needs and align with the climate goals that have been set out in the Paris Agreement. So with these figures in mind, we are going to have to look, open pockets and ensure that I think someone who asked a question this morning said the money needs to go not into corruption, but where it is going to make the impact. Yeah. So it's not just about needing the capital, but what happens to it once we do get it.
Yeah. Let me ask you this then, Crispian. What are some of those catalytic interventions that we need to explore? I mean, some people call it low-hanging fruit or whatever the case may be, that if we unlock those, we would find the magical solution to the challenges we've been reflecting on for the last 2.5 days now.
Yeah. Can I add another rider to your question?
Most welcome.
I mean, because I think we need to think boldly, and we want interventions that can be done at massive scale within our current fiscal constraint. Because otherwise we're just talking pie in the sky. Yeah. So the first one we spoke a bit about yesterday on yesterday's panel, which Mark was pushing, and that's to accelerate this energy transition. And we've now passed the tipping point where renewable energy combined with storage and peaking power as a sort of model for energy provision is cheaper than any other of the archetypes, nuclear, fossil fuels. So it will pay us as a country to massively upscale the renewable energy rollout and to put the investments in place for storage and grid. It's now the cheapest path forward for us, and we should embrace it, because all of the modeling shows that is going to have the greatest economic impact and the highest job creation potential of all of the scenarios that we can choose. So that's the first intervention. Secondly, we need to talk about land and rehabilitation and land redistribution. All of these mines are going to be taken out of operation over the next 20 years. We can debate the pace, but by the 2050s, we will have decommissioned our coal mines almost entirely. That is going to free up vast tracts of land, previously good agricultural land. In theory, the rehabilitation of that land is already funded. Each mine over the life of the mine capitalizes a mine rehabilitation fund. There's normally a funny game that's played where they delay the formal closure of the mine and that funding stays tied up for decades. What we want to make sure of is that as those operations are closing down, we're moving in with mine rehabilitation. That is going to create at least another 5 or 10 years of employment for workers on those mines. And then we should be handing that land back to communities and workers, instead of holding it in, perpetual limbo while these mining companies try and work out how to make another buck. That will create a massive social upliftment. It'll put assets in the hands of people. The last thing we need to do is significantly scale up our skills development system. We have a well-funded skills system in this country. So, there's a payroll tax. It goes into the National Skills Fund. There's billions of unspent funds in there. And it's being retailed then through this very inefficient skills delivery system with the CETAs and the TVET colleges, and it's not providing the skills for the economy that is going to exist in the 2030s and 2040s. With some fairly simple institutional solutions and focusing on things that work and channeling the funds to that, we can take skills development in this country to another level. 3 interventions, all of them fiscally neutral.
Dudu, how much of that excites you and how much of that scares you?
All that he says.
What? Which one? Excites or scares?
No, actually, more than anything, we're debating a lot with the skill development programs. And then because we have to check the age of the people that are currently working. You could tell that others, they are in a process of reaching 55. And then we have to have a very good social protection plan on how are we going to compensate them basically on that. But the most important part is economic diversification. Because more than anything, we have a lot of youth that are unemployed. And as part of it, somehow, we're kind of missing to say, like, we have to rescale, we have to upscale, we have to retrain. And then we've learned that most of the people that we are reskilling that are coming from those sectors, you find 3% are successful. But if you just look now at the economic diversification to say how can we maximize that kind of an opportunity. Yes, and again, we have a vast land. I think somehow even the community are coming with the revitalization of the distressed mining area. And these are the kind of projects that are coming in now from the community side. So they want to have that kind of an ownership. So because sometimes you can take that land and give it to them, and the following day you find that there are a lot of shacks, more than before, because there's no preempted plan that you have to come up with. So all that he mentioned is very, very excellent and very what we really need to pursue at. And at the same time, we understand that the renewable energy, it might not be the single sector that is going to absorb or cushion all the jobs that are going to be lost. So somehow we have to look at the climate technologies, all of them equally, and then after that to look at how many jobs are going to be created. The missing part, the nature-based solution or ecosystem-based adaptation project, that we can come up with. This is mostly the one that we put at the back of our mind. And this might be the most rescuing of most of the jobs that are going to be created, just like climate smart agriculture. So somewhere, somehow, the renewable is good, but we have to find out how many jobs, because each and every time when you ask how many jobs are going to be created, currently the mining is sort of like employing plus or minus 10,000 people. And then you ask on the renewable, how many are going to be appointed on that one, or job are going to be created. So somewhere, somehow you could find that at the end of the day, it might not sort of like balance. So the cost benefit analysis has not yet been done thoroughly on the space, how many jobs are going to be created. You find that when it's permanently, it's going to be plus or minus 100 people from 10,000. So where are you going to absorb all the 10,000 that it might be on the coal value chain being losing their jobs?
Yeah. Just to be clear, she's using those numbers hypothetically, hey? That research must still be done. All right, over to you now. Questions, comments, reflections. There's a hand up there, and there's a hand that far end, and the one here in the middle. Thank you. We'll take those three first. I might need to use your microphone, please, Sister Dudu. Thank you very much. A reminder to indicate who you are, where you're from, and then direct your question to one person, please.
Good afternoon. It's Simon Mason from the EDP, the Economic Development Partnership. So I'm going to pick up on the partnering and collaboration aspect. Hi, Dudu, and also with Crispin. So obviously EDP's bread and butter is partnering for impact, and I was interested to hear Crispin saying just in terms of the many initiatives and engagements happening, both from the stakeholder fatigue aspect, but also just in terms of confusion generated, particularly in Mpumalanga, and also sort of leading to looking at the Premier's office or provincial government to do some of that coordination. And I wanted to check in with Dudu if she could maybe speak a little bit more about that aspect of the role that provincial, I know that you're not in that specific space, but the role that provincial government can play in Mpumalanga to enable better partnering and collaboration, and also if there's any support that provincial government would need to enable that partnering and collaboration there, because I think it is an essential component to making sure that the just transition that is attempted there is indeed just. At the moment, it's very disjointed, and sometimes different initiatives are even at loggerheads with each other. Thank you.
All right. I'll actually get you to answer that now, if that's okay, Dudu.
Also Crispin, if you wanted to weigh in, but more Dudu. Sorry, Crispin.
Lovely. What is available in your control that can create an environment of collaboration and partnership?
Because initially we started talking about climate change. And after that, on the climate change, we developed a climate change adaptation strategy, mitigation strategy. And then after that, we realized that, wow, there's this just transition that is on our way. Because more than anything, we wake up early in the morning and the following day we were transitioning. We were not rehearsing, actually. We were inside of it. And we were supposed to come up with mechanism on how to pass that hurdle. So at the provincial level, we develop a climate change, we develop a Mpumalanga just transition phase 1 plan. And then that phase 1 plan, it was like unpacking most of the issues that we really have to check. And we develop a just transition landscape at a provincial level. So governance was one of the key issues that we really have to come up with a mechanism on how are we going to govern all this. So we realized that that part, it has to go to the Premier's office. So we handed the strategy to say, Premier's office, we would really appreciate that in that landscape that we have developed with the CSRR, it will be much more better to be handled by you. So through that whole process, yes, the Premier came together with on the site, and we assisted by PCC by appointing one of the just transition head to make sure that the agenda of just transition is in all the clusters and portfolios of the provincial level. So with that, basically the Premier's office now is taking a lead on that, but realizing that other mandates are sitting with the sector departments. So just like the environmental affairs, it's responsible for coordinating all the sector departments, going down to the district and the municipality and the community at large.
What role for entities outside of government? Because one of the things that makes the Economic Development Partnership strong is that there's a role for government, provincial, national, and local. There's a role for the private sector. There's a role for academics and universities. There's a role for NGOs. So everybody comes around the same room to try and realize solutions for an urgent problem. What you've referenced now is a lot of government departments hopefully breaking down the silos and working together. But what about the private sector? What about universities? What about NGOs in that space?
Currently, as I've said, that we have a climate change forum that we are making sure that all the sectors are sitting there. It's not that we have started now. We've been already collaborating and partnering with most of the private sector, traditional leaders, faith-based organizations, community, labor organizations. So we already find our way on the climate change. So the just transition, when it came in, it was an add-on on that side. It's not that we are starting something new. So basically, it's just that when they are coming up now with the just transition, that's why I said, like, we have to define to say, why are we transitioning? So most of the time when they come in, it's like just transition or just energy transition is another sort of like a whatever in the sky that is coming, not linking to climate change. So every person that is there, the policies of government are clear, what each and every department, because we are feeding to the national department that we have the intergovernmental committee on climate change at a national level, where all the departments are sitting there. So at a provincial level, we are taking what they have, cascading down. But more than anything, the governance part is the community, is the Premier's office that is responsible. But on the landscape, if you check, basically, we have the environment, we have the technical support, we have the economy, and then we have all those aspects because we have noticed that on the social part, there's a lot of experts that are moving out of the province. And then after that, we want to keep it. And at the same time, there are a lot of social ills that are coming in now because of the job losses and all these other issues. So we need social development to take place. We need public works. So I think somehow, this is a baby for everyone. And then it's not only single.
Crispin?
Yeah, just a brief comment. You know, I think we almost need to go back to school and relearn the ABC of bottom-up community development approaches. And we're locked as South Africans into this mindset that somehow, you know, it's government that's going to lead development. I'll be a little controversial. I actually think government is probably the last actor that should be leading development. It is in many ways, an anti-development. I mean, the experience of people on the ground about government is that it's an anti-development machine, not a development machine. And I don't want to generalize. I mean, I think there are some really excellent parts of government that are still doing what they're meant to be doing and they soldier on. But there are other parts that are, you know, rent extraction machines that simply come and plonk themselves down and suck the life out of any process. So this idea that, you know, let's unlock the creative abilities and capacities of different development partners and allow agency to emerge at different parts of the process, I think is fundamentally important. And I love what EDP's been doing in parts of the Western Cape. I mean, they've got for those of you that haven't looked at it, their model's very interesting. It's worth taking a strong look at.
I'm not going to take the debate on your comments on government. Can we, I'll come to you, ma'am. She put up her hand first, and then he was third, and then I'll go to Pippa, I'll go to Transnet, and we'll see, and then I'll add you to it if we still have time. Yeah.
Thanks. Clearly sat too far away. Liz McDade with the Green Connection. So it's a question to Chippy, sorry, to Crispin. Lessons learned and the just transition. But what is happening in the Northern Cape? Because the just transition is supposed to be changing energies, but maintaining justice. But what we have in the Northern Cape is the JETP, this green hydrogen, this whole idea of turning the Northern Cape into brilliant to use all the renewable energy, but to export and create hydrogen for export. So it's extractive agenda, building of large ports, and the people of that area are not consulted and are once again going to be alienated. So I guess a simple question is, what lessons were really learned, and how are you going to not do, or how are you going to stop doing what has been repeated now? So I think that's my question. And then, sorry, Africa, if I can have one last thing, is also, I think from a just transition, there have to be decisions, and maybe it's coming back to what Brita said before lunch, there have to be things we don't do. And I just want to talk about public participation, the mockery of it along the coast, where all of these oil and gas extraction projects, where poor and vulnerable communities are being forced into accepting something they don't want, which has got no role in the climate change agenda. So what you're doing is creating further injustice in the name of a transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take your second point as a comment for reflection, and Chippy will answer your first question. Please do feel better soon. I see you've got bandages around your left hand there.
She's been punching a couple of the...
Stop it. Stop it. Do not.
It's a tireless campaignist in the corner there. So I'll be quick. I mean, look, green hydrogen, I know that there's a lot of antipathy about it, and particularly from the civil society, organizations, people have deep concerns about its safety, its environmental impact. Is it really going to be just? I think I don't want to say I've drunk the Kool-Aid on green hydrogen, but I do think there are major industrial development and export opportunities linked to it, and I think we'd be stupid as a country to turn those away. I would agree with you that it's oversold. So people have been claiming that it's a just transition intervention. I don't think it is. I think hydrogen's a major industrial play. It requires vast amounts of capital and technology, and it's going to be particularly well suited to large corporates like Sasol and Anglo, who are already moving into it. I don't think it's going to be a bottom-up, grassroots, decentralized energy model. So if you're selling it as a just transition intervention, I think you're selling it incorrectly. But I would certainly, I think we'd be cutting our noses off to spite our face by rejecting it outright. On broader consultation processes in the Northern Cape, I mean, look, the Northern Cape is in the pound seats in the energy transition. They're going to benefit massively as this country moves onto low carbon energy systems. I think the concern that has been rightly raised is that if we simply follow the current trajectory, we're going to have effectively privatized our entire energy generation system by 2050. And there are alternative models that we need to be actively exploring and encouraging around the energy transition, including various forms of social ownership. We are, as a climate commission, we had a really good webinar earlier this week on social ownership issues. There's a group at Nelson Mandela University that's put out a paper which we'll be shortly releasing, which looks at different options for social ownership. We've got the JET IP to make a significant allocation to support social ownership models. And I would like to see much more community-driven renewable projects coming forward in the Northern Cape.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Greetings, everyone. I'm Vusi Kumete from the University of Mpumalanga, one of those people who've added the population in Mpumalanga province. I don't know if you know, by the way, the latest census says Mpumalanga is gained more people than any other province in South Africa. Maybe well, the people we're talking about Dudu, but followed by Western Cape, by the way. Well, I was tempted to say something about the first question because there have been proposals that have been tabled around that. So I guess maybe there's still, some work around that, but some proposals have been made. So maybe it's just the issue of implementation, and indeed a recommendation that there should be a structure that involves others outside government. I was asked to do this work, by the way. The point I wanted to make, and it's a reflection really, whether we shouldn't be talking about a combination of research and consultation when we talk about communities. More fieldwork research. I made this point when I was presenting yesterday, to better understand dynamics, issues, needs, challenges, and so forth in the communities that are going to be mostly affected by decarbonization. So whilst from the government side, there are consultations which are very necessary, but I do think that there is more space for research, fieldwork, research to better understand and come up with proposals. So, I worry about points, Chippy talking about training people. My sense is that some of these people can be trained into these new opportunities. So one needs to be thinking quite carefully about what they could potentially do or what should be done in those areas. May very well be that, we need more healthcare centers, schools, as Dudu says that, some of these places you have to go many kilometers to get to school. So I just think, maybe for a reflection that we should perhaps combine, public participation with research and maybe have more research that informs public participation. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. You alluded to it, we'll accept it as a reflection. Thank you very much for that. Pippa, can you put up your hand so that you can get the next question, please?
Thank you, Africa, and thank you to the panelists as well, really interesting. So it's a question mainly for Chippy, I guess, but for all the panelists, for Crispin, sorry. And it's really, you paint, excuse this dreadful pun, but quite a sunny picture about the renewable energy future. And what I want to understand is if it is so feasible and practical and we're at the tipping point, which you say now, what are the interests against it? We know from when President Zuma was in power that those things with the terrible acronyms, the REIPP licenses weren't issued. And then there was a backlog, and now they are, but there's still quite a lot of pushback on maintaining coal. It seems that you have a political job to do, almost more than anything else, and perhaps for Ms. Sibiya as well. What are the political and economic interests in pushing back against renewable energy? Thank you.
So you're venturing into the domain of political economy, and I have to say it is another critical area of research and development that I know some of you in this audience already venture in. So there's been some really excellent South African articles and papers done on this, and I think it's an area we need to continue to look at because, ultimately what's going to dictate the pace at which this transition happens is the way that economic and political forces are aligned about the transition. And like in any transition, I mean, what you've got is the weight of the old. So you've got all these old organized economic interests around fossil fuel and heavy emitting industries, and the way that the political class is integrated with that. And then you're trying to move towards the new, but the new is not yet formed. The economic interests are not properly organized. They're not generating the returns on capital to invest in the maintenance of the political regime. So, the new struggles to be born. And it takes a very particular form in South Africa, where, as part of our broad empowerment strategy, we've been dishing out mineral rights and coal mining rights to a whole range of, basically a new elite that's been emerging. And that interfaces, I don't want to be too derogatory, but it interfaces with the criminal economy. So, it actually started in the coal value chain, and then it washed up that value chain into Eskom itself. And there are various ways that it's organized. There's the grand state capture machine that Zuma and the Gupta acolytes, engineered. But there's also a far more decentralized operation that, bleeds into the coal truckers and criminal and mafia networks on the ground. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying all black empowerment is corrupt, but these interests interface with criminal aspects of the economy. And they have a lock on energy policy. And you don't need to talk about the individuals, but they're deep interests which are connected into party, they're connected into the state, and they're connected into the economy. And business in this country likes to, outwardly take a progressive voice. And, if you listen to the organized business on the climate transition, they all talk about net zero. But they're doing other things, and they interface with this grey economy very actively, and they're part of it, and it's part of what makes it profitable for them. So the transition, it comes up squarely against these interests. You may wonder why I focus so much on rent-seeking and corruption. It's part of what we have to talk about if we're going to talk about engineering a consensus on this transition going forward. And I think it's it's going to be very difficult to get there. We thought we were a lot further down the road 2 years ago when this JET-P was launched and the JET-IP planning took place. I think the level of ambition that we put into the NDC triggered a pushback, which we've seen playing out, very dramatically over the last 18 months. And that pushback has done what it intended to do, which was to quite dramatically push climate policy back a bit. The battle is by no means over. This has been a battle that's been going on for 20 years. I think it's going to be ultimately dictated by market forces. So there's only so long that the rent-seeking elite can hold this bastion against, what are dramatic drops in prices of all of the clean energy technologies. Eventually the tide will break and push this over. But South Africa faces a strategic choice. We middle along, we continue to obfuscate, we delay, we're behind the curve as the world economy moves, and we continue to sort of, shuffle downwards in terms of global competitiveness and do untold damage to our labor force, our economy, and people's livelihoods and welfare. Or we embrace the transition, we understand where things are going, we won't always get ahead of the curve, but we get ahead of the curve in the places that matter. We build out the local value chains, we create the jobs that can be created around this new energy economy, and we, generally uplift people.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chippy. I've literally got 10 minutes left before I ask you guys to wrap up on some of the reflections, and then we break for lunch. For whatever reason, you have been given the microphone, even though I had not counted you, but we'll take your question. If you can be brief, please, and then we'll go to Deepak next, and then we'll finish off with the lady.
It's fine. Deepak will defer to me, thanks. It's Saul from TIPS. So just a reflection on some of the comments that have been made, and it's just a caution about pushing or cooking up workers' alternatives. For example, pushing them into agriculture, which maybe, well, we know pays much less than the jobs that they have, pushing them deeper into poverty and inequality. And part of the theme is around how do we link back to inequality. So coming up with solutions that push people deeper into inequality or into internal migrancy, so that Mpumalanga is less population and people move across the border, which is close, into Gauteng, where the economic opportunities are, and we see internal dislocation as a result, and breaking up of communities. So yeah, just let's look for solutions that create decent work and not push people into peasant agriculture, which we know doesn't work anyway. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. We'll take that as a reflection. Thank you. If you can run very quickly, sir. Deepak in the corner there is our next question and comment.
Thanks, Sol. I'll always defer to you. Brains before beauty. And Sol provided an interesting segue, and I'm going to make a couple of comments and then ask Dudu and Dr. Olver in particular to respond. Sol makes the point that we must not pretend as if we are going to fully mitigate the negative impacts on workers and communities as we undertake this decarbonization journey. And I think we must also not conflate decarbonization as an intent through our climate response program with that being equal to actually replacing all of the well-being. And we can argue what well-being is, because you can argue that coal mining and Eskom power generation through coal provides decent jobs, which I think is a huge debate. That it provides formal jobs, yes, Sol, to your point. And I think we must conceptualize this, and someone raised this earlier. Is it one singular transitional pathway that we're looking at? Or is it, depending on what we're talking about, both spatially as well as with respect to decarbonization intent, multiple pathways for multiple spatial realities? And the one reality which Crispian alluded to is that if we take a view that the global market for fossil fuels is in fact going to decline and at some point fall precipitously off the edge, then we must be eyes wide open to that reality and plan for it. And the implication of that is most dire in Mpumalanga. And I would like us to phrase it that way, rather than say we are actively decommissioning coal mines because of the NDC alone. We're actually doing it on a triangulated basis, given what the data is telling us. If we are to build an alternative political economy, an alternative set of industrial opportunities in the future, and if we start conceptualizing it that way, then we'll adopt we will adopt not a one-size-fits-all, but in fact a multifaceted set of pathways, and that then leads to the issue of who is best placed to actually implement this, who is best placed to coordinate this. And within that, there's a huge debate with respect to whether the government has the capacity, capability, and sometimes the will to actually do what is necessary. So in this context, I was privileged to judge 10 finalists in an entrepreneurial, sort of innovative contest last week in Emalahleni. And so I want to make the argument that for Mpumalanga, we're talking about the inevitability of coal closure, not only because we as a country have commitments to the NDC, but more importantly, I believe, because we need to plan for the future that some of us consider to be inevitable. And in that context, we need to reimagine what an alternative industrial political economy in Mpumalanga would look like, and start planning for that as well. And in this context, I would argue that all players are involved: government to provide some degree of social security, ESCOM to ensure that it maximizes the potential to repurpose and repower, and therefore keep some activity alive from a green point of view in Mpumalanga. But most importantly, we need to reconceptualize, given what Mpumalanga has alternative to fossil fuel as an industrial base, to reimagine its local economy.
Right. Thank you very much. Deepak, what I'll do, I'll ask both Dudu and Crispin or Chippy to reflect as part of their closing sort of thoughts and arguments. Ma'am, you get the final word.
Thank you so much. My question actually links to the previous two comments, so I'll just add to that. I think my question was around the way in which the validity of and the robustness of the alternative options is being developed and debated. I heard Chippy talking about the question of mine rehabilitation leading to longer term transfer of the land, creating community assets, and that as a form of social protection. And I'm just thinking that, and economic diversification, I heard, that being discussed as well. And I'm just wondering, how far is that discussion? And then what are the implications of that, particularly for your point about, reframing and the functioning and the relevance and the impact of the skills development system? Because that, in a way, is the directionality of the reskilling that I think needs quite a lot of, and new skilling and bringing young people into the story, is like, what is that picture looking like, and where do we discuss that? Because we keep hearing the same kind of narrative about, yes, it's going to impact on Mpumalanga, but what is the alternative, and where is that level of discussion, and what does that then mean also for the discussion on skills? So that was my last question. Thank you.
And she was looking in your direction, Crispin. So you start answering and then reflecting some of the thoughts by Deepak, and of course the comments made by Saul there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Saul makes a important point. So most coal miners don't want to go farming. They want to go. They want another mining job. And the one thing that is often underemphasized, people think that the transition is going to be bad for mining. In fact, the opposite is correct. The clean energy, low carbon energy technologies are far more minerals intensive than fossil fuel technologies. Us and Southern Africa as a whole is well endowed with minerals for the future green economy: nickel, cobalt, manganese, iron and steel, copper. And in aggregate, I mean, we've run the models on the mining side, and if the hydrogen play comes to bear, we will create more jobs in mining than we are going to lose in the coal sector.
What sort of numbers are we talking about?
Well, there are 80,000 jobs in coal, and we're looking at 150 to 200,000 new jobs from these other sectors. There are issues, though. So the jobs are going to require different skill sets. So a lot of coal is open cast, a lot of the other mining is deep level mining. They're going to be in different parts of the country, so it's going to be far more sort of centrifugal distribution of jobs, which would need people to relocate if they want to stay in mining. And there are also timing issues. So they're not going to be perfectly sequenced, and it brings out the importance of income support as workers are transitioning from one set of jobs to the other.
Okay. Deepak's comment?
I take Dipak's comment as a comment, and I agree with it.
Okay.
But on the labour market, on the skill side, I mean, I think the critical thing, and again, this is where I think particularly this forum has got some important contributions to make in terms of research going forward. I mean, what we're missing in the skill system is proper signalling between the labour market of the future and the supply system that we have at the moment. And I think we've got to put a lot more effort into thinking about how those market signals play out. I mean, the one thing we don't want to be doing is sending a whole lot of kids, down particular career trajectories for them never to materialize in the future. And for that you need, I mean, there is a level of planning, and the state clearly needs to come in and play its planning role. But far more importantly, what are employers thinking? Where are they planning? Where are their investments going? Where will these jobs be located? And that our skill system just doesn't do that. The signaling system is broken.
Yeah. Labna, let me give you your final thoughts and reflections. You've by necessity had to listen and sort of absorb a lot, because obviously the things have been very much localized. But your thoughts, your reflections?
I think just to say that, there you go. Yeah. And sorry, just to say, as South Africa addresses and implements the Jet P-Trans programs, I think you're establishing critical pathways also for other countries, neighboring countries, other globally, who will take on and are keen to see your lessons learned. And this gives you both a responsibility, but also an opportunity to also re-equilibrate a little bit, I do not know if that's a word, but the patriarchal structures and the social inequalities that do exist. And that's really important. And as Crispin, you talked about, young people do not want to go into farming. They don't want to be pushing a plow. So we're looking at the value chains and some of the other opportunities. And I'm going to end not with another poem, but we work with this very young entrepreneur in Chile. She applies artificial intelligence to renewable energies, so something that is of the future. And she said, if we do not involve women in the energy transition, we are leaving behind 50% of ideas, 50% of future business, 50% of implementing capacity. It is like trying to win the world championship of football, or maybe we say rugby here, with only 50% of the team. Thank you.
By the way, equilibrate is a word. It means bringing into or keeping in equilibrium. So it was a word indeed. Thank you very much. And then Dudu, your final thoughts and reflections.
I think with meeting with a lot of different communities, I realized that there's a lot of intellect and wisdom that are coming from the community. And most of the time we tend to close our ears, not to listen to them, but talk a lot. I think through this whole process of the just transition, I've learned to be quiet and just listen to them. And I realized that I'm learning more than what I'm expected from. So somewhere, somehow, they have solutions. But it's just that sometimes we cascade solutions for them and then say, this is going to work for you, whereas just listening to them. So in all, it's what I've learned through the whole process of this just transition.
And what a beautiful note to end it on. A round of applause, please, for all of my panel. Thank you very much. It's a very complex conversation. Sure, I'm happy I'm not in any of your jobs, just to say. I'm happy to interrogate some of the decisions and the ideas you come to. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Who has appetite for the tea break at 4 o'clock? Okay, so you will need a break, eh? That's what you're saying. All right. You will need tea. All right. I'm only asking because if we dispense with that tea break, it means that we forge ahead and then conclude. Do you know how difficult it is to get you back here in 30 minutes? Never mind, never mind. Anyway, we'll negotiate it closer to the time. Some news, Eskom has unveiled the battery energy storage system. They launched this in July last year, as you may or may not remember, and just over a year later, they unveiled this world-class facility and first of its kind on the African continent, demonstrating that the new Eskom is beginning to take shape. This is their words, not mine. The capacity of the, is it BESS, so BESS project is about 343 megawatts, which is equivalent to a daily capacity of 1,440 megawatts per hour, and includes 60 megawatt PV installation. It will be installed at various sites in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Northern Cape. And today's project site is at Hex substation in the town of Worcester, which is not too far away from here, designed to store 100 megawatts per hour of energy, which is enough to supply a small town like Mossel Bay for 5 hours, apparently. During the construction, 250 residents of the Greater Worcester area were employed. The overall project is co-financed by the African Development Bank, the New Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Clean Technology Fund, and constructed by Hoysung Heavy Industries, as well as local subcontractors. So that is some good news to celebrate as far as announcements from Eskom are concerned. All right, we are now at the business end of this amazing conference. We will obviously have the institutional closing remarks, which are scheduled for 6 o'clock. Before that, we'll have a panel on challenges and opportunities of a just transition, which I will be moderating. But to moderate the next panel, which is answering the question of how are labor markets adapting to net zero pathways, please welcome back Nozipho Tshabalala.
I think I'm not going to leave Cape Town after this. Welcome back, and I hope that you've enjoyed the lunch, and massive well done, Africa. It's exactly 14:31, and everybody, or most of the people, are back in the room. It's always so difficult to get people back in the room post-lunch. So, in this next conversation, as Africa has indicated, we turn our focus to the question of how are labor markets adapting to net zero pathways? And the context for us is clear. We know that a shift towards net zero means that there are going to be implications for labor markets. And of course, that means implications for workers and implications for the communities from which they come. And so our key question together this afternoon is what support mechanisms are going to be required if we are going to adequately support workers as they go through smooth and equitable adjustments towards net zero. I'm very excited about the panelists that we have, because I think they are really going to allow us to not be polite about this conversation and really ask some of the difficult questions and hopefully get to some of the really difficult answers as well. One of these people is somebody I've had the pleasure of moderating on a couple of occasions. So please help me welcome Senior Enterprise Development Specialist at the International Labour Organization. His name is Jens Dyring Christensen. Let's give Jens a big round of applause. He looks after sustainable enterprise development, that portfolio in Eastern and Southern Africa, and also has managed similar programs in Indonesia, Switzerland, Tanzania, and Vietnam. So Jens, we're looking forward to tapping into some of your global expertise. I'm also going to call on the program lead for South Africa's Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, and that is Dr. Kate Phillip from the Presidency. Kate, where are you? I saw you earlier. Let's give her a round of applause. She's a development strategist, and significantly for this conversation, she works at the interface of social and economic policy and focuses on issues of inequality and employment creation. Joining us as well is Azeeza Rangunwala. She comes from Groundwork. Let's give her a round of applause. Azeeza, thank you for being here. And Azeeza is a senior campaign worker at Groundwork, but she's a medical scientist. And she too works at the interface or the nexus of climate change and the health, environmental justice space. And her work is all about transforming the healthcare sector towards decarbonized and climate resilient healthcare. And we're going to find out a little bit more about that. And then wrapping us up and really taking on the final chair is Lebogang Mulaisi. Lebogang, are you in here? Yes, let's give Lebogang a round of applause. And we've heard a little bit about the PCC today. So Lebogang is the Chief Operations Officer at the Presidential Climate Commission. But she was also, for purposes of this conversation, previously the head of policy at COSATU, which is, of course, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, for those who are not South African, where she was responsible for labor market policy and just transitions. Now, I see I've set a precedent of taking the center seat. I'll take it. As I make my way to take my seat, let me launch my first question. And as you respond, Jens, I will then do the long walk. The question to you, Jens, is, in the ILO's view, what have you identified as the main challenges that affect labor markets as a result of environmental changes? And more importantly, how are workers and enterprises affected? If you could give us that opening framing response to get our conversation going. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Nozipho. I hope you can hear me, everyone. So you said we should be impolite, but I have to say I'm going to be polite because I work for the ILO, so I have to, have a certain balance. But it sounds like such a simple question, doesn't it? In the ILO's view. But I think to answer your question, if you'll just indulge me, just give me a minute to unpack what the ILO is. I think it's very important in order to understand better what is the ILO's view. And I think many of you're aware that the ILO is a specialized agency of the United Nations. It was formed in 1919, also in times of global turmoil and crisis. It was actually written into the peace agreement, the Treaty of Versailles, where it was found that there was a need for an international organization to regulate some of the social injustices that also led to the First World War. So, high levels of unemployment, inequality, which is the theme of the conference, work, indecent working conditions. So at the same time, the ILO is also a tripartite agency, and the only UN tripartite agency. So what that means is when a country is a member of the ILO, it is the government, but not only the government, it is also employers and business associations that are representing enterprises and the voice of the private sector. It is trade unions, workers' organizations, if you like, that represent the voice of workers globally. Now, this is important to understand because these are the constituents of the ILO, and they call the shots, so to speak, in terms of our program budget, our strategies, priorities, and so on and so forth. They're the ones that adopt and develop international labor conventions and recommendations that countries such as South Africa subsequently ratify and domesticate into local law. Now, then there's the International Labour Office. That's people like me and my colleague Alessandro and another 3,000 ILO officials across the world. So we are there to serve the Secretariat. So we don't call the shots. We are being told what to do in that sense. And I think this is important to understand because the role of the ILO is really the view of governments such as South Africa, right? And now, coming to your question. So over the past few days, and I just want to mention this as an introduction, we've heard a lot about just transition is a contested concept, there's no agreement, workers, employers, and so on and so forth, they don't agree. But here I would actually beg to differ and say, no, there is at the high level, at the global level, there is a certain degree of agreement, a high degree of consensus in terms of what is just transition and what does it mean for workers and societies. I think in terms of of the way just transition is managed across countries. Perhaps that's where the contestation lies. So having said that, I think I made some notes. I think that was my opening remark. But sorry to make that a bit long. So what I want to say is that, where am I? So now that I've explained what the ILO is, right? And here, the ILO actually, constituents, South Africa, employers, workers, governments, have debated just transition concept at length. And lately at the International Labour Conference in 2023, where there was a very long discussion around just transitions. And I just want to quote the very first paragraph of the resolution that came out of this discussion that is then informing the ILO's, so the office work and support to constituents. And they are saying that urgent action to advance just transition is an imperative to achieving social justice, decent work, and poverty eradication, and to tackling environmental and climate change. The future of economies, societies, jobs, and livelihoods is at stake as they depend on the planet's ecosystems and natural environment. So end of quote. So in other words, the ILO's view is that basically, and these are on behalf of ILO constituents, I can say that the current world economy and our current models of production and consumption is not sustainable and must be remodeled, right? Across energy systems, we heard that earlier today, production systems, industries, transportation methods, and so on and so forth. So on one hand, we are facing a global shift. The end of the age of fossil fuels has begun, right?
Right.
But we are yet to define, and I think Crispin said it also, we are yet to define sort of the details of that new age, and that is a common global purpose, right? But for workers, and coming to your question, I'm sorry, there was a long introduction. I hope you indulge me. For workers and enterprises, I think the point is, I remember ILO representing workers and enterprises, and workers see it as a threat, some enterprises as well, but also as an opportunity.
Yeah.
So what we see is that, of course, it goes without saying that some jobs are going to be lost, some jobs are going to change, and entire new jobs and vocations, industries are going to emerge. Also new types of business models, right? So labor markets and the world of work are indeed already affected in many different ways, right? But I think staying with the theme of the conference, I think we must, and it's been said by many people in plenary and in the various sessions, we must, I think, first of all, acknowledge the unequal impact that these changes are happening in the world of worlds. So very quickly, what do we see? Coming to the question, and this is no secret.
Jens has been coming to the question, so
yeah. So thanks. So and this is documented in many different reports, and including South Africa and the International Panel on Climate Change, the reports they're putting out. But what we see very quickly, and I think talking about climate justice, we see that low and middle income countries suffer greater impacts than the rich countries. That's a given, right? And ironically, the rich countries, the 10% of highest emitters of carbon across the world are the rich countries. And they account for almost half of all greenhouse gases we let into the atmosphere. Huh? And Africa in itself is currently only responsible for about 3% of all greenhouse gas emissions, but account for, I think, 18% of labor markets, 18% of global world population. And we heard from David Lamb yesterday, fascinating scenario on how that's going to change until the end of the century, right? So what we see, I think there are different sectors that have also been identified in the just transition framework in South Africa. We're looking at coal, we're looking at automotive sector in South Africa, we're looking at transport, tourism, energy systems. So what we see globally, if I may say that, is that low agricultural productivity is already happening as an effect of climate change. And in some countries, as much as 30% of agricultural productivity yield has been reduced. We also see that heat waves are having a profound impact on certain type of work and certain type of occupation. So the ILO in 2019, we put out a report called Working on a Warmer Planet. Sounds nice and exotic, right? But it really isn't. Huh? It's also called the Heat Stress Report. And this Heat Stress Report actually shows that heat stress is projected to reduce global working hours worldwide by 2.2% by 2030, which is equivalent to $2,400 billion in GDP, lost global GDP, so $2.4 trillion. And here we see agricultural workers and construction workers, of course, are the most affected. Then we also see that natural disasters are already aggravating sort of the world of work, and I think this can be debated, but I think everyone that are here, I assume agree that this is caused by or exacerbated by increased human economic activity, how we produce and consume, right? And here we see that 23 million working life years, or the equivalent of close to 1% of all global work, is being lost by 2030 as a result of that. Huh? So I have to stop now, huh? But can I make a final comment? Huh? So in conclusion, we see a lot of changes, but I think I want to paint the positive narrative, because I think, as Crispian said earlier, we must not forget that the new opportunities that are emerging. So if you look at the reduction that's going to happen in production of energy with fossil fuels, we see a loss of about 6 million. I think 24 million jobs. 6 million jobs. I always get this wrong. 6 million jobs. As we are facing our coal and petrochemicals and coal-fired power station, and so on and so forth. But the generation of renewable energy projects will create 24 million jobs. It might even be more, right? So the net job gains is 18 million. But in conclusion, so I think we should think about is that the future is not written for us. We create the future with the choices we make today. So I think, I'd like to think that through these many different phases of revolutions, industrial revolution we've come through, that after considerable sort of decades or time of turmoil, that enterprise and workers, societies as a whole might come out on top. That's my hope, unless we get lost in transition.
Unless we get lost in translation. So Jens, without repeating what you've said, I think there's probably maybe one or two things I do want to highlight. One of the things you spoke about right at the beginning is you decoupled the office from the organization, which is quite important because it makes us raise the question at the back of our minds as you speak to say there might be global coherence, understanding, agreement, but what does that look like at a national level? And that raises a lot of questions for the conversation that we're going to have and the extent to which an organization like the ILO can even hold some of the tripartite members to account, if at all. The second...
Someone say we are a toothless tiger.
A tooth, not even okay, tiger is better than the other word, all right? And then the other number that you've given us amongst the many numbers is 18 million net jobs, net job gains. And we'll test that. Kate, you would probably be closer to those numbers. But I think, Kate, to bring the question to you, if we take what Jens has shaped for us, taking us all the way from the First World War and having recognized the injustices that come from big changes, we know that restructuring economies linked to net zero objectives, we know that other trends like digitalization combined together are really going to actually have a fundamental impact on how we see work and how we see and understand and value work relations. And perhaps this might have been a better place to start. What is your view on the value of work for a society? And the reason why I'd love for you to also comment on that is that as Jens talks about the millions of working hours that will be lost, his voice is already in a frame of loss and tragedy. And I'm not sure whether that's a universal appreciation for work.
Yes, it's an important question. I mean, work really matters to those who participate, to the society and to the economy for a whole range of different reasons. And we tend to focus on the income effects of participation in work. But actually, work is about so much more than that. And it matters for all kinds of reasons. So we know that unemployment is associated with all kinds of negative psychosocial impacts that include depression, isolation, lack of structure, social exclusion. Participation in work, by contrast, is associated with access to networks, building of capabilities like
teamwork, time management, task management, communication. And all of these things build people's capacity for agency, people's capacity to act on the world. People learn organizing skills in the workplace. All of these things matter for social functioning. They also matter for economic productivity, but they matter very fundamentally to people's sense of their place in the world, their self-esteem. We heard yesterday about how participation in work is a critical marker of the transition to adulthood. And part of that is about people's sense of the social expectation that we all contribute to our household and to the community. I'm going to use an example that's actually from Greece. It's actually from an ILO program that I was involved in designing a public employment program for Greece, but it's an example that could as well be from here. It's a woman in her 40s who got a public employment job as a security guard at a school. And when the program ended, she continued to arrive for work every day. And when asked why, she said, because she wasn't being paid at this point. Because of the social contact, because it gives structure to my day, because I'm seen by my community, because my community recognizes that I'm making a contribution, I feel like I'm alive. I feel like I'm contributing. And that issue of contribution is central to the place of work within the social contract. The reality is, as human beings, we survive together. We do not survive on our own. We survive by cooperating, by collaborating as part of a collective. And part of the understanding is that those who can contribute to the support not only of themselves, but of others around them, of children, of people who are unable to work for whatever reason. That is a fundamental part of the social contract. And even though that concept of work has become very largely disembedded from its social meaning, so that work is often exploitative, it can be low paid, it can be horrible. The irony is that the research shows that even when work is exploitative and low paid, and I'm not motivating for those conditions, but even under those circumstances, those attributes of participation in work, the need to participate in work is very much part of the social contract, and it's very much part of socialization in all societies, that if you're not working, and work can take many different forms, but if you're not working, you're not contributing. If you're not contributing, you're in breach of the social contract. And this is why work and employment simply matter too much to leave to markets alone. And that's what we do as societies. So there is a wide recognition that you can't leave education to markets alone in a society. You can't leave health, you can't leave public transport to markets alone, that the functioning of society needs some level of social provision. The question I have is, why do we not apply that same prism to employment? Why do we not see the social provision of employment as just as important for social functioning, for cohesion, for productivity even? Why do we not see the social provision of employment, of forms of public employment that contribute to the common good, as just as important as those other dimensions of social provision? Because, for all the reasons I've mentioned, employment does simply matter too much to leave to markets alone.
Sure. I think that resonates across the board. I see somebody doing a silent clap for you at the back. And even finger clicks. But I think you've raised so many things in what you've just said, Kate. But I suppose the paraphrase is really, work is too important to leave to markets alone. And this conversation is going to be exactly about what is it that we need to do to intervene appropriately? What do we need to do to make sure that those transitions are smooth and just, and not just leaving it to the market to figure it out? And you know, as you speak about the importance of being seen, of seen as a contributor, and how that feeds your self-esteem and your own agency, all of these things makes us raise the questions of whether we are really valuing work for what it really is. But Azeeza, let me come to your work for a second, because in the line of your work, you're focusing on the question of how you might transform healthcare facilities, healthcare systems, healthcare organizations, all towards a smart, climate smart healthcare in particular. Maybe just for a couple of seconds on what is climate smart healthcare, what do we mean by that exactly? And then what does that mean for healthcare workers? So as you look to transition towards climate smart healthcare, where is the healthcare worker in that equation? Where do you center them? Are they on the periphery, are they at the core? And how do you do that? If I can invite you to that microphone.
Thank you so much. So it's quite interesting that, I mean, we're thinking now about the term green jobs, and it's never applied to the health sector, right? Because health is not seen as your polluting industry. But I mean, the healthcare sector actually has substantial emissions and a big carbon footprint, and also causes local air pollution. So when we talk about climate smart healthcare, it's about aiming for low carbon, climate resilient healthcare. So reducing their carbon footprint, but also making sure that they are ready for the effects of climate change and the effects of climate change on health and health systems. So the health sector contributes to 5% of global emissions worldwide. Obviously the global south less than the global north. However, we need to keep in mind that mitigation does have co-benefits, and there's also synergies with mitigation and adaptation. So the practical examples in the health sector are things like moving away from incineration, alternative treatment of healthcare waste, looking at eliminating mercury devices and other toxic chemicals, using renewable energy, and also sustainable procurement, where the big carbon footprint lies. So globally, there is a major healthcare worker shortage. Like, countries are actually starting to poach each other's healthcare workers. It's really something that is happening actively. And if we don't solve this healthcare worker shortage, our climate emergency preparedness plan is not going to hold any weight. So we have to center the workers. And when I say health workers, they are vast, not just doctors and nurses. We have community health workers, even the admin and finance and procurement teams are part of it. Now, from the academia, there's a push to incorporate planetary health in curriculums to prepare the health workforce for climate change and its effects on health. James Earlham is here from UCT, who's actually doing that at the university in the health faculty. And then also looking at its effects on health and health systems. Now, knowledge for climate action needs to be applied ASAP, because we've been discussing that we don't have time, right? Now, it's not going to be learning just global north, teaching global south. It's going to be a two-way street. The same cataract surgery in the UK per eye emits 180 kgs of CO2. That's the equivalent of driving 700 kilometers. Sure. The very same procedure in India, same quality of care, emits 6 kgs of carbon dioxide. Now, we know that less pollution means less patients. So we're looking at the shift of the health worker, not just by caring about the carbon footprint and caring for the patient through preventative and not curative care. Now, the just transition is our opportunity to heal the planet, and we forefront those that are healing the rest of the ecosystem, the One Health, the animals, humans, everybody. So we're looking at a systems approach, because you can't advance one thing without the other. And we see that the just transition is not just about energy. The just transition needs to look at all the social, structural, and political determinants of health. This is our opportunity for systems change. Now, the building blocks, like you said, we can't just have a future. We have to work towards that future. But all these building blocks of the future that we want are all interlinked. So healthcare workers are amongst the trusted voices in society. You might agree or not or disagree, right? Because this is changing and the trust is eroding because of an anti-science narrative that we find ourselves in. Not just during COVID, it was before then. And healthcare workers are the perfect advocates for climate action as well. Because what prevents health disasters than eliminating fossil fuels? So if we don't make the invisible visible, we won't have consensus of how we're charting a way forward. And health professionals in our network actually have started food gardens, and gardening was not in the curriculum. Others found practical ways to save electricity, costs on waste through alternative treatment, like we said, and also ensuring compliance to the Occupational Health and Safety Act, caring for the carers. Because like you said, work has to be meaningful. You have to enjoy your work. Healthcare workers are not just heroes during a pandemic. They also are human beings with families. And life is more than about work. It's about poetry and art and a lot of other things. Now, a sick healthcare system can't heal patients. And the oath to do no harm is increasingly important. So when we change or reskill, we're changing a narrative. There's a narrative shift. And our idea of what a job means or what work means is important. It has to change faster than the climate. A lot of things have changed over the years, and we need to change as well. Now, they call these like green-collar jobs, and it's not always, I mean, it sounds very, very capitalist vibes to use the word green-collar jobs. Someone said yesterday that if you see, Ivan said, if you look at my research, you'll see my biography. So yeah, sometimes, work may be so meaningful. Now, the global decarbonization is changing the workforce, and it's about remaking the future. So I'll stop there.
Sure. Lady, can I get those clicks with the fingers again at the back, please? Thank you very much. That's how we do things these days. Azeeza, that's absolutely fantastic. A sick healthcare system can't heal people. We need carers for the carers. You gave us some practical examples of what centering workers actually really means. One of them that stood out for me was, as you were talking about, the idea that we need to move towards preventative care, the fact that we need to change the curriculum so that we are really broadening what healthcare workers are consuming. But I'm going to come back to the question of whether this is just a really beautiful picture versus what's actually happening on the ground, and what do we need to do in terms of those support mechanisms to move closer to what you've painted for us. Because it makes you feel good, it makes you want to click your fingers. And then you go to one of the public hospitals anywhere in South Africa, and you go, I don't know if I'm clicking my fingers right now. So Lebogang, let me come to you next. And I just want us to get to grips with the Presidential Climate Commission. And so my first opening question to you is, at a high level and in a blurb, what is the mandate of the Commission? What are the big key recommendations that the Commission is putting forward, in particular around how do we balance the transitions towards net zero whilst at the very same time not losing sight of communities and not losing sight of workers? And I just want to quote one of the speakers earlier just said in the previous panel, we are not going to fully mitigate impact on workers and communities. And if that is the standing view, what is the Commission saying about what it is that we need to do?
Thanks, Nozipho. And just to briefly say that, the Presidential Climate Commission is an independent advisory body established by the President of the Republic. And it's a multi-stakeholder body, bringing together very different stakeholders who usually are on very opposite sides of the table. So our Commission meetings are quite exciting. But it's important to bring very diverse stakeholders together in order to, oversee and facilitate a just transition. I think prior to the establishment of the Presidential Climate Commission, we really didn't have a body of this nature where people who've got very different understanding of what justice is to come into one room and to be able to articulate what are the principles, firstly, of the just transition that we want. And I think we should be proud of the fact that we've been able to agree on some really ambitious just transition principles, and also to just agree on what we believe is the vision for South Africa for a just transition, which is actually groundbreaking, because prior to this, depending on which government department you went to, there was a very different understanding of what a just transition for South Africa was, which doesn't help our cause, because can you imagine, well, we're talking about wanting to attract investors, but we don't seem to have a very coherent position on what we believe the just transition is for South Africa. So I think that's probably been the biggest thing for this commission. Our purpose has been to oversee and facilitate a just transition. Now, I thought this, when you look at words like this on a paper and you translate this into actual like meaningful stuff on the ground, you actually realize just how difficult an ambition this actually is. But it needs to be done nonetheless, because, you know, within this transition are important opportunities for our country. And we often say that, you know, in this transition, and I know we love talking about the transition like it's forever waiting for us. It's not. There's a very small window of opportunity for us within this transition. But within the small opportunity for us within the transition is an even bigger responsibility to make sure that all of the things and all of the things that we are promising in terms of this transition, we are able to actually fulfill. Which is a daunting task, but it must be done. When I was working in COSATU and working with workers and telling them that, you know, there's an opportunity for jobs, but wait, your current job must go first. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds sometimes? You know, especially if you're not actually doing the groundwork of the actual planning, of actually bringing, you know, sometimes I used to say that if workers don't see themselves in a plan, it's very difficult for them to buy into it. If they don't see you taking them practically from their job and walking them through a process of where they will still be employed in a way that is meaningful, it's very difficult to buy into plans. And it seems like nobody wants to do that difficult work. We just want to rush through the climate finance, adaptation, mitigation, and we leave these very important discussions by the wayside. And then we characterize workers as being defensive. We characterize them as being against the transition, but we don't really do the hard work of bringing them along in the process that actually makes sense. Now, this is again why the Presidential Climate Commission is so important, because this is what we do through the stakeholder consultations that we have to do that work of bringing everybody along. I know a lot of people have loved that nothing about us without us, and leaving nobody behind, and these have become really nice slogans. But what you're seeing is that in the actual day-to-day, because we rush things, so to say, we're actually leaving people behind. But I think what's been important about the Just Transition or the Presidential Climate Commission is that, you know, we've already done the work of identifying the various opportunities that exist in the different phases of the transition. And if these can be done properly, at every instance within the transition, there can be opportunities for communities and there can be opportunities for labor as well. Some of the recommendations that we've done in terms of the Komati report and how to kind of like take that particular coal-fired power station and do things correctly, we can reorient the narrative where you don't create big losers and a few winners. We can actually change this stuff around, because this is not the first transition. We've been through several transitions. We should have learned lessons by now, but we're still here. But there is an opportunity for us to be able to learn those lessons and do better. Now, in identifying the different opportunities that exist in the various phases of our transition, I think a lot of things have been said. You know, there's going to be a need to reskill workers. And again, you know, the terms get thrown around in forums of this nature. But we kind of need to take it a step back, that, you know, human resource development and the human resource development landscape in South Africa is actually quite complicated, actually. It's quite complicated, and for us to be able to take advantages that exist in the Just Transition, there needs to be a relook in the way in which we do our resource development in this country. They are just putting in Just Transition and Just Transition imperatives in a human resource development strategy is not enough. A reorientation almost, or a reinvigoration needs to happen in terms of our human resource development strategy. It's complicated, it's complex, but there are different things that can be done in an innovative way that unlock the necessary potential that exists within this particular sphere, which, again, it's not impossible to do. It just requires us to reorient things a little bit. But another thing that I've also looked at, especially when we talk about skills development, I mean, we do recognize that especially the transition that's happening in the energy sector provides an opportunity for us to bring in more women in terms of the energy sector and their participation with the energy sector. But in looking at the way in which we do skills development, nobody talks about the availability of some of the more social related things that we need to be doing in our transition. So nobody talks about the fact that we probably need to have more ECD facilities. And we need to link that to our just transition and decarbonization projects. So everyone is talking about, oh, thank you, I got this. No, I appreciate it. So nobody talks about, because everybody is so hung up on decarbonization and big bad decarbonization projects, because that's the stuff that's bankable and that's the stuff that sells you these big dreams, which is not a bad thing, I promise, to anybody that's busy. Please carry on with the work. But what we think is also quite important is that we talk about women in the transition, but we're not doing the stuff that allow the women to be able to take advantage of skills development opportunities, which again is going to be another missed opportunity, and we're going to be crying about the marginalization of women as we proceed. So these are the things that we need to start thinking at the ideas level, so that, as and when we build up our ability to build on the ambition, because you can only get more ambitious if people can buy into what it is that you are trying to give to them. And the ambition is going to be sold more by your justice elements. It's going to be sold more by your social elements more than anything else. The bankability and the finance is really exciting, and I wish everybody the best who's endeavoring in all of that. But the social and the justice elements have to be quite right, because that's where we get the community and that's where we get the workers.
Sure. So we have a bit of the older people coming in with the hand claps, so that's also fine. But Lebogang, I want to stay with you a little bit. I just want to follow up, because I think there's quite a bit in what you've said. One of the things you've raised as a red flag, and you've kind of just did it at the window and you brought it back in, was this idea of, and I suppose it's another sexy thing we say, upskilling, reskilling, lifelong learning, and so on and so forth. But some of the research is also showing that the people that will get access to the skills to do the work are not necessarily the same people who are actually losing the jobs, because those losing the jobs oftentimes don't have the foundational skills to access those opportunities in the first place. How are we going to reconcile that, as you have that conversation, as you were with COSATU, when you're saying to people, well, look, there are jobs coming, but you're going to have to lose this job, that the unsaid in that conversation is, and you might not be able to access this new job. How do we reconcile that, and how do we box smart to get out of that situation?
So this is where, and I'm going to throw another cliche term that we keep using in these conversations, but it has to come in. This is where sort of like the economic diversification needs to actually happen. There are going to be workers, and you're quite right, and we don't say these when we go and consult with workers, that, you might not be able to transition to another energy job. And, with my work at COSATU, the energy sector is the employer of choice. When you look at the trade union participation, it's very strong in the mining and energy sector. And the workers in those particular sectors do earn well or better than their counterparts in other sectors. And it's because of just the nature and history of trade union participation in those particular sectors. But the truth of the matter is, it may not be one energy job for another energy job, which means we also have to do an even more difficult task of doing more work in other sectors to increase the level of decent work within those sectors. So Saul makes the point that, there are going to be very few workers who are going to say, here, I raise my hand, I'm going to want to work in the agricultural sector. Because to be quite honest, we still have people who are working in the agricultural sector that are being paid with a plate of food. And it's slave wages. Nobody would want to find themselves there when they were getting quite decent levels of work and working standards in the energy sector. So there needs to be sort of like some sort of effort for us to make sure that we standardize standards of employment and standards of work across sectors, so that you don't find yourself in a situation where there's a hesitance and there's a pushback to move from one sector to another. The economic diversification works when we're able to convince people to ply their trade in other sectors that are not necessarily within the energy sector, that there has become the employer or the employment destination of choice. So definitely a lot of work. And I know when I was in the trade union, we were looking at how about we put a universal standard in terms of working standards, and how about we collaborate with the ILO in order to put together a convention around just having globalized collective bargaining agreements regardless of which sector you're in. So we don't have a situation where, because a particular sector enjoys, heightened trade union participation, those workers can earn better as opposed to their counterparts who have the same level of skill in another sector. So things of that nature need to start happening, and it needs to start happening quickly because the transition already is starting to unfold.
So I can hear Jens on this side agreeing, and so I wanna jump into those ums and unpack them a little bit. So I want to give you an opportunity to react to what you've heard from Lebogang. But as you do, I mean, one of the phrases you've used, Jens, at the end of your first answer was a toothless tiger, and we know that that's not a positive imagery, and we certainly want to move away from that. So as you comment on Lebogang's comment, might you also talk a little bit about how does the ILO seek to harvest the global agreements, whether it's seen in conventions or resolutions, that has come out of sort of social and economic energy to move towards a more, towards better climate outcomes, towards better inequality outcomes? How are you harvesting that to be able to get your members to distill those agreements and those resolutions into national policy, so that we really are seeing a little bit of momentum and not just agreeing at the global level?
You don't ask easy questions, do you? So, well, I think, first of all, let me say, I think from the ILO's point of view, it's climate challenges and inequalities in labor markets are fully, they're intertwined and related, right? I think in terms of the ILO's approach to this, I think there is nothing else than social dialogue. There is nothing else than getting together around the table. You said, Lebogang, you have interesting meetings in the Climate Commission because you have people that are in very, very opposing views. It's the same at the ILO. If anyone has ever been to the International Labour Conference, you are discussing a labour market issue at a convention. The workers on this side of the room, the employers on the other side, the governments on the middle, and they are starting very, very far apart, coming with different conditions to the table and different priorities, right? But I think that is the beauty of social consensus, and I think just transition, it is a compromise. It has to be a compromise where no one gets too much and no one gets too little. But there's actually what I think we can say is a fair and decent outcome for everyone. So we don't leave anyone behind. I know that is a cliche, and perhaps we are saying that too much. But so social dialogue for sure. But perhaps I also want to talk a bit about, I think, what we see as the ILO or ILO constituents as the right mix of policies.
Yeah, because that's exactly why I wanted to go next, to say you have the benefit of having the world in one room oftentimes, and that often means you have a bird's eye view over the policy mixes that seem to work. So maybe talk to us a little bit about where have you seen it work, where workers aren't left behind, they are centered and they are at the center of the transition, because then it gives us access to best practice.
Yeah. Yes, a great question. So actually back in 2015, the ILO developed these just transition guidelines, and they came up with a policy framework across 9 policy areas and what we call 4 interrelated elements. And this just transition framework was actually endorsed by the International Labour Conference, which is the supreme decision-making body of the ILO. Before that, the just transition guidelines were developed by a tripartite group of experts, including from South Africa, government, organized business, organized labor was part of develop that. Now, I actually want to show one slide here, but Anders, you was being very strict, said no slides. So now I need to talk more to explain this framework. So basically, there's one element that looking at the what of just transition. What are we talking about? So we're talking about job-rich, inclusive economies and growth policies, right? We talk about social equality, social equity, and social justice, right? So that's the what. But then the how, and I think this is the contestation. How do we manage that just transition, and how do we finance the just transition? And those 4 elements are actually, seaming through all our different policy areas. So if I can just very quickly unpack the policy areas, because I think very interesting sort of points have come out over the past few days. And one very important area, earlier today we heard about there has to be enough space for fiscal spending. And so one very important area is what we call macroeconomic and growth policies. So you actually ensure there's fiscal space also for social spending and for social protection programs that are going to be very important in the transition when people fall in and out of jobs, right? But also using financial steering instruments like from National Treasury and the Reserve Bank and so on and so forth to expedite that transition to low carbon economy. So that's a very fundamental policy area. Then another one is industrial and sectoral policies. How can we pay due attention to the opportunities that are growing in sectors and industries, but while also paying attention to, investment agreements? How do you attract foreign direct investments into South Africa? How do you make sure that is green and create green jobs and enterprise opportunities in those supply chains and value chains of large MSCs that are coming in here? And there I think, I just want to make a comment, I think the work that is led by DTIC on the sectoral master plans, they are tripartite in nature. There are different master plans, but then we have a separate master plan for renewable energy that I think has been out for public comments, and I think is being published in a few months perhaps. Why only have that? Why not mainstream across the other sector master plans a focus on just transition, a focus on green jobs, a focus on sustainable development? I think that's something where we could focus. And another element is enabling enterprise policies and enabling business environment with smart use of incentives that actually incentivizes enterprises to go green. We know DTIC, they have a lot of incentive schemes. So why don't we put in place green transition incentive schemes so enterprise can become more sustainable and create green jobs, right? Then there are skills policies, coming back to what Lebogang said here, and I think someone said yesterday, it's not about the individual, it's about putting the right systems in place. So proper skills systems that can actually adapt to shifting labor market needs, because the same jobs are not going to be created, as you said. It's not one energy job for one energy job. So I think that's very important. Then another one is occupational safety and health policies. I talked about heat stress before. You've talked about health. The importance that when people are working in heat stress situation, that they are actually that they have access to proper and healthy workplace, and that's actually an international labor standard, one of our fundamental principles of rights at work now, one of the basic convention. Then I'm gonna, I wasn't able to slow this slide, so that's why I need to spend a lot of time. And then social protection. I think social protection, and here I want to say social protection in South Africa is seen as a bit of, we need to do something for the people that can't work. I mean, we heard those people that don't have the abilities and it's so if you're a social income grant, you're there, you're stuck. I think this is a wrong perception. I think in the concept of a just transition, social protection is it's a buffer, but it's a facilitator. Right. It's a facilitator for just transition. So as you imagine those mining workers are falling out of employment, and also the subcontractors, the enterprises that are providing supplies to the mines, as they lose their jobs and their businesses, they need to have some sort of social protection so they can straddle that period, that transition into a new job or into a new business opportunity. That, and this is my 8th area, I'm soon done under, is active labor market policies, where we just don't sit idle by, but we actually make sure we look at support to skills training and upskilling and reskilling, but from a systemic perspective, right? Job placement, service in sectors and industries where they're needed, income support, labor market information. We saw the Youth Explorer yesterday. What a wonderful labor market information system that actually shows where are the jobs, where are the employment, where are the jobs needed. And then the last 2 areas are central, and then I'll shut up, are central to the mandate of the ILO.
It's a very interesting way of counting. He does 8, and then he says last 2 of 8, exactly. But it's 10. But that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not good at math. That's Patrick. Huh? He's got a PhD in math. So the last 2 areas are central to the ILO mandate. So rights at work. And we heard it collective bargaining in Lebogang, including the right to freedom of association and the right to a safe and healthy working right. Very often you don't see that in countries that has adopted just transition policies. The normative aspect in terms of human rights, labor rights, are not very often part of the actual process. And then finally, social dialogue and tripartism. It's critical to build consensus for policy choice. So I can stop here. I can talk a bit more about how this relates to inequality, but let me stop here and come back to that.
All right, so let's jump to Kate, because I think the list is growing, and I think this is quite encouraging, because we started off with a question which said, what support mechanisms did we use? Lebogang started us off by saying we need standardized employment standards, essentially, perhaps even filtering through to collective bargaining instruments that are standardized. Then we had a list of 8, which was 10 things from Jens, which were policy instruments that we could add, right? So macroeconomic policy, industrialization policy, occupational health policy, social protection and rethinking that as a facilitator, enterprise policy, labor market policy, right to work, and the last one was social dialogue. So the list is growing. So Kate, I'm interested in understanding what you would add to that list, because again, when Jens started in his first response, he spoke to us about the numbers. 6 million jobs likely to be lost, 24 million jobs likely to be gained, net jobs 18 million. To ensure that we land on the 18 million or more, what do you see as the key labor market interventions that we've got to move with?
So many people here have spoken about all kinds of interventions intended to create all kinds of jobs in different sectors, green jobs, energy jobs, and so on. And all of that is very important. The fact of the matter, though, is that what we've also heard repeatedly is that the transition will not be seamless. The transition will not be seamless for the individuals affected, and the transition will not be seamless for the communities affected around those workplaces. So there's an individual dimension, there's a spatial dimension, and of course, effects throughout the economy. So we need an additional instrument beyond all the things, very important things that people have spoken about, and that is the social provision of employment. That is mechanism, and we have these instruments. In the context of COVID, when our dreadful unemployment rate was getting worse, we did establish the presidential employment stimulus, and it has delivered 1.4 million jobs and livelihood opportunities since October 2020 using a public employment modality. The point about public employment is that it's a marvelously flexible instrument with which you can do all kinds of fabulous things and be very creative, and that's exactly what we have to do in the context of the just transition. Lebogang gave me a fabulous entry point here, because amongst the many programs that have been part of the stimulus, I want to highlight the Social Employment Fund, which focuses, we use the term social employment to refer to publicly funded employment that is initiated and implemented beyond the state. So classic public employment models are important and have an important role, and many are part of the stimulus, where it's the public sector that's implementing employment initiatives. But with social employment, we are supporting community-based organizations to do what they do and to do more of it, to do it better and to do it at greater scale. And that includes things like early childhood development. I want to give an example from social employment, which started in the employment stimulus in its second year. In just a year and a half, it's now hit 89,000 participants. These are approaches that can scale. These are approaches that can be targeted spatially, can be targeted at particular skills levels. But in the Social Employment Fund, the common point is that the work must serve the common good. And that is intentionally broad, because there are so many forms of work that do. So to quote the president, there is no shortage of work to be done to make South Africa a better place. If we take that as our starting point, there is so many forms of work. So, for example, in social employment, one of the organizations supported, Hlanganisa Institute, works on combating gender-based violence. They have trained over 2,600 young women as paralegals supporting survivors of gender-based violence. They have gone from processing, this is their very specific average number, 391 cases a month to 6,000 cases a month as a result of this program. Now, this is an example of what can be done through the social provision of employment. This is work for the common good. This is meaningful work. This is work that has skilled these people. In fact, they're being snapped up into the labor market. And there are many different forms of work that can be done. Hala yesterday spoke about catchment management, work in integrated catchment management. There's work in food security. There's work in informal settlement upgrading, early childhood development, all kinds of care. You name it, community libraries. I think the important thing as well is that in the context of the just transition, yes, we need to do those kinds of programs, and we can do them quickly and easily. We've got the institutional frameworks in place. AFD, we're in discussion with AFD about supporting us to adapt what we've learned and what we've done for the context of the just transition. But I think a really exciting opportunity in this space also is that what I've described will support the communities affected by the transition process. There is, however, no reason why work for the common good has to be unskilled work. It is a perception in our context. I'm going to use the Greek example again. I wasn't expecting to, but actually it's very apposite, because in Greece, a significant proportion of unemployed people were highly qualified. They had master's degrees. We were designing public employment programs for archaeologists, data scientists, vets, physiotherapists. There is no reason why public employment and work for the common good should be unskilled work. And I think a critical challenge in the context of the just transition is let's get that skills profile of people who are going to be affected. And let's look at how we can use those skills and apply those skills in work that serves the common good. We can do it. And how can we then use a public employment modality to help with this transition? To be able to say to workers, okay, you may not immediately have a private sector job that meets what you're expecting, but here is a job that is decent, that uses your skills optimally, that gives you a pathway. I think that is part of the challenge that we face in terms of additional modalities.
I want to move to Azeeza very quickly. I mean, the social work that serves the common good that comes from these social employment modalities sounds really exciting, Kate. Are we letting the private sector off the hook?
No. I think it's very important to be very clear. Yeah. The priority is to get those private sector jobs. That is the priority. It's not going to be seamless. So we need a complementary strategy. It's not instead of, by any means. It can never be instead of, and it can never be our primary purpose, just to be clear.
So beautiful. So I'm going to add that it's a big chapter under these mechanisms to look at complementary strategies, and I think that's some beautiful examples that you've used. And thank you for the clarification, because we can get excited and then begin to think, well, the problem is taken care of. We can get on with just moving on in the mainstream labor market. Azeeza, the question I want to bring to you, and then of course I'll come to Lebogang as a final one, then I'll open up to the audience before we close, is can we do a better job of leveraging science so that we leave no workers behind and we really center communities? One of the things I think Kate spoke about earlier on, she said the social contract is broken. I think I'm attributing it correctly. And you added to that, and you said, of course, because of COVID and all other deviations from science, can we reconstruct that narrative and have science as an enabler that helps us make better informed, data-driven decisions that allow us to put communities and workers at the center?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think it's been increasingly important now because health entered the climate change space quite late, I would say. It was a push from civil society. I just want to quickly go on the health and climate change thing about systemic shocks to a resource-constrained health system or any system is really hard to recover from. And the health risks of climate change are at their highest when there's multiple compounded vulnerabilities, right? So it demonstrates the need to look at the inequalities lens when we look at climate change and health. So the inequalities part is very important, looking at low carbon socioeconomic pathways that protect and promote human health. I love that idea of the paralegals because GBV is one of the big issues in the public health sector and a public health issue. I just want to come back to that anti-science narrative I spoke about earlier or briefly mentioned. So yesterday in the closing panel, I'm not sure if it was Africa or one of his panelists that said he'd rather trust an academic than a government worker.
Sounds like Africa.
Now, while that might be true in certain spaces, there is a history of bias. There's a present of vested interests in academia, right? And the trust is eroding, and we know that it's fragile. To build trust, we need a shared science. Lebogang said it well. If people don't see themselves as part of something, there's no buy-in. And I think that put it quite well. So we need to be deliberate about having a renewed partnership between science and civil society to ensure a science agenda that will enable a just transition. You know, at the heart of your mitigation and adaptation strategies, we need to put science, emphasizing on the fact that the ones who are guilty of the highest emissions versus the ones who are not so guilty and also more vulnerable. Now, this will require stronger and equal partnership and also between disciplines, between the natural sciences, economics, social sciences, and humanities. Scientific research, modeling, and innovation must feature in investment discussions. And if it doesn't, I mean, we need to speak about loss and damage as well. I mean, someone mentioned earlier about why our countries not taking accountability. Well, part of loss and damage says that the fine print says, well, we're not going to take accountability, but loss and damage will be set up, right? Which is problematic, but let's not go there. Now, the voice of academia shouldn't be lost in political and economic interests, you know. There's a power dynamic between the policy makers and the policy influencers. And as policy influencers, I think we need more solidarity and more of a unified voice and work together, you know, because we can't treat the symptoms of climate change. We have to look at the root cause. So perhaps we need to start thinking of a workforce adapted to degrowth. Now, I'll de-jargonize this one, so I'm going to just quote Jason Hickel. Let me just get that quote. He says, to eradicate poverty at $5 a day. To eradicate poverty at $5 a day, global GDP would have to increase to 175 times its present size. In other words, we need to extract, produce, and consume 175 times more commodities than we presently do. Even if such outlandish growth were possible, the consequences would be disastrous. We would quickly chew through the planet's ecosystems, destroying the forests, the soils, and most importantly, the climate. There's simply no way that this can be achieved without triggering truly catastrophic climate change, which, apart from anything else, would obliterate any potential gains from poverty reduction. Now, we've also breached 6 out of 9 of our planetary boundaries, right? You can Google the graph of the planetary boundaries. It's really quite scary. And it's not just about carbon emissions. We really can't afford it. Our biodiversity loss is affecting us, and we saw the pandemic come from it. Zoonotic and vector-borne diseases come from biodiversity loss. Just want to say something as a virologist. Viruses also want to survive as much as we want to survive. So if you kill their host, they're going to come for us. I mean, what do we expect? I mean, we live in the age of technology, and technology should improve our lives. We should be working less. We have computers. Come on. The 8-hour workday comes from an era of no computers. And a lot of degrowth has been mentioned here today. Social protection, care work. Those are all elements of degrowth we need to look at. And I always say, like, we need a long view and a broad view. Sometimes we need to zoom in because the devil is in the detail. But sometimes we need to zoom out and look at the entire system and all its moving parts. And I just want to say, I mean, don't be afraid to be radical as an academic, because knowledge is power, and you have the power to use it for the greater good.
Thank you so much, Azeeza. Again, degrowth, and as you share those stats, that is, we're going to have to extract, consume, produce 175 times more just to get to $5 per day is a really scary set of numbers to think about. But it goes back to the absolute, what I would call the sub-blurb on our screens, the strategic dilemmas and the trade-offs. And how courageous are we going to be about making those trade-offs and being honest about what those dilemmas really are. Lebogang, a final word from you before we go to the audience. One of the things that I chirped to Kate at the end of her response was, are we letting business off the hook? And she was very quick to say, no, not at all. We're talking about complementary strategies, not strategies that are exclusive of each other. If that is true, then how is business being incentivized not only to implement these support mechanisms that would ensure or support to some extent smooth and equitable transitions, but who's holding business accountable? How do we know that this is actually going to happen, or are we going to pray and hope that business does the right thing?
Now, that's a wild question for me, considering where I used to work. And to ask me to talk about business incentives. But, you know, we're very fortunate in the South African sense in that we are used to bringing business to the table. So this is not an anomaly for us. In fact, we do it very well. When we put business and we put trade unions together and we put government together in order to come up with solutions. In fact, the 2008 financial crisis, there was a social compact with business, government, and the trade unions for us not to result in catastrophic market impact as a result of the global credit crunch. And I won't say that's holding business accountable, but rather working with business. And I think maybe that's how we should view this. I've spent a lot of my life chasing after business, and you know, I don't find it to be the more productive way to engage with business organizations. I think if they see themselves as key stakeholders to the transition, because they gain a lot from this transition. And Jens, I'm gonna call you out again. You know, the resolution that we just adopted at the ILO, this latest conference on the just transition recognizes that, you know, a just transition at a country context works better when the trade unions, government, and businesses can find themselves and co-create the beneficial situation in terms of a just transition. That's what creates the better outcomes. So I don't want to view ourselves as watchdogs of business. There are institutions that are well equipped to do that, but rather to look at them as co-creators of the type of country that we want. There's no business on a dead planet, and you know, the market is going to do what the market needs to do, and I think it's up to us to come together and find ways in which it works. And like I said, in the South African context, this is not something completely new to us. We do this on a day-to-day basis. When I look at how labor market institutions here in South Africa historically bring business, government, as well as trade unions together. I mean, when I look at the contributory scheme for the UIF, that's workers and business putting money together in order to protect workers in cases of unemployment. So this is not okay, there are businesses that you have to chase after to do it right. But more often than not, this is working well together. In fact, when you look at the UIF and the temporary employer relief scheme and what a saving grace that was for employees when they didn't have a job during the hard lockdowns, this is a success case, and we can implement this when looking at the just transition. One of the things that we had highlighted once, that, you know, when companies are going to find themselves in distress while they are trying to transition to other alternatives of operations in this transition, it's going to be very important for us to reinvigorate the temporary employer relief scheme through the UIF, so that again we cushion both businesses and we cushion employees so that they don't find themselves in hardships in terms of unemployment employment, especially when businesses are in distress. So this is one but example where, you know, employers and businesses are finding themselves and creating those types of solutions. When I look at the bargaining councils, where the minerals councils, as well as the trade unions, where it's the public sector council, as well as the trade unions represented there, they come together, they come up with solutions and solutions for their sectors. And I think that's another important thing that we need to do. The just transition needs to sort of get off the aggregate discussion level and come to individual sectors. And that work is going to happen when sectors are well organized, where businesses as well as their employees are able to come together, collectively co-create really good solutions around how those particular sectors need to transition and what institutional mechanisms and labor market instruments can be used to facilitate that process so that it works. The ILO has conventions about this that we can replicate. We already have the types of labor market institutions and instruments that can help us to cultivate that and move that forward. So I think in terms of, I know I wasn't going to talk about, there are the subsidies for businesses and to help them do things properly, but I think in this way and in encapsulating that whole, this thing that we're very used to doing, which is around creating these very important social compacts, is how we move forward instead of trying to chase business down and sort of like beat them into submission.
It's so interesting to me how this conversation has kept coming back to the social contract. And I love the language that you use, that why do we need incentives? Why do we need to chase? Surely we all want the same outcome. And you said, you know, there's no business on a dead planet. And I don't think it could have been articulated any better. We've got about 15 minutes left of this conversation. I want to take maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we will hand it back to Africa. But can I get a sense? I'm also open to comments, if it's not a question, but it's a comment. And I'm doing a quick scan if anybody has so I've got a hand over there, and I've got 2 over there. All right, so let's start with the madam over there. So if we can just give her, let's donate one of our microphones. I appreciate that. And then we'll go to the 2 gentlemen, and then we will take it back to the panel. Go for it.
Hi, thank you very much. I just have a comment. Sorry, my name is Zenzi. I just have a comment, and I just want to say, firstly, thank you very much for highlighting the area of care work, because, you know, you spoke about jobs that are going to be lost in the transition, and I think that care work is actually one of the areas that has risen up, especially since COVID, and I think that is an area where we can think of people moving right towards. And this is the thing, is like, I think Azeeza, you mentioned that care workers should be valued, and this is an important thing, but even the care work sector needs to be valued, and we know that when there is a female-dominated sector, there's usually lower income. So just as much as we want to bring women into the STEM fields, I think that we should start thinking of moving men into care work as well. It's okay for that to happen. It's not, we need to value that industry, and it needs to be seen as a more decent work option for both genders. Thank you.
Thank you, Zinzi. I have so many views on that, but we'll catch up. But I 100% agree with you. Let's get the microphone to the other end. And as the microphone, I'm going to take the liberty of making a quick comment. One of my very first moderations at the ILO in Geneva, we were talking about care work, and this was a good decade ago, and somebody said, well, you know, why are we not valuing the care? Why are we not valuing care work, and why is it so female dense? And a gentleman stood up and he said, if you want the care sector to work, put men in there, because they'll make sure to get paid. Anyway, so let's go to the gentleman on that side. Please go for it.
Thanks. My name's Riza Daniels from UCT. My question is for Lebogang. So Lebogang, I've noted that you talk a lot about the tripartite alliance and the interest groups associated with it. But I wonder if it's not somewhat remiss to actually not be thinking of communities as needing separate representation along the lines of what NEDLAC has historically done. And the reason for that is because when you start seeing what's happening with informal mining in South Africa, one of the big concerns is that miners who can't find jobs in sectors where they're going to get similar conditions of service are going to go underground. And that is already happening. So there's a tremendous level of criminality, of danger, of risks to health associated with illegal mining. So I'd like to know, what is the Presidential Climate Commission thinking specifically on this topic? Because if we see that sector continuing to stay underground and operate the way that it is doing, it's going to become a major threat for all kinds of reasons: illegal mining, illegal migration, and extremely dangerous levels of criminality and violence as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Azeeza. So before you answer, Lebogang, let me give Murray an opportunity. I think his hand was up again. Go for it, Murray.
Yeah, it's also for Lebogang, as it turns out. But that's because you gave us this picture that just made the session very real, where you said, okay, but a mine worker works in a sector that's highly unionized, it's a well-paid job, and you're asking them to make a transition, right? Or if you leave them out of the discussion, they're going to be unemployed. And so that's what they bring into the discussion. At the same time, Jens is saying we need a compromise and dialogue, and we've put a few things on the table as sort of adjustment mechanism. We've got public employment schemes, or we've got grants that are like unemployment insurance, because we've got an awkward labor market. Maybe you could just comment a little bit on whether you think that sort of compromise, because if you think about it, so Ravi Kanwar has spoken quite a lot about the fact that you need a compensation principle, he calls it, but not something specific to Mpumalanga and the mining situation and the just transition. You need a view in the labor market about how you do labor market restructuring and how you compensate the losers. And I wonder how far that sort of discussion has infused the just transition discussion. Are we anywhere closer to, because that would be the minimum wage, actually, if you go with the public employment scheme. It wouldn't be where mine wages are set right now.
Murray, thank you so much. So let me give you the floor, Lebogang, both questions to you, and then I'll wrap with the panel. The question from Azeeza on, thoughts on the informal miners, and I suppose the unsaid is the precedent that could set for other sectors, and then of course Murray's question on compensation principles.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with Azeeza's question, and I think this is probably the biggest problem with our labor market, is that we've categorized workers according to formal as well as informal. So the ones that are formal enjoy these wonderful labor protections in our labor legislation, and then informal workers have to, fend for themselves in very dangerous contexts, illegal almost, and they have to find themselves underground. And I think that's always the biggest problem, that we've put workers into these two distinct categories. And regardless of the wonderful stuff that's coming out of the ILO around informalization, formalizing the informal sector, we don't seem to be making headway. And I think maybe that's the opportunity that exists within this transition, to get rid of, these very toxic categorization of workers, because work is work. At the end of the day, work is work, and work needs to be made decent, so that those who are participating in work get a decent standard of living. So I think that's probably the one element. Also, not casting aspersions on some of the illegalities that take place within that sector, but I think at the core of what your question is around how we need to do the actual work of getting rid of these characterizations of formal as opposed to informal work. And maybe some of the work around formalizing the informal sector probably needs to come into the just transition space, because it then affords workers the types of labor standards which makes workers standardized across the board. The question around standardizing our labor market or reinvigorating our labor market, I completely agree with. there's definitely a reinvigoration that needs to happen, because like what you said, or what I just said right now, is that we have a legal framework for our labor market that is still looking at workers as though we are in the previous 20 years. It hasn't adapted to the current labor market dynamics, and it's definitely not ready for a just transition. So I definitely believe that there definitely needs to be not just a reinvigoration of our labor market, but a labor legislation as well. When I look at the national minimum wage, and I know we talk about it as the basis point and at the floor of what workers could be receiving, but there's nothing stopping us from talking about the living wage. It's been a concept we've been touting for a while, and I don't know why we haven't taken the step towards, categorizing and actually putting a number to a living wage. And how nice would that be? So instead of creating this whole narrative that because one sector you are able to negotiate and get yourself this level of earnings as opposed to another sector, why can't we just have a the average or the living wage as the basis of which to start from? Which is going to be difficult for South Africa, because I saw how difficult the national minimum wage discussions were. But these are things that we need to start thinking about if we are truly serious about the reinvigoration of our labor market.
Lebogang, thank you. I've got 3 minutes and I've got 3 voices that haven't spoken that I'd like to squeeze in. So Jens, this is a minute, right? So per person before Africa kills me. I'm going to start with Azeeza first. Azeeza, as we wrap up this conversation, in 1 minute, what is the one thing that you would want us to walk out provoked by, agitated by, on the back of the conversation we've just had?
So we've been talking about jobs, and it's about inequality, work, and nature, right? But we must also talk about the cost of living. The cost of living crisis is deep. Generations before, on a factory job, could afford homes, houses, not apartments. And generations now are earning triple the amount that their parents and grandparents, even 10 times more, and can't afford property. So we need to really look at that cost of living crisis. In parallel, we're looking inequality, work, and nature, and jobs. And then just as a last comment, we cannot green the military. There's a military-industrial complex we don't speak about that destroys nature every single day and destroys people. And if we want to protect nature, we can't avoid that elephant in the room.
Thank you very much, Azeeza. Kate, what's your 1 minute pitch?
So we know that unemployment is the single biggest cause of poverty and income inequality in South Africa. We have tools to address it. Let's do it. We can't leave employment to markets alone. We don't have to. We have the solutions. We have the tools. Let's do it.
We have the solutions. We have the tools. Let's do it. Jens?
It's a tough one. So I think
I'm worried about this posture, because this usually means it's going to be quite long.
I'll be very quick. I think South Africa has all the opportunities in the world, has all the institutions, has all the right people and the talent, and very resourceful. I mean, I think this is the opportunity, that justice system, to actually also correct the existing injustices that exist in the labor market. Yesterday, we listened to Harun Barat. He looked at, what is normal global formula of people that are in wage employment, that are in formal work, and that are out of work. Normally, it's 45, 45, 10. In South Africa, it's 45, 16, and then many people that are unemployed. I think, that large group of South African society that doesn't have a job, also because it's very difficult to enter the formal sector, because it's too strict to be the informal sector. So I think this is the opportunity, and I think South Africa shouldn't squander it.
South Africa shouldn't squander it. So I tricked you, because I still have 1 more minute. And so what I'd love to do is put you at the spot one last time. This way, I'm going to go this way. So Jens, you get first pick. We are not putting up a billboard, but we are crafting the headlines for the Sunday papers. So for those who still get their physical copies, you would have the physical copy in front of you. For those who are consuming online, it's on your screen. It is a headline. It is the thing that you are looking at as you're having your breakfast on Sunday morning. And the headline starts with 3 words: workers and communities. And you get to finish the headline. So we start off with the ends: workers and communities.
Visited by Trevor Noah when he got the Peace Prize for promoting just transition.
I love that. Workers and communities visited by Trevor Noah when he got the Peace Prize. Full stop. All right. But it's optimistic. It shows to, the possibilities and, of course, of brilliant South Africans on global stages, and how do we scale and make a million more Trevor Noahs who can do amazing things like that. Kate?
workers and communities use an employment guarantee to use work to address our social challenges.
So the development strategist has gone development strategy on us. So let's start again. Workers and communities.
Workers and communities use an employment guarantee to address our many social challenges at local level.
Workers and communities using the unemployment guarantee to address our many social problems. It's a big headline. It's also the blurb and the sub-headline. Azeeza, you get to take us home.
Workers and communities fighting climate action, taking ownership of their health and happiness.
Lovely. It's a big newspaper, so we'll take it as editor. I'm signing it off. Lebogang, workers and communities.
Workers and communities have the solutions.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause, Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Azeeza, out of interest, the average price of property in Johannesburg in 2023, 850,000 Rand, that's for selling. And the average price of property in Cape Town in 2023, 1.8 million Rand for selling. And they've got this thing now where they're introducing the micro units, where it's like 28 square meters, and you can't swing a cat in there, and you're still paying 1.2 million Rand for that. Anyway, another round of applause, please, for Nozipho and the panel. Give this woman a fantastic round of applause. Truly. And Erica will get her due, don't worry. She will get her due. I was approached by her, thanks to Pippa's recommendation, and I will tell you this much. This has been one of the best emceeing jobs because you've made my job so easy. And really a fantastic program, and I know a lot has to do with, you don't want to take the credit, but a lot has to do with you. So thank you very much for your wonderful efforts. All right. Now for the business end. I feel like we started this conversation yesterday afternoon in the final panel, and I think it gave us much food for thought. And I have no doubt that when you went to the Radisson Blu yesterday, much was, discussed over hopefully good glasses of wine and cold beverages of your choice. The purpose of this session is to explore the challenges and the opportunities of a just transition. South Africa signed the first partnership for a just energy transition at the JET-P at COP26 in Glasgow. 2 years later, what can we learn from these agreements? Where are the opportunities that are yet to be explored and fully realized? And what are the challenges that we need to overcome? And joining me on this panel, Mark Swilling is back. He's the co-director of the Center for Sustainability Transitions at Stellenbosch University. I've got Erica Gerretsen with the European Commission. I've got Saul Musker, who is the director at Private Office of the President. Saul, we are going to find out what that means, actually. And then Sharmila Subramani is the Chief Executive of the National Business Initiative. Please, a round of applause for my guests. And perhaps, Saul, to get it out of the way, what is a director in the Private Office of the President mean? There's a microphone there for you.
I'm not sure that I know. But no, so the presidency plays a very particular role in this whole system, and you've seen kind of a few different people from the presidency in different parts of this discussion. But I think the role that it plays in the just transition is one of the most important. It's a really good example of what a center of government institution needs to do. So that's not about my role. My role is the Director of Strategy and Delivery Support in the presidency, which is, I think, intentionally vague. But it means that, you know, it runs from the strategy around what we need to do to shift economic growth, to shift our economic growth trajectory as a country, and then how we do that so that those kinds of strategies can be translated into delivery. And that's really what the presidency is aiming to do.
I know you said that the just energy transition doesn't really fall within necessarily your direct offers, but you are in the presidency. We are the first country, or one of the first countries, to sign such a partnership. What have we achieved since signature?
Well, so I think it's worth taking a step back and asking why we did the JETP before we, you know, ask what it's achieved so far. And really, you know, back in 2021, prior to COP26, South Africa submitted its revised nationally determined contribution, aiming to reduce our carbon emissions to between 350 and 420 megatons CO2 equivalent by 2030. And that commitment was made before the JETP was announced, and even, in fact, before we really entered into discussions about the JETP. And I think the order of that is quite important, because what it says is that meeting that target is something that we need to do anyway. It's something we need to do as a country, in part because if we don't do it, the world as a whole won't be able to meet the Paris goals. But also because we recognize that South Africa has to stay ahead of the curve in this transition if we are going to protect our economy and our economic competitiveness and try to, people use the word leapfrog, but really to leapfrog and to harness the enormous potential that the transition holds economically. So the NDC was announced, and I think that the scale of the ambition that was included in that target attracted a lot of interest and support, and really was it germinated this partnership. And so at COP26 later in the same year, the JETP was formally announced in the political declaration. It was initially $8.5 billion in funding of various kinds that was pledged. That's since grown to close to $12 billion. And if you ask what it's achieved so far, I would say almost the most important thing. Obviously, that's quite a lot of funding, actual funding, new funding that it's mobilized that will support South Africa's transition, and we'll speak about the gaps that still exist and the flaws in that later, but it is genuinely important funding. But I think the more important thing is that it catalyzed the creation of a country plan in the form of the JET-IP. And we probably should have found different acronyms because they're so similar. But a year after the JETP, the partnership, the funding commitment was announced, we unveiled this investment plan, the JET-IP, which was developed through a country-led, country-owned process. It was really the first of its kind. And it sets out what we need to do to transition our economy in a just way, and the investments that will require. And I think that plan as a kind of coherent vision for what we want to achieve as a country, but also a series of steps for what it will take to get there, is a very important and relevant outcome of the process. In terms of the actual funding and implementation, I mean, close to $1 billion of the total has already flowed. Most of it has not yet flowed. And that reflects a number of things that we can discuss. But among them, you know, the necessity not to underestimate the practical complexity of implementing this transition. We focus, and I think we tend to perhaps even over-focus on the financing problem. And there is a financing problem. We need 1.5 trillion rand just in the first 5 years of this transition, according to the investment plan. There's an enormous amount of money. And you know, you take even $12 billion, it's a fraction of that. But the financing problem pales in comparison to the implementation problem. You've got to roll out 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines by 2032. You've got to build enough new energy generation capacity to replace the 22 gigawatts of coal-fired capacity that we'll lose by 2035, that will decommission, and much more than that to sustain growth in new sectors like hydrogen and so on. And when you really drill down, those are big numbers. Anyone can sort of see the scale of that. But beneath all of that is a whole lot of orchestration that has to be done. For every transmission line, you need land rights and servitudes, and you need the steel, and you need the skills and the people. And it is, all in all, definitely the biggest project that this country has ever embarked on. And at a global level, I think this transition similarly is among the biggest things that the world has ever had to attempt to do. And so, I think it's probably too early to say, what has the impact of the JET-P been in terms of funding actual projects and seeing megawatts on the grid and so on. I think you've got to take quite a long horizon on that. But what it has achieved is to catalyze a really much greater focus on the planning and the preparatory work and the thinking that's needed to actually get this project going.
Let me ask this then. Were we too quick to sign and agree and therefore place ourselves in a situation where we almost have to react? We have the money flowing in, or at least pledged, and some of it flowing in. Therefore, it is necessary for us to have plans in place.
So, I don't think we were too quick. The one, I think, interesting dynamic that has emerged in all of this is the narrative around, whether the JET-P was a capitulation somehow to funders or donors or to the West or whatever. And there is this interesting idea, some people have even said to us, you should have withheld your ambition. You should have waited to see the funding and almost waited to extract more funding before declaring your ambition, right? Because South Africa did it very much the other way around. We put all our cards on the table and said, this is our ambition, this is our NDC. It's the most ambitious we've ever committed to. It's among the most ambitious in the world. Now let's talk about how to fund it and achieve it. But I think that's precisely that's the wrong kind of thinking. That's sort of zero-sum, almost mercantilist, game theoretic thinking. And it leads down a path that ends nowhere. And if it starts to become adversarial in that way, and the dynamic becomes about how little money can the funders provide to extract the greatest ambition, or how little ambition can we commit to while extracting the most funding. What you need instead is to genuinely sit down and as a country say, what do we need to do to achieve our policy goals and the things that we feel are important in the world? And then ask, now how are we going to do it, and to place the necessary pressure on the rest of the world to fulfill their obligations and to come to the party because they recognize that it's necessary too. And that if they don't provide the required support, it's not going to happen, and they're going to get hurt as well. And so it becomes a more kind of mutually reinforcing partnership that we all realize that we need to get this done. That South Africa, more than most countries, needs to get this done.
Yeah.
And to do it in that sequence.
All right. Mark, let me bring you in, and happy for you to respond to some of the comments made by Saul, of course, but perhaps to take it beyond South Africa and take it continent-wide and explore the potential opportunities across the continent that can be realized when these partnerships around just energy transition are crystallized.
I'll do that, but I think what's significant about what Saul is saying is our leadership role. So we were the first to include the just transition in our NDC. We were the first to refer to it in an NDC. We were the first to include socioeconomic development criteria in our procurement systems for renewables in the REAP. And we were the first to formulate and table a JET IP. And that's a leadership role which has not gone unnoticed on the African continent, which faces its own massive challenges. And I think we should put this in maybe a global context. The estimations of the funding required to achieve SDGs have steadily risen. In 2014, UNCTAD published in its World Investment Report an estimate of 2.5 trillion for developing countries. This year...
That's US dollars, yeah?
Yeah, 2.5 trillion US dollars. The high-level advisory panel on effective multilateralism, which reported this year, estimates that the requirement is between 3.9 and 5 trillion. Sure. So it's rising. If you look at the estimates for Africa alone, the Climate Policy Initiative estimate for what it would cost to achieve the African NDCs, some of which are very, not very well developed, and some of them are very ambitious like ours. The CPI estimates that we would need $277 billion per annum, and that currently 37 billion is what is spent. And so the gap is 240 billion. If you look at the African Development Bank estimate, it's 127 billion per annum. That there's $30 billion spent at the moment, and so the gap is 99 billion, according to per annum. And then the Colombia Center for Sustainable Development estimate, not for NDCs, but for the energy transition, which is not the same thing, is 136 billion per annum, and their estimate, only 4 billion is actually spent on the continent, and therefore the gap is 132 billion. So these are the, between 99 and 240 is the estimates from authoritative sources of what's required in terms of filling the gap. And we're in the same conversation. So if you listen to Saul's numbers, your questioning was all around the international contribution. I actually think that is a distraction. It's only 10% of our requirement. When the cabinet approved the JET IP, they approved 1.5 trillion over the next 5 years. In other words, where's the other 90% going to come from? It's going to come from domestic sources. And there's not a lot of disagreement with the proposal that we actually can afford it. There's enough liquidity. There's enough capital in the South African economy to do that. It's the institutional mechanisms that don't exist to mobilize our collective balance sheets. So coming back to the Africa story, if you think of it, there's over 1 billion people. Some of these economies are growing quite fast. The total electrical generation capacity on the African continent is equal to that which exists in Germany and France combined, with 140 million people. So if Africa energizes using fossil fuels, none of the Paris targets can be achieved. And that's an absolute and undisputable fact. So you would then expect that the world would say, oh, okay, this is a bit of a worry. Let's make sure that as much climate finance as possible goes to Africa, right? You'd expect that, right? Well, if you look at the numbers over the last decade, only 2% of climate finance has landed up in the African context. Only 2%. And the majority of that is debt. And the cost of capital is between 5 and 15%. So what we are looking at is, 37 of the 69 most indebted countries in the world are African countries. So you have a debt crisis on the African continent. Some African countries pay 80 to 90% of their budget goes to debt repayments. So debt is the new colonialism on the African continent. And yet we now want to continue to finance an energy transition on the African continent using debt. And it's therefore unsurprising that the many African presidents, including our own, have joined the United Nations Secretary General and the Prime Minister of Barbados to call for a restructuring of the global financial system, because the rules of the game do not favor what we would like to see when it comes to the allocation of capital and investment on the African continent to achieve our targets. So let me just end off by just answering the question, what is the just transition? And I think that the notion of the just transition is used in 4 ways, in South Africa and on the continent, and I think globally. For some, it's just about decarbonization. Decarbonize, accelerate closure of the coal, of fossil fuels. That will trigger, reignite economic growth. You'll have trickle down and you will create employment and benefits. The second is decarbonization plus social mitigation. Interventions to deal with the consequences of coal workers and their communities. The third is decarbonization plus social mitigation plus upstream industrialization, what our Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition calls green industrial transformation. And the fourth position is you can't have a just transition without a post-capitalist transformation. So I think the third position is where we should be focusing. And what the Just Energy Transition Investment Partnership did when Cabinet approved it is shift the South African narrative from the second to the third position. Donors and a lot of businesses are locked into the second position, decarbonization plus social mitigation. The JET IP shifted the dial into the third position because it included industrialization, i.e. industrial policy. And industrial policy is experiencing a massive revival around the world, and we should take advantage of that and start figuring out how we use industrial policy in a way that reinforces the transformation of our economy. And I think it's within that context that we need to ask which institutions should be taking leadership. And I think the development finance institutions are emerging to fill that space. DFIs used to be the banks of last resort. They're now becoming the banks of first resort. Why? Because they're the best place to be the lead arrangers of the configurations that are required to mobilize the capital, not just public capital, but private capital for public goods.
And I'll get to Shamla now about the role of the private sector and whether they've got capacity for the 90% shortage in investment, right? But I suppose pick up on 2 things. One, the institutional mechanisms that need to be lubricated in order for a flow of investment into the space. What are those? And is there appetite from what you see from government and legislators, I suppose, to make that possible? And secondly, back to the continent and the fact that only 2% of financing is coming to Africa, and a lot of it debt. If more of the African continent shifted to dial number 3 in that spectrum you painted earlier, would you then see more investment in Africa, do you think? And investment as opposed to debt?
Yeah, I mean, that's the focus of my current work. I'm the co-lead author for the next economic report on Africa that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is going to publish next year. And the title theme of that report is Investing in Sustainability Transitions in Africa. And the brief is exactly the third framing. What does industrial policy look like on the African continent from a decarbonization? Well, we don't talk about decarbonization African continent, we talk about low carbon transition because you actually have to build massive energy infrastructures, but in a low carbon way. So I think if you think greening is simply about making sure that everybody uses low carbon technologies, you'll end up saying, well, you just import them from wherever you can, and you don't transform your economies. But if you say, okay, we're going to take a slower path in order to build the capacity to make sure that we manufacture as much of what we need rather than import everything, it's going to be slower. But in the end, it's going to be far more transformative. I don't think you can have a fast transformative option. You can't have your cake and eat it. And that's the difficult challenge. It's the very difficult. So the kind of climate finance is going to come in, is going to say, just import as quickly as possible so that you can put in as much electricity as you can that is low carbon. That may well be problematic from the point of view of what we would like our economies to look like in the future.
Yeah. Shamla, do you have 90% of the funding that's needed?
I wish I did. I think the reality is that they are deep and liquid capital markets, and we know that for the country, but completely concur about the enabling frameworks, firstly, that are needed. And it doesn't help that we're seeing, differences in ideological standpoints, policy positions, and things like that within the country. All of those things need to come together to create that certainty for the investment environment that will then enable the private sector to come to the party. So we're seeing now, I'm just going to go through the just transition work that we did as the NBI, and that was work that was done, over the last few years, and it was in partnership with Business Uni South Africa and the Boston Consulting Group, 450 stakeholders across the private sector, government, civil society, that developed a view on what a net zero pathway looks like for an economy-wide transition. And if we look at that, we said it was possible, and it would be possible to tap our local markets to be able to do that if you talk to the finance community. The certainty, though, that is required is around the frameworks. And if we look at now the Just Transition Investment Plan and the implementation plans are at the forefront of the transition, and they constitute key processes, of course, which business has to engage on and must continue to engage on as a stakeholder, and certainly work with the JET-IP project management unit to drive implementation, but also to help compile those investment plans. So I think it's very critical that before we even talk about is there enough money, is that can we engage the private sector more in the implementation that they are going to have to play a critical role in. And that's a key point, because they are part of implementation that you really have to understand the granularity of, and it is those people that are going to be tasked with that implementation by and large that are going to need to be participative in that conversation. So that talks again then to some of the institutional arrangements that we would need to firm up to ensure that we can get that wider scale participation in that conversation, and completely concur with Mark about, you can't do this fast and transformative. And that's what we would need to build in, but certainty around the planning is going to be there. And we're great at plans, and we know South Africa is great at plans, and we've got a number of them that exist. But we need that framework to unite those plans, whether it's the master plans, the industrial plans. How do we bring those together in something that creates the bigger vision for the country? And the JET-IP, I think, has gone one step in that direction, in at least giving us the key areas that we need to look at. But then actually enabling that vision is where there's a lot more conversation that needs to happen. The mechanisms, them, and the money. So I think we've already spoken a little bit about the gaps in the type of financing that will be required. And one of the things that comes to mind, it's a little bit cliched now almost, but it really is one of the things we have to look at closely is blended finance models. Because a lot of what we need to look at is not going to be immediately kind of like investment ready from the perspective of it's going to be the right rate of return for your typical traditional models. So how do we bring that money together to be able to take first loss, to understand what risks there are? And again, if we don't put our heads together to understand what is necessary, the how we finance it is going to become extremely difficult, almost impossible to do, because the finance sector sits with that. We're sitting with the combination of different types of funding that need to come together. Absolutely, the MDB reform agenda is critical. A number that I'd heard a while back put around is that said that a lot of those institutions were supposed to enable sort of 1:10, where they're crowding in of private sector investment for the development agenda. And in fact, what has happened is instead of for each rand from those institutions crowding in 10 from private finance has actually been kind of like more like 1:0.8 or something. And so, yeah, thank you, Mark, for confirming the number. So that already tells you that there's a big issue in the entire ecosystem, the financial architecture. And so those reform agendas are something we need to contribute to and understand. At the same time, I think the private sector understanding needs to grow, and the bringing together of those conversations is absolutely critical. If you speak to a lot of financial institutions now and ask you how invested are you in the JET-IP, you're going to kind of probably get a step back and say, okay, we're waiting for the certainty around it, and that is a critical issue.
And who is to provide that certainty, and what is that certainty?
And I think that's where the heads need to come together. That is between government, that is between civil society and and business to be able to understand what those frameworks need to look like to be able to provide that. So for longer term certainty, you certainly need to be able to say, well, there's a bigger plan that goes beyond the Jet IP. There's a longer term framework that we need to look at. Investment is usually not going to look just at a 5-year time horizon. It wants to look longer than that. It wants to have certainty. And certainly for the types of things that we need to fund, that longer term horizon is going to be critical to get a developing amount of certainty around. And so that stability and confidence from investment flow is going to come from there. But again, it's the bringing together of those minds to understand what that means. And say, let's have an agreement on where to go so we can start unlocking that capital with some certainty as to where it's going to flow. The other issue we have, of course, is that international investment or, just borrowing money is expensive given the rating of the country. And so that the debt issue is a critical one. And how we consider that financing is going to be absolutely critical. So there has to be other mechanisms that we can unlock. But if we don't do that doing this together, we're not going to get there quickly.
Mark argues that we have enough money in the country.
That's not a
No, it's your.
Oh, he wants me to say.
He said this yesterday and he repeated it this afternoon.
So the thing is, I think to fill the gap, we do have the money. It's about how we're going to deploy it and what it can do and whether that is going to meet the investment hurdle rates, firstly, for just traditional investing, but the reconsideration of what it needs to, and includes having to really start understanding this internalization of externalities. Because if you look at traditional investment models, a lot of them do not consider the externalities to the extent that they need to. And that really starts to also bring together the consideration of the justice element on that. And so those are the things we really need to have a conversation on, is that there's a cost borne by society, and how do we bring that into the financing models? And this is the aspect that we've got to put our heads together towards, because there's still, I don't think, is sufficient understanding of how we do that. I certainly don't have the answer. Carbon pricing is one step in that direction, but social consequences and how you do that, and unless you can bring those into the financing architecture and understanding, you're still going to have imperfect models of understanding what
I'm
is
still
investable.
going to push. Who is that person?
Yeah,
we have a PCC. We have we have lists of them.
Yeah.
We have Saul.
Yeah.
Who drives it? Basically, what I'm asking is, why is it not happening yet?
I think that's exactly, it's the institutional framework that we do need to sort out, and the who. There is a bringing together. I mean, the pieces of that immediately you can start seeing coming together. The PCC is going to have a massive role to play in doing that. But we need to agree who then convenes that, what happens, who are the different actors. Do we need to create new kind of, collaboration bodies that can bring that together, that work together in the finance sector? Even in the finance sector, there's an insurance sector, there's a, investment sector, there's a banking sector that are different. And how do you bring those heads together? So that we need to consider. At the very basis, I think already the collaborative institutions can play a role in having the conversation about where that needs to happen, and then we can get there. The likes of the PCC, the likes of organized business, like the NBI, like BUSA, are those institutions that can start deciding what is the best way we bring that together.
All right.
and create that certainty. But I think that the plan, the overarching plan, is one that we have to communicate clearly, and the same interpretation of that plan.
Okay.
Can I make one small
of
comment
course.
on that?
And then, so I'll give you 30 seconds before I go to Eric and find out what
if the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy continues to beat up green environmental NGOs and blame the energy transition on an international conspiracy, there can be no certainty.
So?
I mean, there's never going to be complete certainty. And this is, I mean, we have this exact conversation many times. So to a certain extent, I obviously completely agree with Shamilan and others. You need an enabling policy and regulatory environment, and you need sufficient coherence and certainty for people to confidently invest. You need the mechanisms to be in place. But you also need a private sector and funders who are willing to operate in an environment with a certain degree of risk and uncertainty and volatility. And we haven't quite struck that balance properly, at least not in South Africa yet. I mean, the one obvious example of this is, investments in renewable energy. where, you know, private investment is extremely lucrative. The market is opening, and investors need to be effectively weaned off guarantees in order to ensure proper risk sharing. And for many, many years, in order to incubate the sector and to drive initial investment, those kinds of mechanisms were absolutely necessary, and they worked really well. But they're not needed anymore, and they can't be sustained going forward. So I think it's right to say, you know, the role of government is to provide a clear long-term vision and the policy and regulatory framework to actually enable that. But the other side of the equation is also true, that you need an appetite for risk and innovation and experimentation on the capital side. But one last point on this, because I think, you know, just to illustrate, we are already seeing, I think, very encouraging and in fact massive private investment in the energy sector, which shows what can be done when policy changes are implemented and when commitments are followed through on. And the best example of this, of course, are the regulatory reforms in energy generation, the removal of the licensing threshold for generation facilities. And since that reform was announced by the President in 2021, in August of that year, the pipeline of private sector projects, confirmed projects that are actually in implementation, has grown to 126 projects. It's now about 12,000 megawatts of capacity, which is all private sector funded, 100%, doesn't require guarantees. The power is not going to be sold to Eskom or to the state. And that enormous quantity of investment was unlocked not only, but at least initially, by a single policy intervention. And it is real investment. So I think it's an example of what Shamila and others are saying, that, you know, it's not like we need public funding to fund 1.5 trillion rand. We need mechanisms, policy and regulatory changes to unlock the private capital that's needed for a large part of that where it's suitable, and of course not elsewhere.
Well done for navigating away from the Guedamantashe question, but I will not press. Erica, you work in a number of partner countries. Talk to us about, one, what you've learned from those other countries that South Africa could perhaps consider, what we do better than those other countries, but primarily how INPA's approach, what is the approach to supporting this process?
Thank you, Africa, and thanks a lot to you for this conversation, which I am actually learning a lot from. And actually, what I wanted to say is that what you're saying really very much makes me think of and mirrors the vision that I was trying to explain this morning with the Global Gateway Strategy. The Global Gateway Strategy is exactly about unlocking the financial sector, the domestic financial sector, because indeed, in many countries, there is a lot of liquidity in the financial sector that should be unlocked. Enabling and unlocking international financial sector, and indeed increasing this sort of ridiculous 2% share of the financing that flows to Africa, and by creating the environment that will allow this to happen. Working on the multilateral financial system in order for it to be more agile in financing the huge needs in Africa in particular. So that's on the financing side in a very sort of a short nutshell. But on the vision around the transition, and I would like to relate to Mark's approach of this sort of a 3 steps approach, I believe that what we are trying to do with the Global Gateway is exactly what you're saying, like on the stage 3, which is about industrialization. Because as we are contributing to the financing of the transition and moving out of the coal production here, in particular in South Africa, we are also working on investing in new economic opportunities, in green hydrogen, for example, in electrical vehicles, I was also talking about vaccine manufacturing, so really creating the industrial capacity here in South Africa and in other countries to produce and to create these new economic opportunities. So really going to the stage 3. And the other thing that I want to say is that, because so you were saying, should we have waited for the money before sort of throwing the strategy? My experience is that a strong leadership and strong ownership of national policies by the national leaders and the national society in its entirety is an essential element of the success of any external intervention. So, I mean, this is really from my long-term experience on working in development in general, is that wherever I have seen a strong leadership, it works. When there is no strong leadership, external actors are there, but how can they be really so efficient if there is no buy-in, if there is no ownership, and if the policies are not sustained by the national authorities? Talking about financing, as I said, we are, as Team Europe, contributing to the Just Energy Transition Partnership in South Africa. We are putting together 3 billion euros together with France and Germany to support the pathway to low emissions, but also working on the just transition and again, as I said, on the economic diversification. So this is work that is ongoing now, and that is taking place with a very strong commitment of the EU to this agenda, as you know. Another example, because you were asking me about other countries, we're also working in Kenya, for example. And here, because we've been talking a lot about the energy transition, but we also have the digital transition taking place everywhere, that is really everywhere. And we are, like in Kenya, for example, supporting the human-centered digitalization, where we are supporting and we advocate for a human-centered and inclusive model of digitalization, promoting digital skills, narrowing the digital access gap and disparities that exist in this area, and generating employment, also equipping schools so that they can that more children can benefit from better teaching. So that this is the type of project that we are implementing in the context of the Global Gateway. And maybe more specifically, Africa, to your question, how do we bring in the just dimension to this? The Global Gateway is a values-based offer, meaning that wherever we work, whichever intervention we support, we do this from the lens of the human rights-based approach. We look at the gender dimension, we look at the inequality dimension, and we also support the soft dimension. And that goes to the regulatory framework, supporting the policy reforms, but also having accompanying measures to support the social impact of the project. So that's really sort of what we call a 360 degrees approach to investment, and that's what we are very proud to be able to doing here in South Africa with a strong partnership again and ownership by the authorities.
And perhaps let me ask this: why South Africa? Like, what is it about this country, the opportunity that exists here, that attracts you to it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I have other colleagues in the room who are based here who would probably be better placed than me to answer that question. But, well, first there is this huge need for this transition here, in particular in the country. I think that as Europeans and as our own economy has been based historically on the carbon energy, we have gone our own. And we are going through our own story in relation to decarbonizing our economy and our energy sources. And indeed, there is a potential for this leapfrogging that so you were mentioning. So supporting South Africa in this context is essential. South Africa is also a major economy in Africa, can be a major driver for the African continent in leapfrogging on many of these sectors. And again, a last factor, as I was mentioning, the strong leadership, the strong ownership of the national policies by the government, that is always attracting actually the external actors to when there is will. There is a way, and I think that this is the way that is being shown here.
Okay, that's good to hear. Alrighty, I actually have no clue what time it is. Okay, cool. We are left with a good sort of 30, 40 minutes, so we've got a bit of time to go through questions. There's a question there, there's a question there, and there's a question there. We'll take those three first. You can pick whichever you like. Thank you. Was that your knee? Are you okay? Is there a doctor in the house?
Toxic masculinity didn't allow him to admit. I hope you get also. Thank you very much. My name is Kwanele from Just Share. A disclaimer, we strongly advocate for the just transition. Now, my question goes to the last speaker, actually.
Erica.
Yes. Sorry, Erica. Having said that disclaimer, is that Europe is actually supporting South Africa because there's the need. As you are saying, our grid is very carbon intense, and yes, there should be a need to transition. That case has been made, no question. But what do you say to critics who are saying Europeans are saying to Africans, do as we tell you, but not as we do? As I'm telling you now, the Oryx line is filled with locomotives, coal that is chucked out of South Africa going to Europe. The mothballed power stations in Europe of coal have been starting to be getting fired up under this Ukraine-Russian crisis. Europe, it seems, in crisis, they are using their coal. What do you how do you respond to that? That the emphasis on Africa to transition, as Europeans are burning coal, fossil fuels as we speak.
All right. Erica? Oh, no, you can use that one. There you go.
I think this is a transition, right? And obviously, as we had, and as this agenda of the Green Deal that was started by the EU, and this major transition agenda that we are also bringing internally within the EU, and where we are pushing the targets and pushing our ambition to ourselves becoming the first neutral continent by 2050. As this agenda is moving forward, indeed the Russian aggression against Ukraine has had a major impact on the policies. And it has had a major impact on the policies within the EU and everywhere in the world. And the consequences of this aggression towards Ukraine is that indeed it has had a major impact on the energy prices around the world. It has had a major impact on the food prices around the world, and this is hitting Africa a lot. And this is something that, of course, we do not want to. I mean, we see and we try to mitigate whenever we can. What I want to say also that the support that the EU is providing to Ukraine in the context of this crisis has never had any impact on the financial allocation from the EU to Africa for support in development policies, in official development assistance, as well as humanitarian assistance. So there has been no deviation. So that's really where we stand now. And where we stand now is, again, as I said, we are all in a transition, right? So no one here is claiming to have gone through the final stages of what this transition means. And indeed, it is also the case that there are because of the high prices of energy, and because all of a sudden we were cut off the resources coming from Russia, because we were not going to buy this oil anymore and this gas, that we also have to ensure our own energy sufficiency and stability. So it is a very complex process. This aggression was not. I mean, was it really the top priority in the context where we are in this climate crisis? where the real priority is for the humanity to find solutions and joint solutions to a disastrous climate situation. This is deviating resources from what is really essential for humanity, in my perspective.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks so much. My name is Julia Taylor. I'm a researcher at Wits University. And I had two questions about the JET-P. So, you know, it's supposed to be about a just transition, but anyone who knows anything about climate mitigation knows that in transport, you know, the principles are reduce, shift, and improve. And reduce means reducing transport. And so we actually, the biggest shift in terms of climate mitigation would be to shift to public transport from private vehicles and to shift from, you know, freight from trucks to rail. And yet rail was excluded from the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And another interesting point, Crispian earlier said that extractivism is going to increase with the transition, but there's actually kind of various approaches and different researchers have different views, but there's an argument that actually if transition is kind of takes the route of electric vehicles replacing fossil fuel vehicles, then it will require increases in extractivism and mining. But actually, if you reduce transport, as kind of many people know is the key thing, it's, you know, it won't increase extractivism. It will actually decrease the amount of mining that's needed. And so why then has the JET-IP prioritized new energy vehicles and green hydrogen? Whose choice was that? And then I guess another issue I've had is, and why is there so much like lack of transparency around the JET-IP? Why don't we know what flows have happened yet? And why don't we know who's written the plan? Why is there, you know, why isn't this public? Thanks.
Who are you directing that question to? I mean, I'm happy to pick, but I'd rather you get...
I'm sorry, Saul. But also Erica. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
So I'll answer the question in a roundabout way, but then in a direct way. Because I think Julia's question speaks in part to just the enormous complexity of this transition and the difficulty of capturing it in one plan. And I think in setting out to craft the JET-IP, it was quite clear from the beginning that it would be impossible to please everyone or cover everything. And I think it's quite easy to look at that document and say, this is not there, that's not there, this is underemphasized, that's overemphasized, which I also don't think is a bad thing. I think it's a constructive thing. But what is important is to realize that the JET-IP, I think, set out to do something quite specific, and it is very focused primarily on transitioning the electricity sector. The vast majority of the document and of the funding that the investments that it outlines are directed at renewable energy sources and transmission that's necessary to enable that. And that doesn't mean that, for example, the road to rail, the shift from road to rail isn't important or necessary as part of our decarbonization trajectory. So, you know, soon the freight logistics roadmap will be published, for example, which has sort of been through an extensive consultation process. And there's a very explicit objective in that document to shift freight from road to rail in order to capture the positive externalities of doing so, including reducing emissions. And, you know, so that's one example, but you've got to kind of use all of these various levers at your disposal within government to achieve everything that's needed for the decarbonization goal, and not kind of, I guess, place that entire burden on the JET-IP, and similarly with public transport. So if the criticism is, I think it's one thing to say, you know, government is doing nothing to shift from road to rail. It's another to say that objective is not in the JET IP specifically. And in terms of transparency and the process of actually developing the JET IP, the JET IP went through several rounds of consultation. The document was subjected, I think, to quite rigorous debate and contestation. In the end, and this is a peculiarly South African dilemma, but maybe not. You either under consult and people are extremely unhappy for the sake of getting it done, or you over consult and you take ages to get anything done. And I think government often errs on that side of the equation, and it is a difficult balance to strike. But in the end, I do think that the JET IP reflects quite a wide range of views and perspectives that were crowded in through, at that time, the Climate Finance Task Team and the PCC, perhaps more importantly, as almost a unique kind of consultative mechanism. And that, A, I think is reflected in the document, but B, I think really strengthened it. What's the last point, though, is that all of this points to the fact that this whole transition, and earlier we spoke about just how complex a project this is not going to be solved by one document, and it's not going to be solved by one process. It's a massive, ongoing, iterative, constantly evolving process that has to involve the whole of society. And so, creating mechanisms and platforms for ongoing consultation, like the PCC, but also for mechanisms for implementation that are collaborative, whether it's in Mpumalanga or with local government or with business, with the financial sector, with civil society, or whatever, is also very important. None of this is going to get done by just sort of government going ahead and doing X, Y, and Z.
Here's a silly, non-sort of considered question. Is there a possibility of a publicly available document, which will be electronic, that becomes a live dashboard that then we can have access to as the public, those who have interest, and be able to analyze those the data to get a sense of, okay, this is where we are. That's our goal. This is where we are in terms of investment. This is where we are in terms of development. This is where we are in terms of implementation. And that way we have a measure to hold you and everyone else who's part of the process to account. Yeah. As I said, I've just formed that idea now. I haven't really thought it through.
No, absolutely. And I mean, so soon we'll be publishing the implementation plan, which follows a year after the investment plan. And the implementation plan is an attempt to get much more specific, actually mapping funding to projects and illustrating exactly how the various funding instruments would be used and timeframes and responsibilities and so on. And I think that's an important step towards enabling accountability and monitoring and oversight, so that people can point to that and say, but this hasn't been done and that has been done and so on. And there's an M&E framework in there and so on. But there's a definite commitment in that implementation plan to the kind of transparency that you're suggesting. What form it takes exactly, I think there are many ways to skin that cat. But in principle, the idea that all of this data about where the funding goes and when it flows and where we are with the various projects in the plan and so on has to be totally transparent and out there for people to scrutinize.
Absolutely. Erica?
Yes, just wanted to, I will not comment on the choices and the prioritization here in South Africa, but just because you were mentioning public transport, I just wanted to point that we are indeed contributing, and among the projects in the Global Gateway, there are actually quite beautiful electric buses initiatives. And I was just in Senegal a few weeks ago and visiting in Dakar an electric line, a bus line that is going through the city, and exactly aiming at sort of bringing people off the cars, which are themselves polluting at extremely high level, and bringing people onto the electric buses. So this is in Kenya. We're also in Nairobi. We're also having such a project as well as in other cities in Latin America. So that's a transition indeed that we are also supporting, because it's also part of the urban policies that we need to put in place to decongestize, whatever. the cities, and but the question on train is really very relevant, and is also very much in the EU something that we are struggling with, and making sure that train can get back on track, and that people get to use train much more rather than flying. So these are indeed choices that are made, and discussions that are again present everywhere.
I don't know why I know this, but my colleague John Matham on Cape Talk is having an interview with the CEO of Golden Arrow Bus Services, which is one of the public bus services in Cape Town, and they're talking about electrifying the entire fleet, I think by 2032. My city, of course, is taking over a lot of the routes, so that conversation will need to extend to my city as well before we start seeing, as far as buses at least are concerned, an electrification of that bus system. Thank you very much. There was a question, or did I imagine the hand? Oh, there, sorry, at the back.
Hi, so this question is coming from Ethan van Dieman from the Daily Maverick. Unfortunately, it's not directed at anyone specifically, but the question reads, what are some of the political and socio-economic obstacles to the just transition in South Africa, and what role, if any, does the coal lobby, criminal networks, and Minister Mantashe, and some mixture of those factors, play in hobbling the transition, and why do you think this?
Who wants to take that one? Mark, go ahead. That was an online question, by the way. Thank you very much. And if you have any more, please keep them coming.
Yeah, Ethan would ask that question. So I think a point of departure needs to be to turn what's Saul's numbers into some monetary figures. 12 gigawatts is 144 billion rands worth of investments that's unlocked and in the pipeline. If you look at the rooftop solar, it's at 4.8 gigawatts now, and that's within the last 2 years. That's 65 billion. Rooftop solar is more expensive than utility scale. So if you add all that up, it's 200 billion, almost without a plan. And from a finance point of view, when you think of expenditure, you've got to think of what unlocks that expenditure. What unlocks that expenditure is balance sheets. So those are households and businesses that are saying to the financial institutions, I would like this to buy this solar. Here's my balance sheet. The financial institutions say, okay, that's fine. And here's the money to make it happen. Imagine if we actually had a plan to mobilize these balance sheets, and the target was 1.5 trillion. It's not impossible to manage, because it's just happened almost on its own. It helps to have a grid that's falling apart, because then people have to protect themselves from that, and so they invest to protect themselves from load shedding. That doesn't mean I support load shedding, of course. The politics of this is important, because what I've just said is Gwede Mantashe's worst nightmare. It's a disorderly transition unfolding in a way which he would love not to happen, because his wet dream is that you switch on the machines. So he has always denied that there's anything wrong with the machines. He's always just said, Eskom just needs to flick the switch and switch it on, because there's spare 15 gigs lying there that they're not using. And it's just complete hogwash. But it's reproduced, and many people believe that there's some kind of conspiracy to run down the electricity system so that it can be sold to the private sector. So the point I'm making about the mobilization of cash to invest in solar, which is now accelerated. If you add up all the different things that Saul spoke about, plus the bid window 7 and 8, it's over 30 gigs in the pipeline which includes the 4.5 on top of the roof already. So the horse is bolted. The money is driving the energy transition. And the politics, to answer the question, is in defense of an old system that is beyond salvage. And the more money you spend on trying to salvage an old system, rather than recognizing where the money is going, the more you're wasting energy, you're wasting time, you're actually not mobilizing the degree of capital that is the extent of capital that is required. At the same time, you then have distractions, massive distractions, like the nuclear IPP. It'll take at least a decade from the day you start to build a nuclear power plant. And that is definitely not going to solve load shedding. We're struggling to get the energy availability factor above 60%. If we did get it above 60% and we built only 10 gigawatts of the renewables, we could end load shedding. So, which would probably take, the earliest that could happen is probably, I used to say the end of 2024, it's probably now beginning of 2025. And during that period, we're going to go through an election. And so what we are going to see is an escalation of the fake news, an escalation of fake science, an escalation of victimization of the green NGOs, an escalation of conspiracy theories to kind of completely discredit what is already unfolding. So, I mean, that's the politics that we're in at the moment, and if you look at the world in terms of what's unfolding already, in terms of the 200 billion, the 30 gigawatts, etc., and the jobs that is creating, and the new businesses that it's unlocking, and the potential for industrial policy to reduce our dependence on imports while we go back into manufacturing as we did in the first, up until 2015, and then the factories started closing. If we really did this properly, it could have an amazing, really amazing outcome from an economic growth and transformation point of view. But all of these political distractions, fake news, false science, is completely disrupting the picture.
I'm sure Ethan is entirely and totally satisfied with that answer, but I will ask a follow-up question, I suppose, and let me start with some reflection. So the people who are able to, using their own balance sheets and money, effectively start producing power for themselves are of a certain class sector in South Africa. And we know that the vast majority of people are living below the poverty line, so that is not even a dream in their world, right? Not unless a municipality has a scheme in place that, all of that. But generally, for the majority of South Africans, certainly not. So you, at least until perhaps possibly the first quarter of 2025, as you project, we have a perpetuation, is that a word, of a scenario where those who have continue to have and those who do not have continue not to have. And we know that it has an impact on business, informal sector, education, right?
No.
It doesn't?
No, the logic doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I'm not a scientist. I'm only a broadcaster.
No, the why the logic doesn't work is the biggest losers of low growth are the poorest people of society. The biggest consumers of electricity are going off the grid. And that is removing pressure on the grid so that we have reduced load shedding, which is going to have more beneficial economic impacts. So you need to think of it not in terms of, am I protected with a solar panel on my roof? You've got to aggregate the picture and say, what's reducing the load in a context of a declining energy availability factor? The answer is those people who are becoming more dependent on resources that are not the 15 power stations that are collapsing. That's how one needs to see it, which is a systemic view of the total energy system. I mean, that said, as I've written in Daily Maverick, the way in which the energy transition is unfolding in a disorderly way, a disorderly transition, is unjust.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of inclusive, just transition that we are hoping for. And so as you resist the inevitable, those who benefit are the better off, rather than harnessing the inevitable and directing it in the most positive and ethical way and democratic way so that it's more inclusive than it currently is. So that's how we should be thinking about this. You can't fight this thing. The horses have bolted.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Absolutely. Thank you for that explainer. Speaking of harnessing, if you're coming against a solid rock, I will not move, whatever. You move around it somewhat, right? So how do we move around Gwede Mantashe? Because if you understand the politics of the African National Congress, you understand the critical role he plays in delivering a constituency for President Cyril Ramaphosa, right? And even if the ANC does become victorious in 2024, the likelihood of Gwede Mantashe being removed from cabinet is 0 to none, because he is a loyal ally of President Cyril Ramaphosa. So he's potentially there for the next 6 years at least. So how do we work with him or around him in order to realize what we need to realize?
I mean, Africa, do you really have to paint the worst nightmare? I mean, that's like, but I mean, what we need to emphasize is that when the IRP eventually does come out, even though they've tried to torture the data to death, it's not going to, it's almost irrelevant. It's not going to have the same significance as that IRP 2019. And I think that's just maybe a way of saying, yeah, he's an obstacle, but the water is going around him. Okay. It's already starting in that direction, and there's a build-up of a consensus in the financial institutions, because many of them are locked into global imperatives where they just can't lend to build another power station. So who's going to give South Africa money for a power station, coal-fired power station? Who's going to give South Africa money for a nuclear power station? So what's left is what Gwede doesn't like for some largely irrational reasons, which is renewables plus backup, which is gas and batteries.
Okay. Sol, you want to comment? And then we'll come to you for your question, and to you too.
At first I thought I shouldn't, because here I am like the government with a capital G. But
not only that, the presidency, but anyway, yeah.
Capital P. But the only point I wanted to make, just so that we don't lose it in the discussion, is that, of course, South Africa is a noisy democracy, and government is a big, complex system with many, many people in it. But it's really important to find the signal in the noise. And when you look at what's happening in the South African energy sector, like Mark has been saying and others, look at what has actually been done and what is actually happening. We removed the licensing threshold, amended Schedule 2 of the era. We are restructuring Eskom. Soon we'll have a independent national transmission company, its own governance and so on. We've tabled the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill in Parliament, which is moving through the legislature and really is the most fundamental piece of legislative reform in the energy sector in South Africa in 100 years in South Africa. Yeah. And it is there, they're on there, the 8th set of provincial public hearings. We've released, the president, since he announced the Energy Action Plan in July last year, which, by the way, I think sets out a very clear plan, very clear focus on what actually needs to be done to resolve this crisis, which is to significantly accelerate investment in renewables and storage and some gas. I mean, there's no lack of clarity in that plan.
And weekly updates.
And weekly updates, yeah. But we've released, several rounds of procurement for wind, for solar, for batteries. I mean, Eskom was today at the Hex battery storage site launching the first the first major utility scale battery storage facility that Eskom has now connected. So, if you kind of just, tune out the noise for a moment and think what is actually happening in the system, it is a fundamental shift. There's a clear direction of travel. We can argue about the pace of it. We can argue about, the level of coherence, but it is happening. And the government is driving a lot of that, not all of it. So, yeah, I think that's important to keep in mind.
Thank you very much for that. A question from there and a question from here. Is that a hand, sir? Okay, I thought you were like one of those people at an auction who sort of move and then you go, 2 million rand. Thank you very much. Yeah, lady here. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I just want to push back on some of the points I think that the panelists have made. I think firstly on the point of transparency around the JET-P and the JET-IP, I think anybody who's engaged in those processes in South Africa knows that civil society and labor have been hugely critical about the way that those processes were done and the content of the documents specifically. Yes, there's been, the PCC have managed to do some consultations. That's been after the fact. It's no indication of how those inputs are being included into the plan. Similarly, we haven't seen the implementation plan yet. It's been underway and a couple of people in this room have been involved in that process, but there's been no consultation on that, and we'll see it after Cabinet has approved it. In terms of the JET-P, we have, again, no idea what the terms and conditions of that financing have been. The most cynical have called that a form of green structural adjustment. The rest of us don't really know what does that entail. The question arises then about the priorities. Chippy today acknowledged the fact that green hydrogen is hardly a priority for the just energy transition. It's got no justice in it. So who determined those priorities is very unclear. So I think to say that this has been a kind of transparent process is a gross misrepresentation of it, both the JET-P and the JET-IP. Then on the kind of blended financing part, I don't know if I misunderstood, but my understanding is that you're kind of both advocating for blended financing, but I've also acknowledged that it hasn't actually matched any of the expectations that it said it was going to, and that's what the evidence suggests. I mean, we can say, yes, government regulate. I mean, my understanding is those stats are global. They're not about the South African context. But we can say government must provide more certainty, government must do this, that. But what exactly is the incentive for the private sector to provide electricity if half the country can't afford to pay for it? How will they ever be willing to do that? Especially if they can kind of defect from the grid, produce their own. Who is paying for the electricity of, I mean, according to Tracy Ledger, she has some of the stats on who can afford a zero tariff in this country. So yeah, I think some of the kind of narrative that's on this panel is concerning, quite frankly.
You didn't offer your name.
Sorry, Katrina Lima-Gruber from Wits University.
All right, Katrina, are you offering that as a reflection, or would you like specific people to respond to those comments?
Yeah, if they could respond, that'd be great. Sorry, also, Sol, you mentioned that $1 billion has already flowed. Has that flowed into the country, or has that already been dispersed? Because if it's already been dispersed, we'd love to know who is getting that money.
All right. Mark, do you want to take it first? Ladies, I promise you, you are important. You are here, you are seen, but it seems that the questions are being directed to the two gentlemen in the meantime.
Well, I mean, at the core of the comment, I'm not going to respond to the transparency issues because I mean I think those have been widely articulated. And leave that to Saul. But on the blended finance question, I really do find it difficult to calculate or even imagine that public balance sheets could carry what is required in terms of investments. And if that is true, you know, I mean, there's some who argue we need a green Keynesianism, basically tax, borrow, spend, via the Treasury, or a green QE, which is central bank printing money to finance a green transformation. So, I mean, those are the public balance sheets line of argument. The governor of the Reserve Bank gave a speech recently at a university, which wasn't reported on, which was essentially laying out price carbon and let the markets do the job. And the central bank will just make sure that finance remains stable. So that's his perspective, that's the market perspective. And so it really does force me to start asking a question: is it possible to mobilize private capital for public goods? And under what conditions would that be possible? And I'm not sure how I can think myself out of the answer to that question. So, take for example the toll roads. So I think Deepak was DG of transport when the toll roads build, operate, transfer, and some of those 20-year contracts are coming to an end, and what's being transferred back to the state is perfectly good quality public goods. Can we think of the grid in the same way? Limited build, operate, transfer agreements to mobilize private balance sheets to create public goods? If the answer is no, we can't mobilize private capital for public goods. We're just going to allow them to continue to waste their money on building shopping malls. And you then are required to focus on how the public balance sheets could do the job. I just don't see it. So the critique of my view would be, no, we don't have a strong enough state to direct capital in that way to produce public goods. And that's fair criticism. But maybe instead of thinking of it as the state as a whole, look at particular institutions. And I was involved in my former role as chair of the board of DBSA in setting up in supporting the setting up of the infrastructure fund. That's the kind of institution that we need. It's an institution that was set up on a 1 to 10 formula that you talked about, 100 billion from the fiscus in order to leverage 900 billion from the pension funds in order to invest 1 trillion in public goods. I'm not sure that that's such a bad idea given the pressures that we face, because I can't see the public balance sheets carrying that load. So that's the way I think about it. I just can't think of another way.
Okay. And so the question on, or reflections rather, on transparency.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the point is it's a fair criticism about transparency in the development of the JET IP. I want to accept that with humility. I think on the one hand, it's important that there was consultation. So it wasn't just sort of like one day the JET IP was published. There were several rounds of engagement with stakeholders. A lot of that input really did shape the form that the JET IP took, both before it was published and then continuing after. But of course, some consultation doesn't mean enough consultation or enough transparency. All I can say is, I guess, to repeat what I said earlier, which is that I think being in government, there really is a difficult tension between, on the one hand, the need for consultative and participatory processes, and on the other hand, the pressure to really move very quickly and get things done. And, in a space like this, one hears the criticism about a lack of consultation. But the criticism that I get much more often in my life, and I think all of us who work in government, is people shouting at us all the time about not moving quickly enough and in fact consulting too much. And it may well be that with the JET IP we erred too far on the latter side. But I think that the role, for example, that the PCC plays is really important and should be understood in two different ways. One is as a forum for consultation, and I think South Africa, in setting up that mechanism, was quite deliberate and was a leader, I think, in the world, really in creating that as a space. But also as a check for government, because the PCC isn't just a consultative forum. The PCC is also able to say to government, you haven't consulted enough on this. And the PCC, I think, made that clear with the JET IP, and is in that way, I think, plays an important role in sort of keeping government honest about that going forward. And then in terms of the funding that's flowed, I mean, that is all kind of publicly available information. The funding that's flowed from the initial commitments is predominantly the policy-based loans, which were about $600 million from France and Germany, and is all sort of, all public information from National Treasury, when it flowed, where it is, and so on, and announced as such with great fanfare by the Minister of Finance when it happened. I think the more difficult problem, and what we really need to work on, is how you track more specifically where that kind of funding goes. Because when you look at a policy-based loan, which is a very useful kind of funding for government, it goes to National Treasury, it goes to the Revenue Fund, and because of the way that the budget process is structured, it's very difficult to draw one-to-one link between that money and anything that government spends in the budget, because it's just in a big pot. And it's a really difficult nut to crack, because it's probably not good enough to just say, government is doing all of these things in the one column, which are all sort of things that are green, or helping the transition. And then on the other column, here's all the receipts where government is getting money from various sources, and just sort of accept that, the two are linked. So I think that it's a problem that we don't really have an answer to, but yeah.
All right. Good, sir. I am going to have to disappoint you with much request for forgiveness, because it's 17:59 now, and we need to start with the closing elements of the conference. I am so sorry. They'll be around. I'm sure you can walk to one of them afterwards and then pose the question that you have. Thank you very much. I will not even give a chance to wrap up and reflect, because I think those were some deep questions, and I really appreciate your inputs into them. Suffice for me to say a huge thank you, please, to Saul, to Shamla, to Erica, and to Mark, and a round of applause for our panel. And then as they vacate the chairs, I'm going to invite that includes you too, Mark. I'm going to invite Rudy Dix from the Presidency to please. Oh, Rudy had to leave. So is Saul going to be represent? Saul, stay. Saul Musker from the Presidency. Murray, we've got you from the university and the center. Could I have Audrey from AFD, and could I have, is it Fulgencio from the European Commission, please? All right. No. You can actually do it seated if you want. Oh, of course you can. Absolutely. All right. Pop yourselves down, please. All right. Hello.
I think I'm on the list.
Yes, you are.
I respond to any name.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. If you can just sit yourself.
Just I will say. Just bear with me.
I will. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wherever you like. You can sit here, actually. All right, everyone. If we can then settle down for the last of what is required of us. How I'm going to do this is that I'm going to ask you guys to each grab a microphone, and I'll give the fourth one to whoever doesn't have one. And then Fulgencio, we'll start with you for your closing remarks from the European Commission. Audrey will then come to you from AFD. Saul, you'll then be the third speaker, and then the final word will be yours, Murray. And I'm happy for you to go from one to the next, to the next, to the next without me interjecting. Okay. You go first, sir. You can use mine.
Thanks a lot. First of all, to say I apologize for my voice. This change of weather between Pretoria and Cape Town, awful. So if I cough, terribly apologetic about it. Now, on a more serious note, I would like to thank, first of all, the Presidency of South Africa, the University of Cape Town, and of course the Agence Française de Développement for bringing us together these past 2 days. It has been a pleasure to exchange with you on this interplay between the two defining trends of our time, climate change and inequalities. And I would like to share with you briefly, if I can, 4 points that I take away with me. The first one is that sometimes it is healthy to step back and put things into perspective. We live in an age of inequalities, or so we are repeatedly told, and there is much of true about it when we look at each country individually. But if we zoom beyond the level of the nation state to the entire world, then what we see is a picture that looks different. At that scale, the story of the inequality in the 21st century is the reverse, is that the world is growing more equal than it has been for over 100 years. That brings me to my second takeaway, and is that progress towards greater equality hinges on Africa. Africa could indeed power the next great reduction in global poverty and inequality. It has all the attributes for that. It's the youngest continent, soon to become the more populous, and boundless natural resources to reap the benefits of the digital and green transitions. We have heard some skepticism about it over the past 2 days, but then again, many observers thought it unlikely that Asia could see tremendous economic growth. Back in 1968, Nobel Prize winner Gunnar Myrdal predicted that Asia would remain poor for the foreseeable future, given its overpopulation and very limited technological progress. And just a decade after, the region began to register high rates of growth, and it became a champion on some areas of technology. Third takeaway that I take with me is that how we make investments matter. Aid is unlikely to be any driver of growth. It is irrelevant and it is insufficient. What matters to partner countries is investments, but not any kind of investments. It needs to be investments that are sustainable. And by that, I mean investments that are according to democratic values and international standards, that are driven by good governance and transparency, and that they are geared towards transforming the life of people by creating economic opportunities or better livelihoods in a way. Global Gateway, we have here from my colleague Erika, is Europe's external investment strategy, and is underpinned by these values. What it does is to boost infrastructure, smart infrastructure in energy, digital, and transport, as well as strengthen health, education, and research systems across the world. And on the Global Gateway, education is the backbone, in a way. We need a whole revolution of skills if we are to meet the challenges of the climate transition. And I say this in the University of Cape Town, that is one of the best universities in the world. If education is our backbone, innovation is the propellant, in a way. And our Horizon Europe program is the biggest public research and innovation program with 100 million euro, foster partnerships between universities, research institutes, centers, so that we can meet the challenges that we face. And it does so in an open and a transparent way, because our strength lies in the openness, in our openness to collaborate. No one is going to win the race of innovation by erecting barriers, in a way. Let me finish by mentioning my fourth and last takeaway, and is that I encourage all of you to use the inequality marker that our European Commissioner for International Partnerships, Jutta Urpilainen, launched last June. I think all of us, as academics, researchers, policymakers, diplomats, development practitioners, it will help us to track and to benchmark the impact that our work has on inequality reduction across all sectors. So let me end by saying how much we have enjoyed these 2 days of discussions with you, and that we very much look forward to continuing the discussion in the next future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've tried to put together some points for this conclusion, and on my side, I was first wondering why we had this conference this week, and actually I realized that we all already know that inequalities and the challenges of environmental changes are very linked. But what we needed to do today and yesterday was to partner, and I thank you all for having participated in this conference, and to collectively grow the knowledge on how these linkages manifest in different countries and different contexts, with the view to design relevant policies and projects. So we brought together researchers, experts, policymakers, decision makers from more than 40 institutions, from more than 10 countries, from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe. And thank you again for having all contributed to this, to making this knowledge grow together. So a few takeaways on my side. The first one is that the just transition has to have a whole of a society approach. And that cannot be done without strengthening the institutional and budgetary frameworks and ensuring a minimum level of social protection. The second one is that we need to understand how various market mechanisms can be used in order to ensure that the technological transition to a low-carbon future will be inclusive and redress past inequalities. The third one is on the role of public development banks. The UN says that we need $3 trillion each year to finance the Sustainable Development Goals. All public development banks together invest $2.5 trillion every year at global level. So we can partly fill the gap by ensuring that this financing are evenly distributed to reach the most vulnerable. And also, we need to ensure that those financing are fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, including climate. We also need, of course, to design those financing so that they can reorient private finance. The very last point is that none of this would have been possible without the support of our partners. So thank you again, all, because all the takeaways are very important and we will bring it back home and work on it. So I would like to thank the colleagues from the European Union, from the African Center of Excellence for Inequalities and Research, and from the Presidency, of course. as well as all our speakers and participants. Thank you very much.
I thought I'd shake things up and start with a Gramsci quote. Gramsci said, "The old world is dying and the new world is struggling to be born. Now is the time of monsters." And I think about that quote often because I think it really captures where we are right now in South Africa, but also in the world. And these 2 days of discussion reflect that. I think we have a relatively clear sense of where we are and a more or less clear sense of where we want to go, where we need to go. And we also know that we have no option but to get there. I think it was Chippy Crispian who said in one of yesterday's panels that if we don't do this, the world will go to hell. And I think that's an eloquent way of putting it. We have to do this. It's extremely complex, it's extremely daunting, and it absolutely has to be done, and there's no other option. So the real question is how to make this leap, from this very fractious, very dangerous, very difficult present to this sort of glorious imagined future. And I think in the South African case, and why this set of discussions is so important here and now, but in the South African case, we really have 3 challenges at once. And Diego also yesterday spoke about the green trilemma. And I think there's a particular South African trilemma, which is that we've got to transition the energy system. We all recognize that. We have to do it very quickly, and we have to completely transform it, sort of 180-degree turn. But at the same time, we have to achieve energy security, because we're making this transition in a context of energy scarcity and precarity, and that really does complicate, how we manage that transition, so that we don't jeopardize that. And lastly, we need to do it in a way that supports inclusive growth, and growth that addresses poverty and inequality, because we're making this transition not only as an energy insecure country, but as one of the most unequal societies in the world, and with an unacceptably high level of poverty. And all of that has to be done together. They're inseparable objectives. And of course, that is the way in which these discussions have been framed, inequality, work, and nature, and the utter interdependency between these things. But also why this event was so timely and so important. And I think it really worked because the organizers have pulled together really the right people, a group of excellent people, which enabled very robust, very challenging, and very interesting discussions. So, I mean, my few takeaways, and I know we spoke about strategic dilemmas and policy resolution, and I think we're pretty clear on the dilemmas, but the policy resolution, I think we still need to find our way a little bit. But there are certainly some clear pointers, which is useful. I think one is that we need systems level thinking and not projectization. I think Rahul used that word. We really do. We can't solve this problem with sort of a little bit of funding here and a project and another project. It really has to be a system level shift in the way we think about these issues. We need to build on what works. There was a great session yesterday, looking at the evidence that we now have a couple years on about the employment stimulus, about the social relief of distress grant and those kinds of mechanisms. That work, that research really does support those policy interventions and make the case for why they're useful and why they're necessary, and shows us what works, but also what more we can do and what modifications we can make. And I think there's a lot more that we need to do, especially on active labor market policies in that space. We need to bridge that gap between research and policy, which has become trite to say, but I think is the way that this discussion was structured really helped to draw those connections between yesterday and today. And perhaps most importantly, I think we really need a bias for action. We need to do things. And as the presidency, that's, I think, why we have been very pleased to participate in this collaboration, because we realize that, this is not a problem that can wait. We don't have an inordinate amount of time to think through these things and to plan and so on, or to consult. But we've got to really act, and we've got to do things quickly and a lot of things all at the same time. And that for me is a call to action that comes out of all of these discussions, that this is not about just thinking or prevaricating. But ultimately, if we do get all of this right, I think it will be transformative for South Africa and for the world. And so there's a lot of hope also in these discussions. And then lastly, just to thank everyone. I think our partners in the EU, Erica, Ariane, Mariam, Mathilde, from the AFD, Anda, I think most importantly, who we've all seen sort of completely bringing all of this together. She probably does deserve another round of applause. It really has been brought together in an amazingly seamless way. You would never know government was involved. To Remy as well for being here and for joining us in this event, Audrey, Thomas, Helen, and then of course UCT, Murray, and the rest of the UCT team, Hadra, Charmaine, all of the volunteers who've been around all over the place. I think the power and the usefulness of this event has been through this collaboration, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. What they said. Yeah, what they said exactly, and I won't add much except to say, when you work abroad and you have and you work in overseas universities and you work with very famous economists and academically influential economists, and or academics, and they are so far away from the policy process. They won a Nobel Prize, and they just don't get the opportunity to participate in processes like this. I mean, I think we take it for granted a little bit sometimes. What we have this culture in this country, but it takes a lot of hard work. It leads to the possibility of a partnership like this. It doesn't make a partnership like this. And it doesn't happen elsewhere in the world. So there's plenty of evidence that, that you've got to work at this, but it takes good faith from all the parties. And so we've enjoyed an extraordinarily good working relationship over a while, and it's really come together around this particular conference. And a lot of hard work, but the foundation for the work was that there was a partnership in place. And then we could come to this convening, and I'm hugely proud of the fact that the university could bring the level of critical and open engagement around the partnership even, right? Let's be, let's not be glib about this. I'm super glib. I'm always saying that, it's a privilege and it's wonderful, and it's wonderful to work with people in government who are serious about what they're doing, and to bring your research to that, and to work with development partners who are very serious about what we're doing, and we have common cause in some sense. It's a wonderful privilege, but there's still a lot of hard work. And so the fact that we could have a really honest, searingly honest engagement over the last few days, including about how these partnerships can work better. And don't forget that that's partly what we were doing. We were trialing seeing where we can go. Where are we and where can we go? But also institutionally, how do we work together? And it was almost like, in the policy community, when you convene these meetings and you want to let your hair down and say things like Chippy was saying and others were saying, and all the government people from around the world were incredibly honest about the realities of and how difficult this is. And we were all honest, I feel. And we call that Chatham House rules, right? And what does that mean? That you're not supposed to talk about it when you get out of the room. We didn't do that because we're a community of common cause, and it was important that we engage critically. And I just wanted to thank you all very much for that. So I wanted to thank you for the partnership. I'm not going to go through all the names again. You know we appreciate it, and it was a wonderful privilege to host the meeting, but particularly because of the actual honest engagement. And I think we've summed up where we are. We had a wonderful opening address from Professor Lamb yesterday morning. It seems like a lifetime ago. I don't know, maybe to all of you. And if I keep talking, it'll be another lifetime ago. But basically, defining the development pathways within social and economic boundaries was the discussion. And we were talking about population and its relationship to energy and to food and to water. And then we dived in and we looked at these relationships. Some of them are technical, but there's the human angle coming through all of this. That's about strong sustainability. And I think we surfaced many of the gaps in the research, and that was an outcome that we should be proud of. And I think that we plotted a process way forward. And anyway, I thank you very, very deeply for the texture of the meeting. One of the things that inequality brings to looking at any particular issue is it makes you focus on the full texture of your society. Nothing escapes examination. You're looking across the whole society before diving into something specific. And I really feel like we've done well collectively. Thank you very, very, very much indeed. I also get to do a slightly more formal thanks to the three people who've really worked tirelessly, and they haven't slept very much over the last while, I might say. And so first, let me just give Under a little thank you on behalf of all of us, please. Yeah. And then I would just like Hajira and Charmaine to come up. Is Charmaine still here? Thank you, Haj. Thank you so much. That was climate change. Yeah, anyway, so the ACER team in the office and Under, and they've literally spent at least 20 hours a day over the last while together. So thank you. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Ingosi kakhulu. By the way, for those who are traveling, please travel safely. It has been truly, truly lovely to have you in our beautiful city. If you are staying a few more days, it will be 28 degrees Celsius tomorrow with high-level clouds. I do know that there's day 4 of work to be done, but if you can find the beach, tomorrow will be the day. Saturday and Sunday, the temperatures will cool down to 21 and 19, but with clear skies. And then we'll see high-level clouds returning on Monday with a maximum of 23. But perhaps, no, weather is important in Cape Town. Perhaps let me finish off with the quote I opened the conference with yesterday, and the words of the late Nelson Mandela, when he said, "As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest." And what I've witnessed over the last 2 days and some of the side event on Tuesday is that no one in this room, no one in this space is resting. And on behalf of humanity, I want to say thank you very much. Travel safely, everybody.